Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Charlotte County Board of County Commissioners Municipal Services Benefit Unit public hearing for July 17th, 2025. Let the record show we have 4 commissioners present. Commissioner Constance had an unexpected delay, but he will be here momentarily, and we will recognize him once he enters the chamber. If you will, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Flores, changes to the agenda.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, we have 2 change memos. The first one, we did add to item number 1, change 1. We added the attachment. It's the how your dollar is spent. That is up on the screen behind me. And then the second change was change number 2, also to the same item. We added an attachment online. That's the public hearing backup. So that's a lot of the detailed information that you all have in your binder that was requested last night at the prior public hearing. So that's it.
Move the changes.
Second. We have motion and second to move the changes. Any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? That passes 4-0 with Commissioner Constance absent. I appreciate everybody being here tonight. I just want to go over some ground rules if you've never attended a public hearing before. Staff is going to do a presentation, and we're going to have an opportunity as a board to ask questions. Then we're going to open it up for a public hearing, and if you wish to speak on the item, I have the speaking cards here. I will announce your name in the order they were filled out, and you'll have 5 minutes. If you've heard somebody say a lot of what you would say, nothing prohibits you from saying, I waive in opposition to the item, or I waive in support of the item if you didn't want to speak. Or if you don't want to use your whole 5 minutes, you can speak for a minute or 2 minutes. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that. I'm big on keeping decorum. We need to hear what you're saying. And if everybody is talking or making noises, it's going to be hard for us to hear what's being said. Vice versa, when we're up here and we're talking to staff, we need that same decorum so we could ask our questions and understand staff when they're replying to our questions. So I just wanted to make sure those ground rules were clear. So we are going to move on to our public hearing to set MSBU rates and our presentation. Mr. Arthur, you are recognized, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. Sometimes people ask, why are we having this meeting now? And so to just set the context and provide a little background for individuals that are in the audience tonight or might be watching. Raise the mic up a little. Yeah. That might be watching on TV. I'm going to go through our 2-year budget process. But before I do that, I actually want to highlight what Administrator Flores mentioned, that we have provided a breakdown of our dollar chart for our ad valorem dollars. Sometimes people get confused what's the difference between your ad valorem dollar versus your MSBU dollar. So we have this up on the screen. You can use the QR code to access it on your smartphone, or it's posted online with our agenda. Additionally, everybody will receive a copy of this. It gets mailed out with your trim notice when those get mailed out in August. But what we wanted to highlight here is on the ad valorem dollars, you can see that little slice on the right side that says Charlotte County wide. That is the portion of your ad valorem tax bill that the Board of County Commissioners actually has control over. So you can see that there's quite a few other slices there, and it's only a little bit over 18% that the board actually has discretion over. And those dollars do not cover the services that are provided through your MSBUs. If you're interested in finding out what those dollars do cover, we will be having a tentative budget presentation next week at Commission Chambers at Murdoch on the 24th, where we'll be doing a presentation on the entire budget on the ad valorem side. Okay, so again, just to set some background for how did we get here tonight, because a lot of people don't follow. We have a thorough process. We do a 2-year budget process here at the county, and everybody might not, be able to make it to every meeting or even know what our full process is. So we actually do a 2-year budget process at the county. And there's really 4 main stages to the budget process. The first is to establish strategic goals, and the board does that. The board sets the goals for the organization. And then we turn inward and develop approaches to achieve those goals. And then that's step 2. Our next step is, once we have those approaches of how we're going to achieve those goals, we start to build a budget around it. What are the resources that we need to meet those approaches and meet those goals. And then the fourth and final stage is ongoing evaluation of performance and making adjustments. And of course, commissioners, you do that at your regular board meetings 2 times a month all year long. So if you take this budget process and you translate it into a calendar, that's what the calendar looks like. And the whole process actually started back in December and January, where we started to collect data and information from stakeholders, subject matter experts, citizens, and staff across the organization. And we take all that data and we condense it down and we bring it back to the board in a goal-setting workshop. And of course, commissioners, we held that workshop in February when we had your strategic planning retreat. And at that meeting, you set the goals for the organization. And then, as I mentioned before, once those goals are set, we look inward and start to develop approaches for achieving those goals. And during March, we meet with every department in the organization. And at that same time, Public Works meets with all of the MSBU advisory committees, where they look at the goals to be accomplished, the work plans, along with the budget that's needed to achieve those goals. And then in the spring, we bring all that back to the board in a series of workshops, one of which is the MSBU workshop that we hold annually in May. And so staff brought back proposed MSBU rates to the board at that workshop. And if the rates were above the maximum rates that are established per resolution, the board authorized us to notify all property owners in that MSBU by mail of the public hearing. And that's why we're here tonight. It's an opportunity to provide public input on the budget process. And so in July, the board does 2 things. First, on the 24th, as I mentioned before, we're going to have the tentative budget presentation. That's when you're going to review the ad valorem budget, the dollar chart that I showed you earlier. But last night and tomorrow night, you're setting the tentative millage rates for the MSBUs. And I know we talked a little bit about the language. It's final for the trim notices, but they are technically tentative. And I want to point that out because just to let everyone know, whatever the board does tonight is not final. We will have, the board will take further action in September. And the action they're allowed to take is whatever they set tonight, they can lower the rate, but they cannot increase it. And that's because whatever they set tonight is going to go in the August trim notice. That'll be mailed out to all the properties. So again, we're having those hearings tonight and tomorrow, last night and tonight. You'll set those tentative millage rates, and then in September, we'll have 2 more public hearings where the board will adopt the final millage and assessment rates, and then in the second public hearing in September, you'll adopt the final budget. And so that's just context and background for everybody of this whole process that almost takes a year to get through. And I just wanted to make sure that everybody had that background information because this is a very thorough process. We have lots of meetings throughout the year, and people may not be aware of it, and they might not have an opportunity to attend all of those. Okay, so tonight we have 5 public hearings, and the first one we're going to discuss is Inglewood East, and I'm going to hand it off to John Elias to go through that.
Thank you, Rick. Commissioners, for the record, John Elias, Public Works Director. As Rick pointed out, last night I did mention, although tonight we don't have the same scenario, that any of the units that we're talking about tonight do in fact have an advisory board. Well, we had one last night that didn't have an advisory board, and you all hear the testimony for the first time, oftentimes the same as the public.
Can you all hear Mr. Elias? Yeah. Yeah, get that closer.
Can you hear it better?
You get it up. You got to get right into the
Can you
mic.
hear it better?
Just go ahead.
Okay. So I'll repeat what I said, though. Last night, we had an advisory, we had all the public hearings we had last night. There was only one of those that didn't have an advisory board. Tonight, all the public hearings that we're having, these MSBUs do have advisory boards. So these were all vetted through their advisory board. I'll start with Inglewood East because that's the one we're on. The MSBU Advisory Board would like to increase their rate by $160 for phase paving to begin in FY26.
You're going to have to get that closer.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. You got to get right.
Better?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry. The MSBU Advisory Board would like to increase their rate by $160 for phase paving to begin in FY26. The current rate is $190. The max rate is $190 currently, and the proposed rate is $350.
Look, hey, hold on a minute, John. So we've got a lot of speaking cards tonight. We need to get through the presentation so we can get the public input. So please, give our staff a chance to present so we can get the public input portion. Thank you. Go ahead, John.
So in going with the same public hearing model that we went with last night, the work program is kind of outlined on the next slide that I have behind you. The principal work program activities include recurring maintenance of sidewalks, pipelining, drainage maintenance, pipe cleaning, repair, replacement, asphalt maintenance, right-of-way safety, mowing, sidewalk construction, and traffic sign maintenance. The following slide shows where the majority of the money goes in the MSBU. Of course, 88% of this assessment is going towards paving. One thing that I thought I would offer up, because we've got a lot of feedback during the calls we received, so I want to be clear. The assessment that we're proposing tonight is just for paving. There is an element of the existing assessment that is for sidewalk. So if we wanted to offer up something, because I would prefer we keep the paving moving forward because of the program that we had for paving, I've had our fiscal team run numbers, and we could reduce the overall assessment by $58. So the max rate would go from $350 to $292 if we eliminated the sidewalk.
Is that... Please, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be here till midnight if I have to keep gaveling out of order. What's going to happen is Mr. Elias is going to do his presentation to the board and the public. When he's done, we're going to ask some questions, then we're going to open it up for the public hearing portion. You're going to have your 5 minutes each to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Elias.
That thing that I just mentioned is just something that we put together based on the feedback that we were getting since we announced the public hearing. I'm actually to the portion where I'm open to questions, or you can open it to the public hearing if you don't have any questions for me.
Yeah. Is there any questions for Mr. Elias? Okay, we're going to open this up for the public hearing portion of the meeting. I have my cards here. I'm going to read the names in the order they were filled out. I have Jennifer McKenna, followed by Betham Burkhart.
Additional cards. Thank you.
And Betham Burkhart is next, and then Alexander Mordevin. So please be prepared to speak. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jennifer McKenna. I've owned my property on Donahue Street for over 10 years. I've watched children grow up here, businesses come and go. I've seen our community change in countless ways. I work at Radiology Associates in Inglewood and Venice, and I'm being priced out every day, every year in taxes. I barely can afford to work and eat in this town. I can't afford to go out to dinner anymore. Everything's so expensive. I'm simply here as your neighbor who shares the same concerns as many of us care about, how our tax dollars are being spent in our community. Let me direct your attention to what I call the sidewalk to nowhere on Wilmington Boulevard. You may pass it daily on 776. a project that serves absolutely no purpose yet continues to drain our tax dollars. My home on Donahue Street has had 4 new houses this year built on lots that were only paying maybe $100 to $200 in taxes. Those houses are $400,000. They're generating over $8,000. Where's that tax money going to? When I've lived in this community almost 3 decades, I've been a renter. Now I'm stuck. I have multiple lots that I have to pay for. $350 and $350 adds up. I don't make that much. The consequences of mismanagement extend beyond inconvenience. I used to call Wilmington home 10 years ago. I was a renter. There's no reason to have a sidewalk to nowhere. It benefits no one and literally will go from one end of Wilmington to the other with no one walking on it. Why should I pay the next couple of years an assessment that really has nothing to do with me? I live on the other side of the highway. Last night I came home, and now there's a 5th home that the permit went up on. So that's going to be another $400,000 home that's paying outrageous taxes in our county that we shouldn't have to pay for a sidewalk that we're never going to use. I appreciate everybody coming out. I've talked to my patients. I've talked to my doctors that I work for to try and get help in doing a speech. Today, we need to really ask you guys not to build a sidewalk to nowhere. We need our community input. Decisions and budget allocations are way over my head. Residents have invested decades in this neighborhood, and we're getting priced out. Thank you. This loan should not be put through. Everybody keeps calling it a tax or an assessment. It's actually a loan against, that's what it was explained to me, it's a loan. Why? For, again, a sidewalk to nowhere. We demand better stewardship of our tax dollars. We can't insist projects begin We can't ensure that long-term residents aren't forced out of our neighborhood they helped build. The sidewalk to nowhere represents a broken promise, but our community's voice, united and present, can turn into a pathway towards responsible governance. That's you guys. We're counting on you. Please stop. Stop this budget. All the residents, thank you. Please stop.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. We have Mrs. Burkert, followed by by Alexander Mordevin, and then Tanya Morder.
Good evening, folks. I am a resident of East Englewood also, and I am very disturbed by how this body of government is run, okay, without anybody else knowing what's going on. And I'm going to speak on behalf of my neighbor, who is a sergeant police officer, okay, who is in dire straits right now, who has never recovered from the hurricane. Do you know that? She hasn't recovered because of insurance, because of taxes, because of everything else that goes on. The sidewalk you put with the curbside appeal to Sunnybrook has grass growing in the cracks. Grass, just like the streets were, okay? Who's going to maintain that? Nobody. That sidewalk's not very old. Would I want to pay for something that's not being maintained? It's like your home. You maintain your home, right? You need your home maintained. It's sad. It's very sad. And you guys are elected by us. Every one of you that's sitting up there in front of us. I came in this building. I pay taxes for this building. This is a school. You all are drinking water. We're not allowed. We're not allowed, folks. You have police officers that could be out on 776 because I have some idiot out there trying to run me over to come to this meeting. Pretty bad. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Alexander Morvin, followed by Tanya Mortar. Why don't we try this, ladies and gentlemen? If you're in agreement with what one of the speakers is saying, why don't you raise your hand? We can see that as a visual, because if we keep interrupting the speaker, we're not going to get through our speaking cards tonight. So please raise your hand if you're in support of what the speaker is saying. You're recognized, ma'am.
Yeah.
You can go ahead.
I'm not speaking a lot. I'm just living here, not full time.
If you get to the microphone.
It's my second home, and I come here to 2010, and taxes was around $4,000. Right now it's $8,000, twice more. It's my second home. I'm retired, and I don't see much more done. And we have to pay double taxes. Insurance is much more, and electricity, everything, water. Where we're not here, we pay same amount for water usage, so it's like numbers coming nowhere from. You know, when was like real meter, water was cost us much less money than right now with a new type of meters, satellite or whatever, you know. So if it's going to be more taxes, it won't be affordable to keep both houses for us. We still have to work. And I see a lot of opinions from other people. If it's going to cost more insurance after hurricane and everything, a lot of people going just to leave the Florida, you know. It's not affordable. So you have to keep your budget affordable for the people. And when we have a lot of damage from hurricane, we went to the Charlotte County office, applied for help, and they told, we're not living here full time, we don't have driver license full time, and we're not allowed for any help. We're allowed to pay taxes, but not for any help when something happens. So it's become unaffordable for the middle people. We're middle people, not rich, not cheap, you know. It just, property taxes have to match to normal people life, you know.
Can you say your
So
name for,
please,
yeah, can you say your name? Yeah,
Tatiana Mordvin.
Can you say your name for the record, ma'am? I want to make sure I have the right card.
Tatiana Mordvin,
Mordvin?
M-O-R-D-V-I-N.
Okay, thank you. Tanya Mortar? Oh, I had two here. I had, one was, is your first name Tanya? Yes. Okay. I had another one, Alexander. Oh, okay, I apologize. You spoke for both. Next, we have Jerry Donderfrio, followed by Vincent Walker, followed by Manny Reyes, and also let the record show Commissioner Chris Constance is with us.
Good evening. My name is Gerald Donofrio, also known as Jerry Donofrio, and I appreciate the fact that you asked for a raise of hands. That certainly helps the decorum. I moved down here from New Jersey. I live in a little town with only 2 square miles. 2 miles this way, 2 miles, that's 4 square miles, I guess. But I moved there, my taxes were $1,800. When I left there, my taxes went up to $8,000. But that was over 35 years. I moved down here to a beautiful place. My taxes were just shortly less than $2,000. Now they're well over $4,000, and that's in 10 years. So your exponential rate is out the roof. And I don't understand why it's going to go even higher now. And in the concept of trying to make my property better, I had to put a new roof on, new windows, new doors, new overhead sliders, new door for the garage. Everything I had to do, and new soffits, and the storm killed me. I spent over $120,000 to harden my home, to bring my insurance from $4,000 to $3,200. And now, you're going to bump me up again. I bought the property across the street so nobody would build on it. to keep it in our neighborhood so we had some green space, because they're building a $600,000 house here, a $400,000 house there, another one on the corner just this past week, and the sod's on it now. You're going to be getting more money out of this. And the houses on my street have all been sold, and they were all sold for upscale prices. So you're getting more money out of that. And now you want more money out of my left pocket, my right pocket. I don't have too many pockets left. I'll be 84 years old. Just raise your hand, folks, because we need this time. We need the time. But my point is this. I'm 84 years old. My wife is 15 years younger. I'm going to have to take out an insurance policy so when I die, she has enough money to pay the taxes going forward for the next 16 years. I don't have that kind of money either. So something's got to be done on this budget. And I don't know who the people were that designed all this, these MSGs, whatever the heck they call themselves, these volunteers that go onto a committee that put, what, a speed bump on Fruitland that went from a 40-mile-an-hour zone to a 30-mile-an-hour zone to a 25-mile-an-hour zone to a 15-mile-an-hour speed bump. And really, the truth of the matter is that that is a connector road, but they said, no, it's not. But it goes from a 4-lane highway to Gulfstream. That's a connector road. And there's not another road I found in the county that exhibits that same structure. Nowhere. Everybody else is a 30-mile-an-hour zone, even my street. So I hope that you folks just consider the fact that we don't have the kind of money they're asking for from this volunteer committee. We need to cut it back and don't take out a multi-million-dollar billion loan to pay for something for the next 16 years. Let's do it piecemeal, a piece at a time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Vincent Walker, followed by Manny Reyes.
Hello. Vincent Walker. I live on the Gulfstream side of East Englewood. I have a question first. My question is, what is the purpose for sidewalks? Can someone on the board answer that question for me?
We're taking notes on questions. When the public's done speaking, we're going to revisit the questions. This is
Okay.
your time to ask
So
your questions.
the
or
purpose
make
of
your
sidewalks,
comments.
in my opinion, is for pedestrians, handicapped people on motor scooters so they can get by. You built new sidewalks on Avenue of the Americas. I don't know if any of you have been down there lately, but the grass is like 12 inches high, 14 inches high, and no one's down there mowing it, all right? You have sidewalks from Gulfstream all the way down to Spinnaker in East Englewood. You know what happens to those sidewalks? They get flooded out, okay? Totally flooded out. So they can't be used by pedestrians. So why are we going to build new sidewalks when we're not even taking care of the sidewalks we got? Let me ask you another question. If someone has a motor scooter and goes out in the road to avoid the water on the sidewalks and they get hit by a car, is the county liable? So instead of building new sidewalks, we need to take care of the stuff that we got now, which is not being done by Public Works at all. Now, I don't know if there was a survey done. You want to put sidewalks over in Wilmington? Well, I drive by there 4 or 5 times every week, and guess what? Nobody walks on the road over there. There's no pedestrians that want sidewalks over there. They'll be useless if you put sidewalks over there. It'll just be a waste of money. I did a search, and between 2023 and 2025, that's an 18-month period, the search said 11,000 units were added in Charlotte County. Just the ERU revenue comes to $2.5 million. I mean, where's all the money gone? I mean, we can't see where the money's gone. Only you guys can see where the money's gone. And I think that after heavy rains, Public Works should be sending people out to see where the streets are flooding and take care of those issues. They're not taking care of those issues either. That's a constant issue in Charlotte County. If they would take care of those issues, we need to take care of the things that we got going on now versus making new things that are going to go on in the future. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Manny Reyes, followed by Luann Overby, followed by Jerry Robinson.
Hi, I'm Manny Reyes. I live in East Englewood, and I want to address the issue about repaving. I've been in East Inglewood 22 years, and it's been repaved one time, and my street is still fine. So why do repaving? If there is repaving, my driveway now gets flooded because of that repaving. So when it gets repaved again, guess what? The water's gonna go even higher. I wanna just tell you people, all of you are elected by us. If this continues, you all are gonna lose your jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Luann Overby, followed by Jerry Robinson.
Yes, my name is Luann Overby, and a couple of the residents wanted me to ask, is there a material safety data sheet available for the composition of the asphalt that you're putting down? And another question that I have is the black asphalt that you're putting down, you've already done my area. I'm off of Ocean Spray and Rockwell, which is north of 776. It's very, very black. The other road was shell rock mixed in, so it was a lighter color, and it exhumes all this heat in the afternoon. You can just see the heat coming off of that black asphalt, and I was just wondering why there wasn't any shell rock mixed in with that. And the drainage on my street on Rockwell is still pretty bad. We have no sheet flow, even though you just paved the new roads. And a lot of the road has sitting water after rain. So Ajax didn't do such a great job, I don't know, but there's a lot of sitting water in the street after a rain. And we haven't even had a hurricane yet. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Jerry Robinson, followed by Stacy Supaneski.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Robinson.
If you can get the mic right up to your mouth,
I'm
sir.
sorry?
Yeah, you can move the mic if you have to.
My name is Jerry Robinson. I've lived in Inglewood East for 29 years. I have seen a lot of progression. The biggest problem that I've got two statements here, one for myself, which they are noticing that I have 3 ERUs for my property. Then also one for a church, which I'm not sure how you can tax a church. That's a question that needs to be answered. I understand we have to pay road frontage for drainage, so forth, but not this. My next comment is we are developing lots that are wetlands. We're not draining this land. We are flooding it. We've got wetlands in Inglewood East that should never be developed. And because of that, we have a problem with drainage. I understand somebody owns these lots, but that's immaterial. Whoever bought the lot should have, there's a lot on my corner right now that's a wetland. They will probably put in 8 to 10 foot of fill. Now that water has to go somewhere. The house next door to me is 2 foot taller than I am. So again, our drainage hasn't got anywhere to go. The ponds at the end of Wilmington are full. We can't, I understand selling the progress of developing this land for taxes and everything, but there has to be a time to stop this thing. I'm overwhelmed that the county has continued to let this happen because we have builders on the commissioner, we have developers, and it's all about the money. But you're not thinking about the people. You're not thinking about what we're doing. And on some of this assessment, this shouldn't be on vacant lots. This should be on your when you build a new house, impact fees. That should be where some of this is coming from. We shouldn't be taxed on vacant lots at this rate. It should go on to your impact fees because of this. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir. Stacy Supaneski, followed by Pauline Padula, then Kelly Roop.
Good evening. My name is Stacy Sapinski. I live right outside of Gulf Cove. I'm vertically challenged. I've been trying to wrap my head around this. I've never heard of getting a tax increase in the middle of a year. And secondly, my mom has lived in Charlotte County for 38 years. Never once in 38 years has she gotten an assessment for any of the work done around her house. My coworker has lived in Charlotte County for over 20 years. She had no idea what I was talking about, and I brought my letter in to show her, and she's like, "You've got to be kidding me." She goes, "This is what they're going to start doing? Now we're going to start getting taxed out of here." It's ridiculous. I seen the letter that was posted online for South Gulf Cove. Their letter had an expiration date of when these assessments were going to expire. The one that we got has no expiration date. So are we to assume that once you get this increase, we're going to be paying this forever and there's no end date for this? And is there a stop that not every year you're going to come back and go, okay, well now this year we want to get this project done, so we're going to have to add an assessment of this over and above your other assessment? It feels like it's just a way to get around the taxes, because some people here are homesteaders and our taxes are only supposed to go up a certain percentage. And I just think it's ridiculous. And I feel like personally that we're discriminated against, because the other side of Charlotte County does not get these letters. But this side of the El Jabin Bridge, we do. And I don't think it's fair. And that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Pauline Padula, followed by Kelly Roop.
Hi. My parents built their home in
Get that mic a little closer.
My parents built this home in 1983. We've been here for over 40 years, and these assessments are insane. We should not have to be paying. I got an assessment for $1,000.50. That's insane. I'm on a fixed income. We're disabled. I'm sure most of the people here are feeling the same thing. We're still recovering from Ian. Insurance companies and everywhere else. These things should not be happening to us. We are a great community. We were. And we are not being taken care of. And everyone here needs to revisit the budget and fix it. Otherwise, we are not going to be here.
Thanks for your comments, ma'am. Kelly Roop, there's a note on here, may or may not speak. Okay.
I don't have any planned comments. I was just listening to everything that's happening. You know, working in the private sector for 35 years, it was imperative that we increased our budget every year of what our revenue was going to be. Shouldn't be that with a county. Now, I don't know the gentleman's name that did the presentation for Inglewood East. Can you remind me of his name?
Mr. Elias.
Mr. Elias. Could he tell us what subject matter experts and people that he contacted when they were doing the budget as to how they got their information of how they should proceed?
We're listening to your questions, and we'll readdress that when when the public is done speaking.
Okay, great, because we've heard many people say that you're pricing them out, and that's true. And it's not just the elderly, it's the younger families too. We've had many people say, well, the lot's clear, they're sod down, there's new builds. A lot of them are empty. We know the builders are offering big incentives for people to come buy their empty homes because nobody read the economic room. The people here are still dealing with hurricane madness. They don't have that kind of money. You're talking predominant retirees. Now, I'm all for infrastructure and keeping things nice and clean, but you haven't fixed the things from the hurricanes. And not only have you not fixed the things from the hurricanes, the gentleman mentioned Gulfstream Boulevard. My grandson lives on Gulfstream. I live off of Mineola. He can't walk to my house because it's always flooded, not taken care of. Brand new sidewalks on Avenue of the Americas. For what? No one walks on those. Those are all industrial buildings. There's no one walking their dogs down there. There's no one pushing a stroller down there. And if you look at San Casa, I call that sidewalk wavy gravy because it actually goes like this. So the quality of the work is not there. So how are we to, okay, spending our tax money? We're not vetting whoever's doing the work properly. And then it just gets disheveled and left. So I can imagine the Avenue of the Americas is going to look exactly like Gulfstream looks not too long from now. And you know, people here are angry because they don't have the money. If no one looked at the economic impact to the families here from these hurricanes, the cost that has been astronomical for us to repair our homes, to keep them in good order so we have a nice community, and instead of helping us keep that community by keeping your end of the bargain, you want to spend more money on useless projects when we haven't fixed the ones we need to. I'm done with my time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sheila Reed, followed by Joan Riswald, followed by Undrea Jenkins.
Hi, my name is Sheila Reed, and I just have some bullet points. My husband died last year, so I have half an income now. And the taxes are up. I have 2 lots that I'm going to be paying $350 each for, then the home $350. I mean, where does it stop? Where does it end? Again, the sidewalks, I understand. Avenues of America is always underwater. The road, you swerve out to not drive through that. Then the oncoming car. The sidewalks on Fruitland, they're wavy. No one's walking on them. On our road, the drainage under our culvert, I've been 22 years there, and on our side of the street has never been cleaned out. The other side was cleaned out twice. And I've called in, I've wrote in, I've tracked the guy down that was doing it. He said they only have so many people, so many machines. And Gulfstream, you can't walk or run or anything on those because they are underwater. They're wavy besides that. I don't know how that ever got inspected and approved. The boat parking, no one ever drove a boat and a truck to pull into those, which I know is not a topic right now, but I mean, it's never pre-planned. My house insurance went up $1,200 more. It's just, and on the land behind, when my husband was alive, we were gonna put in a 24-inch driveway, 24 foot. Oh, you can't do that now. It doesn't look nice, so you can only put in 16 foot. I don't understand, because right up the road from us is a 24 foot driveway into a lot. You can't build a garage on it. You have to have an apartment with it. I mean, it's just like, it used to be a super nice little place. It is nice, but in 22 years, I've seen so many changes. I don't know. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry for your loss. Joan Riswold, followed by Udrea Jenkins, followed by Nancy Hart.
Good evening. My name is Joan Riswold, and I am a resident of East Englewood. I moved here from California 4 years ago. I came to Florida sight unseen, had no idea what I was coming into. It's been quite an experience. It's been a real culture shock. The concern that I'm going to tell you about is one that other people have already mentioned, but from my own perspective, I want to be able to voice it to people that have the opportunity to do something about it. Before Ian occurred, we had 40 days of rain, and the ground was totally saturated. Then we had 10 hours of continuous rain, and of course, there was a lot of flooding. Now, where I live, we live in one of the highest elevations in Englewood, so we were spared to a certain degree. But what I've noticed this year, we haven't had nearly as much rain, not right in our neighborhood, and I know it can occur in different areas within Englewood. But what I've noticed is that there's significant more water being retained around the homes that are here. Everybody has talked about the fact that the drainage is an issue. Maybe I'm asking an impossible question. I want to understand, if we continue to get water coming in and it doesn't dissipate, what are we going to do? Paving a road isn't going to solve that problem, okay? Sorry, what needs to be looked at, we all understand that Florida is probably going to be underwater in 50 years, if not sooner. So what are we doing now to prevent that kind of thing from happening? I had water in my culvert for 3 weeks following Ian. I called multiple times to get the pipes cleared out. I didn't know, was the pipe clogged? Where was the water? Other people seemed to get the water out of their area, but there were a lot of homes where my house is that didn't happen. Then I called specifically to get things taken care of, but then I also called because I'm a medical person. I've been a nurse for 47 years. What I want to know is, if you keep talking about the dangers of mosquitoes, then you need to do something about the water that is being retained. There's already been information coming out in the news about the fact that current mosquitoes are carrying more deadly diseases. We had spraying done the other night. For me, it hasn't changed anything. I take my dog to the dog park. I'm still getting bitten every night. And I do put stuff on. Doesn't change anything. I'm scared to death because I know people that have had diseases that have occurred from mosquito bites. I want to know what Charlotte County is doing collectively to take care of this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Andrea Jenkins, followed by Nancy Hart, followed by Victoria Gosselin.
Hi, am I there? Andrea Jenkins. I moved here 8 years ago to East Englewood. I am a disabled senior, probably like many people here. I have taken advantage of every opportunity to minimize my taxes. I've still seen them go 3.5 times higher in 8 years. 3.5 times higher. Okay, one number I think stands out on my card is that I look at a number. You asked me to pay $190, which I look back at my records I've done for over 4 years. That was the maximum. You never came down from the maximum. You always charged the maximum. There's nothing to let me believe that once you charge me the maximum, I believe you will, it's never coming down. That is a 55% increase 55%. 55%. Think about that number. That is crazy, right? And that is just one portion of my tax bill, assessment, loans, call it what you will. That is one number. You're kicking me out of the state, not just the county, the state. Where am I going to go? I'm looking for places to go. I loved it here. I don't anymore because of people like you, right? You're killing me. And I guess that's all I have to say, other than I mirror what other people are saying here. And I was lucky enough to have 2 lots. My second lot is home to the very little wildlife we still have left in East Englewood. I have tortoise. Occasionally, I still see a bobcat. I used to see them every day. They used to walk by my house. But now I've got infill, clear cut. Paved, clear cut and paved. How is that good? Don't tax my empty lot, which has canopy, it has drainage, it has wildlife. What are you people doing with all this development? It doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Nancy Hart, followed by Victoria Gosselin, followed by Steve Kaloff.
Good afternoon. My name's Nancy Hart. Number one question I'd like to hear you clear up is whether this is a developed piece of property that's being taxed, or is it also the undeveloped?
Closer to the mic, please.
Is it also undeveloped? And reason being, undeveloped should be paying their fair taxes. The other thing that I want to take a look at, I've been here for 25 years. I went back 25 years in records. Now, y'all are going to hate me for this, but I have a reason. I went back, and from 2005 until 2011, I was charged in an MSBU $370. From 2011 to 2012, it did go down to $170. For 6 years, 2014 to 2018, it went down to $60. Now, the total amount that I have paid in just the East Englewood MSBU is over $4,500. What have I gotten for my $4,500? I got a yellow spray sprayed on top of my road. I was forced to put my septic tank clear up here, and I now have a hill that is too dangerous to drive sideways on when I cut the grass. The only time I can cut my grass with my lawnmower is when I'm capable of going through a dry swale. I've tried several years to get Public Works to come out and work on the drainage. Never. So what do I have to do? I put my hip waders on, and I go out there with my little weed eater, and I battle the alligators, and I battle the water moccasins, because the county is expecting me to maintain that property by cutting it. And I get nothing for my $4,500, or $4,500 that I've paid to this point. My other question that I would be asking, sidewalks, aren't those covered by the 1 penny sales tax? Isn't that what we keep promoting, that 1 penny sales tax? We're going to build sidewalks. And we did around schools. I don't think there's a school on Wilmington, much less the fact I live on the south side of 776 of Wilmington. I would appreciate if somebody would come, pave my road, put in some sidewalks for me, take care of my swales, like I've been paying faithfully all along for it to be done. If this MSBU is on buildable lots with houses on it, again, I think, we've had so many houses built in the past years that there should be plenty of money for this to be going around. And I think as far as what people have been saying, I think we all should have realized when Ian came through what happened with all the build out in Sarasota County when 776 in Sarasota County was underwater for days. I go underwater with a 3-inch rain. And I'm sorry, but from the first day of the rainy period until about November, I can't cut my swale because it's underwater still. And that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Victoria Goslin, followed by Steve Kaloff, followed by John Wadkowskick. I think I got that wrong. Junior.
Hi, Victoria Goslin. I live off of Seamist on a side street. I'm a retired aerospace engineer, and I'm here to mirror all of my wonderful neighbors. They're all awesome. I live in a community that I researched and researched, and the only thing I have to say on top of agreeing with every single person who's spoken today, and I think the decorum is to be recognized, considering everyone's been pretty much wiped out since Ian. I mean, I know I have. I'm going to serve myself up as an example. I've worked my entire life, and to get to this point, to see it all dwindle over this, and I'm looking at a paving, if you were going to just drill down what I put on my little note paper there about drainage, I'm here about drainage. I think that one word, paving, should be changed to drainage recovery.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Steve Kaloff.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you, ma'am. John Wadkowskick. Well, I got that junior. I think I got that wrong.
My name is Steve Califf, and I've only been in the Inglewood East MSBU for about 2.5, 3 years. But in full transparency, I'm a senior project manager, a certified floodplain manager, FEMA contractor. And I joined the Inglewood East MSBU because I was very concerned with how some of this stuff was playing out. In particular, how this huge machine that came through my backyard called the Menzie Muck was a total destruction and because there was nobody being trained to use the machine. So I joined the MSBU. And the more I get involved, the more I see it as a black box. I'm a senior project manager. I want to know, has anybody done a cost-benefit analysis on the work that we're paying for here to the point that they can say, yes, the juice is worth the squeeze? I also don't understand why they put these sidewalks on Avenue of the Americas. I live on Fruitland. I had to go through 2 years, a year and a half of what they said was going to be a 6-month project. And I'm told that it's because they're hiring the lowest bidder. Now, I work for a nationwide engineering firm, and I brought this up with them, and they said, well, sounds like they need a little better project management. I've spoke with the Department of Public Works. I've gotten involved in 2 other advisory boards, and this still looks like a black box to me. So I'd love to see some answers so that the people in this room can understand where's their money going and why is it going where it's going. And one more thing about these flooded sidewalks. Have you all had I'd love somebody to take a look at these undersized culverts. It's ridiculous. The one under my driveway is all of 14 inches. There is no time to cut the grass. by the road because they're undersized. So with that said, I could talk for 20 minutes here. This doesn't look right to me. It looks like a black box. I think we need more transparency.
Thank you for your comments, sir. John Jr., I can't get the last name right. It's Wadkwych. I apologize, sir. I butchered that 10 times. Say it for me into the mic.
John Woodkovich.
Okay, Witkovich. Thank you, sir.
I am a longtime visitor of the area and now a resident of the area. I'm also a small business owner in this area. And I guess my biggest question to you is, it didn't take them long to bump taxes up and reassess everybody. And now that the property values are falling down again, how long do we wait to see when these taxes are going to come down a little bit? When I bought my property, 3 acres, that I run my business on down here, taxes were right around $6,000 a year. Right now they're $17,000, and that's 5 years of what that has gone up. They claim it was because the property next to me sold for almost $1 million. Well, did some research on that. The guy that bought the property with the building next to me, he just paid whatever they wanted for it because, he wanted to park his race car in it. So I feel that with the way that the property values around here went way up because people all wanted to move to the area, and now we have so many homes that the prices have fallen down, they have come down, and our tax prices don't seem to have moved anywhere. There's nothing on the horizon of where these taxes are going to go from here. So I have to agree with most of the people here. I think you're taxing people out of the area. The only people that are going to be able to afford to do anything around here are the corporations that don't really care about the people in the area. They just want to come in and make their money. They buy up the property, and they run you out of business. If that's the way it's going to be, that's the way it's going to be. But I think we need an answer for our assessments, and I think they need to come down. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Charles Penix Jr., followed by Sandy Heim, followed by Lee Hargis. Charles Penix Jr., Sandy Heim. Mrs. Heim?
Okay, good evening, everyone. I've lived here since 1984, 85. Back then, it was beautiful. Taxes were low, insurance was low. Sure, we didn't have many hurricanes till 2003. But even after that, taxes weren't so bad. Insurance still wasn't so bad. You could drive down the streets without everything flooding. The swales, I walk along Gulfstream, not the area that floods all the time, thank God. I'm on the side where the schools are at. But when I walk every morning, I walk past the swales that are behind some of the houses. I think that they are mowed maybe once a year. And that's before hurricane season starts. So I've watched in the last month, after they mowed that, it looks like it did before they mowed it. That needs to be done at least once a month during hurricane season, or else you are going to see more flooding happening because of the fact that junk gets stuck in those swales. I saw the junk that they were pulling inside when they were doing the swales the last time they did it. So that stuff's going to get stuck in the culverts underneath Gulfstream, and what's going to happen to those houses? They're going to get flooded. I'm in a flood zone C. I'm in one of the highest areas, so I'm one of the lucky ones. Another thing is all these taxes. You've got young families here. I'm sure there's not everybody has their houses all paid for. Mine is paid for. But I feel sorry for these folks that don't have their houses paid for. I'm also on 3 lots. I don't want to pay that kind of money. One of them's not developed. The other one just has a garage on it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Lee Hargis, followed by Glenn Burnap. Lee Hargis.
Hello, my name is Lee Hargis. I'm a resident of East Englewood. I've lived in Charlotte County for almost 45 years. So I've seen a lot of growth that's happened. So when this letter came and I was reading it, my first question is, why are we assessed for each lot that we own instead of just the property that we live on? I have 3 lots. They're all to my one address. But yet, I get a letter that tells me that I'm going to be paid for 3. It's excessive. All right? So, then, the road paving has been a real question. I just assumed that you folks got your money from the government and decided, well, you need to spend some money and pave our roads. My road didn't need to be paved. As a matter of fact, my neighbors don't walk their dogs anymore because that asphalt is so hot. It is brutal. I can't walk across the street there without shoes on to get the mail. It's horrible. So whoever designed this didn't really think it out. When we're talking about doing sidewalks on Wilmington, this is the craziest thing. If you've ever been on Wilmington, ever driven on Wilmington, it's a residential zone. There's nobody riding their bicycles out there. They're not even walking their dogs out there. So you're going to create, I've been listening all evening so far about how we've got drainage issues and how things aren't working. Well, we're going to put sidewalks in. What are we going to do about the drainage? How are you going to fix that? Because if I'm looking at this and we're going to dig ditches and we're going to put pipes in, where is that water going to go? Well, what I can tell you is that if you lay the pipes and you drain those into our canals are dead-end canals, meaning they only drain into the main waterway that runs to South Gulf Cove and to the Myakka. I happen to live on a little piece of land out there that's high ground. If you're going to push some water into those canals to make these drainage, all you're going to do is put me underwater and all of my neighbors on that little high ground. So your evaluations about how you're going to do the drainage and how you're going to pave these roads and cause more problems really needs to be reevaluated. And at $350 a lot, it's absolutely insane. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Glenn Burnap? Glenn Burnap? Okay, gotcha. Followed by Rick Engellauf.
My name is Glenn Burnap. I am the current chairman of the East Englewood Road and Drainage Committee.
Thank you.
A couple things that I wanted to...
Did you hit the button down below?
Yeah, there's a button right there.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. Thank you.
My first thing is, we're a volunteer organization that only advises. We don't actually have control of the budget. You guys do. I would like to have more people show up at the meetings to understand exactly what's going on. And it's not just to my MSBU, but to all the MSBUs. With citizen involvement, then more people understand what's going on. There's more input. It's usually a better resolution for all of us. So please, the schedules are up online. Please come to the meetings, understand what we do. One point that's been talked about repeatedly by people is the sidewalks. In the last meeting we had, we recommended that all the sidewalk money be removed from the budget. However, the paperwork that is here shows that money included in the budget. We asked that to be removed and focused on paying for the repaving project. I will also add that 4 years ago, we asked for an increase in the rate on each lot to try to stockpile money, put some money in the bank to help pay for this project, to try to keep these prices low. Please understand, we're working for everyone in the district, and we appreciate the help that we get from the commission as we're trying to do that. One other point I would like to put across, I hear lots of people talking about drainage issues. Charlotte County has an app that you can put on your smartphone that you can report these issues to. All the members of the board, you're welcome to contact us and talk to us about your issues. You're welcome to come to the meetings and discuss the issues. The more we know about individual issues, the more we can try to get the proper agency or the board to assist us in getting them completed. Last thing I want to talk about is the repaving. The county spec and the state spec on the roads is repaving every 15 years. Lots of folks say, my road wasn't bad. Yeah, well, what about all the cracks in it? And when you start seeing grass growing in different areas of those roads, it's past time to be repaved. When we saw the contract come through, it said milling and repaving. Well, I was here, I just bought my house in '07 when they did the last resurfacing project, and Ajax or whoever it was came through and milled or ground down the roads and then repaved it. We had very little issues with driveway mesh or anything else. Well, this time they come through and just dump 2 inches on top of the existing road. 5 in some places on edges. Down the center, it's supposed to be 2 inches. That causes a lot of us concern. What if the road base underneath is not in good shape? Putting the extra weight is going to make it move. And by raising it, there are many, many driveway aprons now that are a 2 or 3 inch drop between the black top and going down to their concrete. This should have been properly smoothed and leveled. Was not done. What recourse do we have today to properly get these driveway ingress-egress points, or the aprons, properly done? Because all that's going to happen is during the hot weather, people are going to drive in and out of their driveways, and these edges will crumble. Not going to get 15 years out of them. Last question about the repaving. There are certain areas, as I've walked around, that the pavement that they put down has what we call a surface void. A regular DOT job, this would force the paving company to come back out and mill that area up and repave it.
Thank you for your comments, sir. 5 minutes is up. Thank you, sir. Rick Engellauf, followed by Patrick Malley, followed by Carol Leonard. Rick, thank you, sir.
My name's Rick Engelhoff. I've got a couple properties in the East Englewood area. The main thing that I'm concerned about is this increase that you're going to take, because it's close to 70%. If you look at the $190 that we were paying, and you're going to go to $350 per lot. So for everybody that, in my case, renters, it's going to increase the rent. You guys all are politicians. You all talk about affordable housing. This is why the housing isn't affordable. When you talk about the taxes gone up, the insurance gone up, and now this fee's going up 70%, makes it very difficult to provide housing for the people that you want to help. So in my I understand the inflation thing that we all went through or are still going through, but when you take 70%, that's way beyond what the inflation was. So if you're going to take an increase like this, it seems to me that it ought to be more in line with inflation. In my neighborhood where I live here in Englewood, they did the paving job in there, and I have 45 years in construction myself, so I got a pretty good idea what goes on with paving. It's a crappy job. It really is. I mean, it's not level everywhere you go. There's puddles of water sitting on brand new paving. They overpoured the edges so that when the trash trucks go by, it breaks off. It is a very, very poor job. Now, the paving was done. So my other thing would be that the quality control. If we're going to pay for all this stuff, it seems like to me that you ought to have some decent quality control. I don't see that happening, and I think most of these people back here would agree with that. So if you're going to take this, first of all, I think the increase is way too much. The fact that it's not affordable is universal here. Nobody feels like they can afford it. And then thing with the contracting, I think you really got to get on the contractors that work in your county, because what you paid for in my area, which is kind of behind Mama's over there, that's a horrible job for what you paid for. So you did not get your money's worth, which means all of us didn't get our money's worth. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Patrick Malley? You're opposed? Okay. Just for the record, Patrick Malley is opposed to the increase. Carol Leonard? And while Mrs. Leonard is making her way to the mic, I wanted to disclose the county mailed out 13,179 notices, and the Board of County Commissioners received 98 responses in opposition, for the record. You're recognized, ma'am.
Hi, Carol Leonard. I've been here since 1980. So I want to thank you, first of all, before I forget, for making the assessments for the empty lots and the resided on lots the same, because everybody who owns a lot, whether they live in it or not, gets a benefit of having a good road, having the drainage and services. I'm going to throw it out there, even though fire isn't on this, but I don't understand why fire isn't the same either, because from my point of view, the empty lot that's near my house that's overgrown, that has dead from the hurricane stuff piled up, is more of a fire hazard to my house than my neighbors are. And fire is much lower on empty lots. I want to talk about the reason I came tonight. I was trying to figure out on the budget where it goes for the paving and the bridges. And Mr. Elias said at the beginning, and it says right up there that paving is 88%. On this paper that you handed out, there's nothing listed in the budget for 2024 in paving. And there's nothing in the projected 2025 has a line there. And then the current maximum rate is going down if it goes to the 2027. It didn't make sense to me. And then I understand, because I looked at Nancy did a really good job of saying what it looked like for the last 5 years. I remember when the 190 went in and they said that's going to prepay, get us some money in there so we can pay for our paving. So maybe you had the money in there, but now you're saying we're going to put this increase to do paving. Is the paving going to be finished? And bridges, some of you might not know, but bridges were added to the MSBU not too long ago, because I don't think you had anything for bridge repair in your budget anywhere that was specific to MSBU. And I know some MSBUs have more bridges than others, so I agree that it should be local like that. But this doesn't make sense. The other thing about the drainage, that it's all part of the problem. The road in front of my house is already crumbling. My drainage wasn't working. I had a ticket from 2017. It got lost in your system somewhere, so I finally got it redone. And then after the Hurricane Ian, they finally came and fixed my drainage this year. My driveway just got repaved because you had to put a new culvert in. My neighbor's metal one got repaved. And then the neighbor 2 houses down said, hey, you should do mine at the same time. The previous owner had stuffed it full of rocks because he had an RV there. Nobody knew that because it didn't drain. And I've been telling them, oh, ma'am, it's supposed to drain within 72 hours. Mine took like 3 weeks or more to drain. And now my back lot, which I'm happy to pay the extra money, the same as a residential, has a brand new house next to it, and their drainage runs right off under the fence they put up and into my lot, which is now, I had ducklings in there, okay? I stood in front of the tractor and called the Charlotte County Code when they were building that house. The sheriff came, he said, ma'am, please don't stand in front of the tractor, because the owner actually put that silt fence up, and then the dirt was put over onto my lot. It's not supposed to drain that way, it's supposed to drain out to the street. There's lots of things wrong. One of the things is, when they just did my driveway, your crew did a wonderful job. But they are only one crew. It took 3 days. 3 days to do the next one, then they had to come back. You need more crews working on those kinds of things. I would like to see this budget rearranged, if you can possibly find a way. Put more crews on to get the work done that needs to be repaired. I don't know where these numbers seem to add up, but if you look at the sidewalks, you have nothing in the proposed maximum rate. In the current rate, you have over $1 million. In that looks like 2027 and 26 to me. So it just didn't make sense. That's why I came tonight. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments. Michael Nicholson, followed by Patricia Seminelli. Whoa. You're good. Yeah.
Michael Nicholson. I own a home with an adjacent vacant lot in East Englewood, and I'm strongly opposed to the increase in the ERU from 190 to 350. The county says the increase is needed, and I've been talking to personnel on the phone, and et cetera, because costs to repave in particular, but also general costs for operations has significantly increased since COVID. Well, it's not just costs for the county that have gone up, costs for all of us homeowners have gone way up too. And how do we homeowners deal with budget-busting cost increases when we're facing home improvements, home maintenance, home projects? You know, we have to reprioritize everything and reschedule everything, put some things off, and we just can't go take out a loan and start billing everybody around us, you know, to pay that loan back. So I understand there are tax buckets, if you want to call them that, like the MSBU is one bucket and takes care of one thing, and then there's a lot more that are in other quote-unquote buckets, but I don't like that arrangement because it allows for too much shenanigans to go on. Like the person who talked about vacant lots, they're helping to keep things from being flooded. They don't, you know, but all these lots all around me where they're going up 8 feet more higher than what was there and taking out all the runoff or the ground ability to soak in the rain, how is that helping anything? And because these are all in buckets, you guys and the whole county can just avoid the issue. They just go, that's a different thing. I don't understand that. You got to look ahead. You keep raising up all these lots that are now empty, and you just do it one after the other, then everywhere is going to flood. Everywhere is going to flood. In my home, which is now 2 feet below these other houses and survived Ian barely, it's going to flood next time if there's another Ian. So you need to change the whole structure of the way you look ahead, you plan ahead, and don't just say, well, this is the MSRB or MSBU bucket. You know, we're only dealing with that here. And I know you're going to be doing that or talking like that when we're done here. and explaining to us, like county personnel have told me that, well, you know, they justify all this. Well, these are your neighbors on the MSBU advisory board. Your neighbors have approved all this. You know what? That's completely meaningless to me. And who knows who volunteers for the MSBU and why? Are they richer than the average citizen? Might they have conflicts of interest? Are they smart? Who knows? Nobody, the one guy who came up here from the MSBU Englewood seemed pretty smart to me, but it hasn't done a whole lot of good, because even the things he thought were going to happen or would be done by the advisor of the MSBU, it just didn't happen. And especially the whole idea that it's so much for paving, and I don't like having my vacant lot having to pay for the paving, that I'm not driving on the roads an extra lot worth. The people around me whose streets have been paved, they go, why? It was perfectly fine. And I know, yeah, there's cracks in some of them, but on each side of those cracks, there's not even a millimeter's difference. And the road is perfectly flat, no ripples, no wavy, which is not true of the new paving that's being done. And so what I want the commissioners to do right now is to vote no on any increase. And hire some engineers to survey and prioritize the scope of work, what needs to be done, what can be put off. That's the bottom line. Along here with my fellow citizens, I'm just calling upon the commissioners to find a less aggressive path to street paving and other things, and focus on the things that are broken. And it's not the paving that's broken. I know we need some paving, but we don't need all of it. But there's a lot of broken stuff that isn't being addressed on drainage, ditches, culverts. And there are places, even on the new roads, where it does puddle, you know, after rains. Fix that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Patricia Seminelli, followed by Brett Clutter, followed by Kevin Glazer.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Seminelli, and I live on Clarendon Avenue off of Gulfstream. And I've owned my home for over 21 years, and my taxes have never gone down. My assessments have never gone down. I agreed with the gentleman who spoke earlier about how all of our property values have likely gone down, but our taxes do not. I am curious to know whether or not this $350 per unit assessment will be being paid for ad infinitum. Is this my ongoing rate for this particular tax? I don't know about everybody else, but from what I've heard this evening, there are a lot of people who cannot continue to afford this constant increase in this tax. Nothing to say that our other ad valorem taxes and our other non-ad valorem taxes aren't going up. Good chance that they are. People have suffered over the past few years trying to deal with the effects of Ian, certainly the effect of increase in insurance. And I just think that at some point, the well is going to run dry for a lot of people. And I am imploring this board to please reconsider, reassess what people are having to pay, particularly in light of what people have already suffered, but also in light of what we've heard from people reporting that what you are paying for is not even worth what you're paying. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Brett Clutter, followed by Kevin Glazer.
Thank you for this venue Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
So I purchased here in 2023, and when I purchased my home, the real estate taxes were $1,600. From the day that that was in July. In November, the property was reassessed and my taxes went from $1,600 to $5,700, over 250%. One of the reasons I purchased the property was because of the lower taxes. Coming from up north, one of the draws to the area was, Inglewood East is relatively quiet, taxes were low, so that was quite a shock. When the roads began to be paved, first of all, the roads in my neighborhood, I'm off of Roberta, I mean, the roads were beautiful. There was nothing wrong with the roads. There was potentially minor cracks here and there. I know that one gentleman from the Drainage Committee mentioned that some of the roads were cracked. If I have a crack in my driveway, I don't spend $40,000 to have new concrete poured on it. I seal the crack, okay? These roads were beautiful. They were smooth. There was nothing wrong with them. So from the perspective of the residents in my neighborhood, and I can speak for basically all of them because we had a powwow, during the paving, was why the heck are they paving our roads? I think from this pie chart, the only person that's happy about the paving project is Ajax Paving. If you look at this pie chart, the 88% should be for drainage, for water mitigation and drainage. I called out to have my culverts cleaned out. I have 2 culverts. And my neighbor had been calling for over 5 years and never had anyone come out. When the gentleman came out, because we pitched a fit, when the gentleman came out with the truck, he informed me that he has a 5-year backlog. I don't know if that's true, but a 5-year backlog to clean culverts. Perhaps we should consider putting some of that money towards keeping the culverts clean as opposed to repaving roads that don't need to be repaved. Or seal the cracks in the roads, okay? My neighbor across the street, he may be here, I don't know, is retired from New Jersey Department of Transportation as the supervisor for paving. And he said, Ajax must get paid by the pound because the paving is so thick on the roads. People are going to break ankles. There's spots where the drop-off is 4 or 5 inches. The amount of asphalt that was placed in these roads is going to make the water mitigation problems worse. During Ian, we had a few more inches before the water would have came into the house. You add 4 to 5 inches of blacktop on the road, all that is displacing more water up into the homes, into the lots. So why are we paving roads was the big question in the neighborhood. And then we get the slap in the face that you don't have the money for it and you're going to tax us for it? Because we certainly didn't ask to have the roads paved. So I am vehemently opposed to you even the suggestion that we should pay an additional tax to pave roads that we didn't ask to have paved, regardless of whether the code says 15 years or whatever the code is. That's not set in stone, okay? We didn't ask for this. Find the money somewhere else in the budget. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that Charlotte County's coffers are overflowing with revenue they didn't have 5 years ago from all of the migration and real estate and from the outside, you have to understand. I feel bad for you folks. I honestly do. We're just a lot of emotion here, okay? Find the money in the budget without levying additional tax on people. To me, a lot of these people can't afford it. To me, it's a few $100, okay?
Thank you for your comments, sir. Kevin Glazer, followed by Ed Parade, followed by Crystal Mutas. Anybody coming forward? Kevin Glazer? Okay. Ed Parad? Ed Parad? Crystal Matuzas. Crystal Matuzas. Oh, sorry. You recognize, ma'am.
My name is Crystal Matuzas, and I'm here today as a concerned resident of Charlotte County. I want to speak plainly and directly about the proposed tax increase, and more importantly, about the mismanagement that has brought us to this point. Our taxes are being mismanaged. Your budgeting is not only flawed, it's reckless. You are spending more money than the county is taking in, and that is the root of this issue. Instead of serving as conservative stewards of our tax dollars, you are operating with a mindset of overspending and overpromising at our expense. Let me be clear. There's no valid justification for this tax increase. We are in a construction boom. Charlotte County has had a surge of new building. That growth brings in significant revenue from impact fees and property taxes. So why are you asking us taxpayers for more? You say it's to cover loan payments for public works, pipelining, bridge maintenance, and sidewalks. We've heard a lot about sidewalks tonight. But shouldn't those be a part of a long-term, balanced infrastructure budget? Why weren't these major projects responsibly planned and funded with the growth we're already experiencing? And let's talk about priorities. How much have you spent on the new Supervisor of Elections building in Punta Gorda? That project alone raises serious questions about fiscal responsibility. In the eyes of many residents, it looks like another example of excessive, unnecessary spending. This kind of budgeting, spending without accountability, taxing without restraint is unacceptable. We elected you to manage our resources wisely, not to make up for financial shortfalls by asking hardworking families to pay more. The people of Charlotte County deserve transparency. We deserve discipline, and we deserve better stewardship of our money. I urge you to rethink this tax increase, go back to the budget, and make the hard decisions necessary to live within your means, just like every taxpayer here is expected to do. And why don't we have public hearings for huge expenditures such as the $45 million police station and the $8 million for the supervisor election building? Mr. Teseo, I believe you stated only 98 people have opposed this issue. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what we received.
Because
But
I know.
we don't interact, but I'll speak to that
because
when we're done.
I heard
yeah.
you say that.
Yeah, I did.
I sent an email, I know a lot of people that did,
Yeah.
with no response of even a receipt of the email. It's obvious by the turnout and comments that the majority of the taxpayers are opposed to this increase. Remember, all of you work for us. We, the people, are here standing, and we're putting you on notice.
Gary D. Oria. Is that you, sir? Followed by Theodore Chorney. Followed by Jay Reynolds.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Gary Dioria. I've been coming down here since 2004. My sister-in-law, Patty Seminelli, who had spoke earlier, she's the one that brought my wife and I down here. I love this community. I wanted to go to Naples. I'm going to keep it simple because we're rehashing everything here. You do not want Englewood to become another Naples. People that live in Naples are moving out of Naples or Sarasota and coming to this area because it's considered affordable. Let's try to keep it affordable. It's about all I can say. And I do respect all of you out there that work here. It's a tough job. I don't think you deserve to be booed. So that's about all I have to say. Let's try to keep it a simple, nice community. Yes, we have to spend money. Take the money and spend it at the drainage. But be aware, folks, you're still going to have to pay for it. Somebody has to pay for it. Correct, gentlemen, ladies? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Theodore Chorney, followed by Jay Reynolds.
Hello. I just wanted to say I oppose this assessment for paving. Let's look at the big pie chart up there. And we have a situation. I moved here back in 2012, and it was a small, quaint fishing village, affordable place to live. And we know that changed now. And it doesn't get hit by storms either, they said too. But well, we know that's not true. Okay. There's street lights that are out for years now from the storms that should have been fixed already. The street signs are still down. People don't even know what road they're turning down. The biggest problem we have is where I live on Gulfstream. When I just moved there, we had somebody die on our front lawn. Okay, I live on Gulfstream between Avalon and Beaverhead. Okay, and there's a curve there. So when you come off 776, the speed limit is 30 miles per hour. And then once you go further, closer to my home, and towards the curve, it goes up to 35 miles per hour. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, there were 2 bad accidents that I know of. A young kid died on my front lawn, inches from my front window. Okay, then there was another motorcycle accident where the guy was really hurt bad. Now, the other thing I wanted to mention is that when I'm trying to pull into my driveway, okay, I'm in the right lane, okay, and I have to drive over the line or whatever it is in the middle of the road to get into my driveway. I can't even do that safely anymore. The cars are beeping at me. They're passing me on the left-hand side. I mean, this is ridiculous. You know, I know it's a boulevard, but these cars are going by 65 miles per hour, 60 miles per hour. Okay, I have to cross the street to get my mail. Okay, cars beep at me. I almost get ran over every single day. Okay, this is so unsafe. I think there should be more stop signs over in that area. We got to slow down the traffic in that area. I see stop signs when you go on down Gulfstream all the way around. There's a few, stop signs, but when you get off of 776 to my area, there's no stop signs at all for like a mile or 2, I guess it is. Another thing is when you come down 776, the speed limit is 55 miles per hour. Most towns, when you come into a town, you travel all through the United States, the speed limit drops down to like 35 miles per hour. Ours doesn't. Okay? You already know that there's hundreds of accidents every month in Englewood. Okay? Every intersection is filled with debris from cars. Okay? I had somebody rear-end me. My fiance has had somebody rear-end me. The traffic signals are all messed up. There's yellow blinking lights. There shouldn't be yellow blinking lights when you're making a left-hand turn, stuff like that. I wanted to address that and let everybody know that we need to try to slow down traffic on 776 coming into Englewood. Okay? It's 55 miles per hour, and then it goes down to 45, I guess, okay, when you hit Winchester, where Racetrack is over there. So 55 is just too fast. These cars are going 70. Okay, I'm trying to make a left-hand turn to go into Walmart, and the cars are going past me about 70 miles per hour. That's too fast. And another thing is, you guys, like, you put 1,000 lights on Winchester, that new road you built, 1,000 lights. I mean, that could have paid for the paving. Everybody knows in this neighborhood how many lights are on Winchester. There's more lights on Winchester than some other states. So that's all I have to say, and I hope we can take care of the situation here. And, you know, my taxes doubled since I lived here, since 2012. Okay? The sidewalks in front of my house, a couple of them they fixed recently, but to the right of me, to 776, is about 12 barricades up now with cracks that have been there for years, grass growing in there. I called and sent pictures in. They put barricades up, and hopefully one day they're going to fix them. But that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Jay Reynolds, followed by Catherine Hart.
Obviously, like everyone else, I'm opposed to this sidewalk and to the $350 assessment. Somebody just asked me to ask you, why did you only allow 20 days for responses to the public hearing notice? It's summertime, people could be on vacation, maybe they didn't get their mail. So, you know, you might want to add that to your list of questions. Also, as far as the sidewalk on Wilmington, who thought this was even needed? I took a drive over there yesterday. This area to have the sidewalk between Pennell Street and Roberta Drive is only a half-mile long. And there's 3 streets that intersect Wilmington between Pennell and Roberta. Most of this half-mile stretch is undeveloped, heavily wooded sections of land. It's a sparsely populated area. There's only 9 houses on the north side of Wilmington and 6 houses on the south side of Wilmington within this half-mile range. There's no for sale signs in this area, and there's no signs of future development. There's also no school in the immediate area. It would seem that if children there are waiting to be picked up by a school bus, rather than standing in the weeds or the shoulder of the road, they would probably be standing in one of these clearly marked intersections. And of course, I guess we're all thinking, why does everybody have to pay for people's sidewalks that we aren't going to use? Why don't you charge individual residents for the walk in front of their own property? The budget for this project, according to your Charlotte County project page updated July 8, is $361,970. Would this be the final number, or would that increase? And how many people actually requested of the MSBU to have a sidewalk constructed there? And as far as the paving, in September 2021, Kim Kelly told me that the increase from 110 to 190 was needed to put money into reserve for paving all the streets in Englewood East beginning in 2025. She said they needed $8.5 million in reserve, split between approximately 16,000 lots, and the 190 would stay in place until the road paving was finished. When I drove over by Wilmington yesterday, I noticed that some of the paving work had already been done, at least in the Phase 4 area. I'm just wondering, can you tell us exactly which projects will this proposed $350 cover, based on the purpose statement on the public hearing notice? And if passed, how long would it stay at $350 before you would be requesting higher amounts from the residents in East Englewood? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Catherine Hart. followed by Christine Vandermolen.
Hi, I'm Catherine Hart. I am opposed to the $350 the raise, the assessment. I'm not going to repeat what we've heard everyone say tonight. I've been in Englewood for 23 years. I went through hell to own a house here. And obviously, one of the reasons I'm here is because I really can't afford to pay taxes. They are more than double what they were a couple years ago. I just want to talk about impact fees. I understand that you have your boxes, your buckets, as someone else referred to, which I thought was well explained. You know, you've got these buckets. So what I feel like, because I was on the MSBU Street and Drainage Board, this board for a couple years. I haven't been on it for 2 years. And I got to see how that works. I've got to be honest, it feels like an excuse. I see a lot of money coming into Charlotte County with new buildings, new projects. We're having a boom, and yet you're taking this little box and saying this is what you guys get, and you have to fight over it. And then, this came up in the MSBU meetings. We said, well, what about, funds from other places, which we know are coming in? And they said, well, we have to do something to get that money from that bucket to this bucket. So what I'm saying is, you have the ability, I know you do. So get the money from the other bucket to these buckets so we don't have to be scraping around, well, we're going to fight over the pavement here, we're going to fight over the drainage. Let's see how we get this done. I just think it's ridiculous to stick everybody with $350 per lot when there is got to be some creative governance that you can do to get the money from other places to the place that it needs to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Christine Vandermolen, followed by Joseph Paul. Is that Christine getting up? No? Last call for Christine Vandermolen. Okay, we're going to move on to Joseph Paul, followed by, I can't read this. Is there a Joseph Paul? Last call for Joseph Paul. Is that you, sir? Okay. Okay. Can you read that? I think it's Stacy Kemmingtinja, with a K. Starts with an S, first name, last name with a K. Okay. Philip, is there a Philip Gang? Okay, you're recognized, sir. Oh, you're Placida? Okay, I will move your card. Thank you, sir. Tina LaPapa, followed by Jeremy Kinsey. Tina LaPapa. Jeremy Kinsey. Okay. Mildred Weber, followed by Alex Kunchma. You're Mildred?
I am.
Okay.
I'm Mimi Weber. I own a home on Rockford Avenue, and my neighbor Brett addressed a lot of the issues that we had on our street. My concern tonight is I have 4 lots in addition to my home on Rockford Avenue. 2 of them are on Felicia Street, and the other 2 are in Gulf Cove, not South Gulf Cove. I received an assessment on the 2 lots in Felicia, which are Port Charlotte. They're not East Englewood. So I'm questioning why I was assessed the same amount for that. I mean, I can't afford it, so I'm opposed to the whole thing. I make less than $1,000 a month on Social Security. Now, when I've got a project to do at home, I work out how much it's going to cost me, and then I try to figure out where I'm going to get the funds to do it before I start the project. I don't start the project midstream and say, oops, I don't have enough money. And, so I really object to being assessed after the fact. And I heard someone say that, oh, the schedule is online. I had no idea that we were going to be assessed for paving because there was no discussion, no hearing prior to this assessment notifying us that there was a need. And I feel like as residents of the county that we have a right to have some input into how our money is being spent and whether or not we can afford it. Obviously, I was fortunate. I live on Rockford Avenue, which is up higher. I did have hurricane damage from Ian, but the subsequent hurricanes, I really didn't, and I was blessed that way, and I bought in that area for that reason. I have noticed, and everybody's talked about the drainage issue. It's been like that since I moved here in 2009, and I paid cash for my home then, also paid cash for my 4 lots of land, which have more than tripled with the fees that have been assessed on those vacant lots. And again, I think everybody is upset that money was supposed to be set aside if you knew that these paving projects had to be done under a certain constraint time constraint. Why then did we not wait until we had the amount of money we needed? Why was the contract already signed, delivered, and now you're coming to us and saying, well, now we need more money? And so that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Alex Kuchma? Is that Alex Rising? You're in the back? Okay, let the record show Alex Kuchma is in opposition to the rate. You're welcome. Loretta M. Nelson, followed by Patrice Rudder. Okay, Loretta Nelson, last call. Oh, I'm sorry. They just turned the lights up on me. I went blind. Did you get? Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thanks so much for the opportunity to attend. New resident to Englewood East, 3 years. And again, I'm not going to reiterate everything everyone's talked about with the drainage, but I concur with 100% of the comments that are being made. I'm on Claypool. During the hurricanes, the water it was a river. Our road was a river. So luckily, our culvert, I tend to my culvert. I make sure the grass is cut, that it's cleared out. So we had good flow. That's great. I wanted to ask, if you look at the chart, just seeing that huge swath of blue for paving makes no sense to me. Again, same commentary. Our roads are fine where we are. I don't understand why we would be spending 88% of the budget for paving. Understood that, as I was told, that paving is done every 15 to 20 years. If roads don't need to be paved, then that money should be put elsewhere. Again, there can be, as we talked about, if cracks or whatever are happening, take care of that. Don't spend 88% of the budget on paving. Spend that money on the drainage. The drainage is an issue, as the nurse here mentioned. When there's drainage issues and the water sits for days, it's the issues with the mosquitoes. I'm outside of my garden. I love to garden. I've got to be head to toe bundled up, or I'm eaten alive by the mosquitoes. So with that also comes, I just want to say about green space, if we're having all these lots cleared, and again, whoever buys their property, they're able to go and clear the lot. But if we keep clearing a lot, it's like the Joni Mitchell song, you pay paradise to put up a parking lot. We need green space. We need that greenery to be able to absorb all of the water that is coming through. And again, hopefully we don't have another hurricane season. I moved in 2022 from the north, and boom, there we were with 3 or 4 or 5 hurricanes. So again, suffered damage to the home. Shed is still wonky. I can't afford that. I'm not going to worry about that. But I do agree that we need to relook at this budget, spend the money that's going to help the community here. And I have to say, I love Englewood East. It's a beautiful community. It's very peaceful. Let's just do what is right for the citizens here, the taxpayers. So I just want to thank you. I guess the other thing I do want to comment on, because I had a little bit of a conniption 2 days ago when I see on Fruitland that about 1.5 years ago, speed humps were put up. A couple days ago, speed humps are being taken out. Why? Why are we doing that? Why are we paying for Public Works to put up the speed humps, and then a year or so later, they're taken away? I was told that it was redirecting traffic to Carnation. If that's what happened, then use those speed humps, divide them between Fruitland and Carnation. Those 2 roads are the main roads through where I live. People are speeding. So you've put sidewalks up, and I'll thank you for that because I am a walker. I do walk on Fruitland, but you have more people walking on Fruitland, but you've taken away speed humps, and now people are going to be walking there. You have people that are driving like it's NASCAR. And, you know, I don't get it. We need to have more either stop signs, as somebody mentioned, more the speed limit signs, and they need to be enforced. I don't see many police driving through our neighborhood, so I don't know where that enforcement is, but, you know, a little more green space, put the speed humps back up, and, you know, I just want to thank you again for allowing me to make the comments. And again, I don't envy you in your positions, so thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yeah, thank you for your comments, ma'am. Patrice Rudder, followed by Rose Zamet. Rose Zamet.
Hi, I'm Patrice Rudder. I'm fairly new to this area, and people are going to laugh when I tell them this. I'm from California. I've lived in California for 46 years. I still own a home in California, a small little, what I call tin can, so that I can afford to have a home for Englewood, which I researched and I call paradise. Now, here's the thing I don't understand. In California, when we are assessed, it's based on the property value. When I bought my house, the man who lived there before me very kindly gave me his tax base for the rest of the year. Then boom, my property taxes went up. Well, guess what? My taxes are $6,000 in Florida, and get ready, only $2,800 in California. Now, everybody says California's more expensive, but I'm going to explain to you it's not. Because when you buy a house in California, you're taxed on the price of the home. It's taxed 1.25%. So if you buy $1 million home, which we know we have in California, that property tax is $12,500. If you could buy $1 million home, you can afford $12,500 in taxes. However, the assessment for the county that I live in, Santa Clara in the Bay Area, my other California spoke earlier, I don't know where she lives, is only allowed to be 2%. 2% a year. Well, if your taxes in Florida are $6,000, 2% is $120, not this $350 that I am paying, and the vacant lot I bought because where I am from, raised my kids in Sunnyvale, Silicon Valley is so overpopulated, I moved to a small cowboy town called Morgan Hill, which was less populated. And that went from 15,000 in 8 years to 70,000 people. I call Inglewood paradise because we have green lots. We have a lot of, I haven't seen a bobcat since Ian. I would love to see another bobcat. So that's the first thing I wanted to inform you about taxes, okay? In California, you cannot come around and assess me. I have to vote for that. Why aren't we voting? Okay? And most of the time when I'm voting for taxes that are assessed, it's a school tax. And as a retired educator, most of the time I vote for those because I know how badly the kids need it in the classroom. Now, I've been here since 2020. I don't even, a culvert, a swell, a catch basin, I don't understand all that stuff, so I'm trying to. I've been calling for 4 years to take care of this swell that is in front of my house that looks like a lake. And I couldn't believe all the heron I had today who were probably eating the tadpoles. Although I am a newer house built in 2013, my next door neighbor is not. I am a little bit higher above ground, but my catch basin is overloaded. I think the oak tree that is on it is not helping it, and I have been calling for 4 years for you guys to come out. Now, we want to talk about roads. Have any of you ever driven in California? We have the worst roads in the country, because I have driven across country in an RV, which when you're RVing, you know what it's like on a bumpy road. Our roads do not need to be paved here, not at all. We need to work on the drainage. Like the other people have said, the mosquitoes, they're bad because that lake in front of me is producing them. I am sure of it. And I know that it's not a smart thing to throw those rings in the lake because that's poisoned. And where that water goes, it goes into our groundwater. And that eventually may become part of our drinking water. So I don't want to do that. So I can't understand that. The other thing I didn't understand when I moved here, and my neighbor had to explain to me, no, you don't own the first, 6 to 10 feet of your lot. What do you mean I don't own it? No, the county owns it. Well, in California, guess what? I own it all the way to the curb. All the way to the curb, where I might have to pay as a homeowner to have my swell dug out instead of waiting for you guys to come and deal with coverts and swells. Oh, I'm beeping. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. That was your 5 minutes. Rose Zamet, followed by Mary Ann Teamer.
Hi, I'm Rose Zamet.
Yep. Can you lift the mic up, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have a home on Houston Ave, right off of Wilmington. And I went over to see the renters, and I couldn't understand why they paved the road, because there was nothing wrong with it. The house was built in '91. And I live on San Bernardino Ave, where it's like a river, living on Waterfront Street. So the whole street gets flooded, as a matter of fact. I even called Public Works. They put me on a schedule. 6 months later, you're on a schedule. A year later, we did all new computers, so you're off the schedule. And then it's like they come out and then I don't know what they call it, but they put a machine through the pipe. And when they do that, all it does is all the dirt fills back in. And one of the contractors said that the Public Works needs to come out and do a line and grade. So I was on the schedule. And this has been going on since the house was built in '84. I bought the house in '95, and when the first year I bought the house in '92. And the first year I lived there, my daughter was petrified because the water came all the way up to my garage, and there were fish and an alligator. So it's like and my postman just keeps on asking, why won't they do this? Because it causes a wake on the street. And then Public Works comes out maybe about 6 months ago. And so he does, when they survey. So he says, I can't survey the other side because the tree needs to be cut. Okay, so then they get the tree to get cut, and then the surveyor doesn't come back, and then nothing's done. So it's like he gets paid to do something that never happens, and then, well, I gave up because I don't know what to do. My backyard is like, I have to wear boots up to my knees because it's a marsh. When it rains, it's soaked. So I can't walk in my backyard because of that. And that's my story. And I bought land in Gulf Cove, and I was ready to build when I first moved here. And, you know, impact fees, I was all ready for that. And then all of a sudden it turns into that bird, the bird that, scrub jay. And then they want $15,000 for me to see if there's a nest. And I said, well, I can't, so I'll buy a house. So then Winchester comes in, and I says, well, how did you get all the scrub jays from Winchester, and how did you build Winchester Boulevard without having to pay that $15,000? Oh, we just reduced it to $2,500. I said, well, that's no good. Now I can't build a house. So I've been paying taxes on a piece of land I can't build a house on, and Charlotte County said you can trade it, but that's not what I bought it for. I bought it to build a house right there on the end of Jennings, but then all of a sudden you just kind of beat me up. As a single mother, I just couldn't build a house, so I had to buy one. And then the house I'm living in is basically a boathouse because it's not being maintained. I feel like Inglewood has been dismissed from Charlotte County, and everybody in Inglewood is just being basically dismissed. Yeah, all the tax dollars we're paying is to take care of everything outside of Inglewood. And it's going to Charlotte County and that other way. That's all I have to say. And I oppose of the taxes.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, thank you for your comments. Mary Ann Tulimaneri? Is there a Mary Ann? Let the record show Mary Ann Tulimaneri wrote on her card she is in opposition to the increase. Stephanie Cutez? Stephanie? Last call for Stephanie Cutez. Let the record show Stephanie Cutez is in opposition to the proposed rate. Joseph Blackburn. Joseph Blackburn. Last call for Joseph Blackburn. Oh, he's in the back. I got you. And then we have Stan Putria, which is my last card. If there's anybody else wishing to speak on this item and you have not filled out a card, please fill out a card and you'll have an opportunity to speak. We're not there yet.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Blackburn.
Yeah, you got to get right up to the mic, and you can pull the mic up if you have to. There you go.
Yeah, my name is Joseph Blackburn. I'm originally from the People's Republic of Maryland, formerly the Free State, and I left there because of taxes. And I'm very opposed to you guys you think you can we got to live on a budget, but you don't. You know, I'm sure your jobs pay more than I've ever made in my life, you know, and I just don't get it. Do we vote on you office? Now, I live over on Pinedale. Do I vote for all you guys or just one of you?
All.
Well, I'll take a note of who you are now. You won't get my vote anymore, I can tell you that.
Okay.
You guys have a nice day.
Thank you.
I'm very opposed to this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Stan Putra.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Stan. I don't live in Inglewood, but I own 4 lots. And when I bought them, the property tax was about $200 a piece, which was 5 years ago. Now, I'm already paying close to $500 a lot just for gopher tortoises to live on. They're just sitting there. And now you're adding $350. That's going to put close to $1,000 for a property that is coming down in value. You can right now pick up a property for about $12,000 to $18,000. Wait another year, it's going to be $10,000. So it's going to be 10% per lot of the value that I would have to pay for this. I oppose this significantly. And I know that you mentioned that 98 people opposed sending a position. If you resend this notice and write who is in favor of this, please respond within 20 days. And I would love to know how many people would respond to you on that.
Thank you, sir.
My time's up.
I have 2 additional cards. Peter Simonet, followed by Frank Blake.
Good evening.
Just get right up to the mic, sir.
Okay, sorry. I'm a fairly new resident. I moved here in 2020. I moved down from New York State. I can tell you that right now. I'm a retired deputy sheriff for 30 and a half years. When I worked for the sheriff's department up there in New York State, county of Rockland, I handled the bids for the corrections department. At the end of the year, I saved the county taxpayers a lot of money. But they came to me, my own supervisors, said, you got to spend the money. I said, why? I saved taxpayers money. We don't need to order anything for the rest of the year for the corrections division. We have plenty of it until the new budgets come out. Oh no, if we don't spend it, we're not going to get it in the budget for next year. Baloney. Government works this way. Listen to me. Save a penny, spend a dime. All of you really need to look at what you're doing here. I'm retired. I got my pension, Social Security. All of us. You have young people here that cannot even afford to buy a house in this county, or even rent in this county. And what? Building sidewalks for what? Nowhere? Paving roads that don't need to be paved? Come on. And Gulfstream Boulevard? That's a raceway where I live. Speed limit's 40 miles an hour. And how many times I almost got hit by vehicles going and get my mail? When I mow my lawn, I have to make sure cars are moving over, if they can. If they can't, I'll stop mowing. And right now, anyone wants to come fishing, come right in front of my house, okay? Because there's a house, a shell of a house next to mine right now. For 4 years, it's been there. Nothing. And a shell. And because of that, I have a lake, not just in front of my house, but to the property to the left of me. I had to wait 72 hours. I filed the complaint, and I'm going to follow up on it. All they have to do is come and just remove that so-called driveway they put in, because it's damming everything up there. but I'm opposed to this increase totally. That's a Mrs. Smith's pie right there I'm looking at, okay? That's a Mrs. Smith's pie. And the funny part is I can't get it at Walmart, only at Publix. So that's where that pie came from, 88% for paving. It's pathetic. I'm sorry, gentlemen. Really, it is. It's pathetic. Thank you for hearing my comments. Thank you, everyone, for showing up. Good job.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Frank Blake.
Hey, good evening. Can you guys see that slide behind you, or is that just for us?
No, we have a copy here.
Okay. Can you back up to the map of the Inglewood East MSBU? Is that possible? Whoever's got that? So I actually have some questions here. Yeah, obviously I'm opposed to this, as everybody else is too. But the Inglewood East MSBU, we have something different from the other ones, as we have a lot of large commercial businesses. We have that big Publix, we have the big Home Depot, we have this huge Aldi, and we have the only law enforcement station in the entire western part of the county. When I had to hunt this out because this wasn't easy information. Every lot is charged 1 unit, but commercial properties are only charged 1.2. They're causing the wear and tear on the streets that I have to pay for. 18-wheel semi-trucks are very heavy delivering the goods to these businesses, and they're destroying the streets, and I have to pay for these streets. They're only paying 1.2. As I was poking around to find this, I also was interested to find out that not all lots are being taxed equally in this county. Some of these commercial lots are not paying the 1.2. Some are paying 1, some are paying less. The Dollar General is not paying the same as the air conditioning property business next to them. As you drive down the road, everybody knows this Big W law firm and the strip business next to them. They have been paying absolutely zero in ad valorem and special taxes. Nothing is listed for their taxes. That is now an increase in what I have to pay to cover their expenses and their use. And that's just because I was trying to find out some other information here. On the west side of Gulf Cove, because that's a separate MSBU, there are 2 bridges that lead over to Wilmington. That is the only exit and entrance into that neighborhood. We are paying for those bridges. They're also paying for those bridges. They're not paying for Wilmington, the road that they use, or the sidewalks for that Miaka Elementary School that their kids are using. We're paying for that. The same thing with the Garden of Gulf Coves. They're not paying for that, but they're using those roads. Wilmington and Gulfstream are major thoroughfares. Have we asked the state for any money for these major roads that service like this very large police department, this sheriff's office over there, a huge chunk of property that there's no taxes coming in from because it's government. We also have several properties in this MSBU that are owned by Charlotte County. So there's no money coming in, so instead of those being lots that are on residents that are bringing in tax money to pay for this, there's nothing. They're just sitting there vacant. We have a fire station there that's a little dot compared to the big chunk of property that it is on, and we're paying for that as well. Like others, I want to know how long this is going to last. Is this going to be a permanent, anytime you want, you increase this? This MSBU was created 40 years ago. The purpose that it was created for does not exist anymore. It was very sparsely developed, and it's a way to get more money for the infrastructure, but I see it as a loophole to get around the statutory limits of increasing taxes. The ad valorem taxes are statutorily restricted, how much you can raise per year, and the same thing with the assessed value on the properties. But a special assessment, the sky's the limit. You're nearly doubling our taxes. And if you would have done this incrementally over years, they wouldn't be here to oppose this. Should have been little bits at a time, is how it should have been done. And it is a horrible job. It is causing more flooding, the street part. We had no notification. My neighbor, who's out of state, could not be here, had a brand new house, didn't even receive his certificate of occupancy. The county made him pave the end of his driveway. 3 weeks later, here comes Ajax paving over top of what he just had to pay. And of course, now his nice brand new paver driveway is covered with tar. The edge of the street is now about 4 inches from my property, and it's not finished. It's just rough edge. So I have trouble mowing it. Now I have to pay to get this filled in and landscaped. And now it's all, draining on my property. So, so that's all I really had to say. But just do better with our money. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? That was my last card. Last call. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I see no one else rising. Move to close public input.
Second. We have a motion and a second to close public input. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, public input's closed on this item. Okay, Mr. Elias, were you taking some notes?
Yeah, I've been taking copious notes. So,
Okay,
I
so
wanna-
let me just remind the audience before the next stage of this process. So that closed public input. The public had an opportunity to speak and address the board. Now it's our chance to have a discussion with staff and talk amongst ourselves about the public input, and we're going to try to answer as many questions as we can. You're recognized, Mr. Elias.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, Johnny Elias, Public Works Director. So I'll try to put this together in a method that flows, hopefully, and not try to jump around, because I did take a bunch of notes. So for starters,
Get the mic a little closer. Yeah, pull it to you.
The problem is every time I think it, then it pops when I talk. So the MSBUs that we have in the county, the beauty of the MSBUs is that the geographic boundary of that unit right there, the money that's generated from this assessment stays within that unit. It doesn't go anywhere. It's tracked. And based on the input that we got from the public hearings last night, subsequently on the MSBU website, you can find last year's work program with plan actuals, and you can find this year's projections. So that's all available to anybody that wants to look that up. So to be clear, the ad valorem, which we were trying to explain at the beginning, is completely different than the MSBU assessment. The MSBU assessment is how we fund all the work that we do for Public Works. So I'll kind of go through. There was a lot of discussion about the sidewalks and who came up with this. There was a master plan developed by the community that laid out these sidewalks. And a lot of times, as you all know, we've built sidewalks as part of sales tax, and we did build 2 sales tax sidewalks in Inglewood East, the Fruitland and the one through the industrial area there. That was sales tax sidewalks that we constructed in Inglewood East. To the point that they're not being maintained, we agree. It hasn't been change ordered into the contract. I just signed off on it, and that will get added to the contract because it just got completed. Further, we've literally met with our team. This happens, not I feel as bad as it has happened this year. Whenever we start, the rain pops off, we get a lot of grass in the sidewalk, and we have to get on our contractor to get that addressed. So I will take full responsibility for that, and I agree, and we will get that addressed. So coming back to the sidewalk has a master plan, and for all the folks, and I completely understand your perspective saying no one's going to use these sidewalks. I managed the sales tax sidewalk program for 6 to 7 years when I was in engineering, and if I had a dime for every person that said no one's going to use these sidewalks, and then we build them, and sure enough, people are using them. I've had those people literally call me back and say, I'm surprised people are using them. Addressing the point that they go to nowhere, we are phasing it. That's why they go to nowhere, because we build a phase, then the next year we build a phase, and there's a continuity plan that as part of this master plan that we create connections so that all of our major roads that we're putting sidewalks on eventually connect with these neighborhood sidewalks so that you can traverse through your neighborhood with the sidewalks. So there is a comprehensive master plan that was developed by the MSBU to build sidewalks. So that's why we're building the sidewalks. Coming back to some of the drainage stuff, the area that they're talking about on Gulfstream, I'm very familiar with. I had my team run the numbers for what we did for drainage work in Inglewood East last year. We did a little over 101,000 square foot of line and grade. We cleaned out 493 pipes, and we installed 804 linear feet of pipe. I would also add that that's significantly slow year because we were in response to the hurricane. So a lot of our work programs were shut down as we were addressing. The majority of the West County crews were on Inglewood Beach working sand sites. But we recognize the area that are drainage concerns, and the one gentleman that's like, I don't know why they have that big machine come by behind the house and tear everything up. That's literally the machine that mows and maintains at about a once a year cycle, which is accurate, those green belts and backyard ditches in Inglewood. And that area on Gulfstream, one of the reasons it's a problem is because the area is just generally low. and it has to drain a long way through green belts and eventually goes into Van Lake and then into a series of road crossing pipes and out of major canals. So it has a long way to go, and it has historically drained slow, and we're aware of it. I heard the one individual say she got 3 inches of rain and her lawn's flooded. I just literally did an article that you can read in this week's newspaper describing how our drainage systems are built. If you get 3 inches of rain in a day, that's more than our systems are designed to handle. That's literally the way it's set up. I will try to address, a question was asked about developed and undeveloped lot. We do assess these properties the same because we have to provide services for the undeveloped lots and we have to provide services for the developed lots. So that's why they're charged that way. A question was asked, why don't we spend money on the bridges? My team pulled the records. We've rehabbed all the bridges in Englewood East, including the 2 bridges that the last gentleman just spoke of, and that cost was shared between Gulf Cove and Englewood East, and those bridges have been rehabbed as well.
When were those rehabbed?
Within the last 3 years.
Okay, thank you, sir.
I'm just looking through my notes here just to try to... There was mention about still damage from hurricanes. I'm not aware of any street signs, but we'll gladly address them if you tell us where they're at. As far as the street lights, we have gotten a lot of issues on Winchester.
Go ahead.
So we have gotten a lot of issues on Winchester that have been like portions of lights are down. We did investigate it. Apparently someone stole over 1,000 foot of wire out of the ground, so we had to replace it. We replaced it, started working on the next section, and realized they had already stolen that. And that's after we put theft-proof pull box covers on them and everything. So we're working with the Sheriff's Department on that, but it is our intent to get those addressed. One of the other questions that was asked was about why is the older asphalt gray and the new asphalt's dark black? And there is some truth to be said about the aggregate used back in the day. They did use a lot of shell. It's a different mix now, and they don't use as much shell, so you won't see those shells come up. But when the asphalt's really white or gray, it's because all the volatile organics and oils have baked off, and that really means that it's time to either be redone with the liquid asphalt, which there's schools of thought on that, or it needs to be resurfaced. The one question or the one comment that was consistent is that the roads don't need to be paved. And the one chair of the board, which I appreciate all the comments, but I especially appreciate the work that the boards do because they are volunteering their time to put all this information together. The asphalt out there in Englewood East was last paved in 2003. We generally have a 20-year cycle, so we're over that now. So the problem is, and you'll see this later in another presentation we're going to do, what ends up happening is not only do the costs go up, there's a hard curve when the asphalt starts to fail, and then you start getting base failures. So then the base failures require us to do significantly more. So you'll see on something where it was deferred for 4 years and it went up $1 million on a 2.1 to almost $2.9 million increase as a result of the deferring. We've wrote down some of the folks that actually had specific drainage requests, and we will reach out to you and try to address those. I'm trying to think of what else that I'm seeing here. The speed bumps that were addressed, we've presented that to the board numerous times, the pilot program that we used to put them in, and the reason we're pulling them out, and the MSBU didn't pay for those.
Yeah, I'm checking off a lot of what you're covering. I had on my notes, but I think there was a common theme tonight about the methodology. I know you said there's a time frame before it starts to fail, but talk to me about, and the folks about, an inspection process and how you actually determine that there's no life left in the road. So what technical work was done?
So we have a paving program, and I will also before I get to that, let me speak to the current program that there was a lot of criticism about failing stuff. That program's ongoing, and all that punch, like all them drop-offs on the shoulder and all them transition to the driveways still have to be done. We're still in the middle of the program, and that's like something that they do towards the end, as well as the punch lifts and all the final grading in the lots. So I heard a gentleman say he's gonna have to pay to do that. Don't do that, because we're gonna come in with dirt and sod and redo that as the project finishes up. But to your point, sir, we typically, what we found from years of doing this is we used to wait. You go past 20, you start getting into 25 years, and the asphalt becomes brittle. And then and the reason why a lot of this area out there, you see those cracks, is because when these areas were developed, they used soil cement under it, and that just reflects through. It's just a reflection crack of the soil cement coming through. And they really did that because most of the areas were super wet. And soil cement does an amazing job holding up in wet conditions, where if you use the flexible base and it was wet year-round, you'd see failing much more frequently. But the question you asked specifically, we typically try to do them every 20 years, and we inspect them. And there could be roads that are in better shape than others, and there could be roads that are in worse shape than others. The challenge that we have at Public Works and the way that we fund this, and I also heard this question, why don't we save up and budget for that? That's precisely what we're trying to do. So in doing so, when we save up for it, we have to spend that money within 7 years. So there's a time frame that we have to commit to. So some of the other ladies said that they have been told that if they go up to 190, they would be able to pave. They paved phase 1. That's literally what's going on right now. The rest of this is to pave the additional zones in Englewood East to the south of 776 primarily, 2, 3, and 5, I believe. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, there was a question about milling and then not milling, and also just filling the cracks as a cost-saving measure. Can you address that?
So, crack seal is really more of an up north thing that you see. You do see people trying to do it in parking lots. It's not necessarily a bad thing that you're seeing surface cracking, but the sealing, the sealing part, we typically do a paving program, and then we'll rejuvenate it in the next couple of years to just kind of keep the oils in there. But once it starts getting dry and brittle, and it's at that 20-year mark, and then the other part that you mentioned about grinding, what'll happen is we have to go in and grind when we have base failure, because then we have to grind out the area and do full base reclamation to rebuild the road. So a lot of times when you see grinding, that's what you're seeing.
Was the milling not required for this particular project?
It's literally on a road-by-road basis. They analyze it, and if there's a part that needs to be milled, we mill it. If not, we just resurface it.
Okay. So what would happen if we just patched or left it and not done anything with the paving? What would happen? I mean, obviously, it's going to have to be repaved at some point, but if it's deferred, you mentioned about deferral.
So we used to show a chart, and we probably have it somewhere, where it just showed what happens and how asphalt falls off. And I can tell you, sir, that we used to not have the paving program that we had now. We used to literally defer paving as long as we could, and we had 5 patch crews running nonstop, 2 to 4 tons a day, and there was potholes everywhere. One of my first meetings with Jeanette was being sued because of a pothole and going to court for it. The program that we built is it's the sweet spot in that if we don't do something, if we wait any longer, now it's going to cost a lot more. And if we do it, we're actually preserving the roads as best we can for the longest time that we can. But to your point, the roads will start potholing up. You'll start getting more cracks, and you'll just start the friction surface actually wears down, and people will see you'll see gray gravel dust in your driveway. That's actually the surface of the road unraveling and falling apart. So, okay. And these roads are very close to doing that.
Well, I want to go to my colleagues now. Commissioner Doherty, you're recognized, then Commissioner Deutsch, and then Truex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, I just want to clarify a few things relative to what you said at the very beginning. I don't think Commissioner Constance was in the room yet when you indicated the value of the sidewalks in your proposed assessment is $58 per ERU?
Correct.
And I would just clarify again, not that you're recommending that, but where are we with that sidewalk program? Are we committed to continuing that program because of money that's been collected so far? Or can we defer sidewalks, hit the pause button, in other words, on
We
sidewalks?
could certainly hit the pause button, and that's why I offered it up, because but keep in mind, this assessment had nothing to do with sidewalks. This was just to address paving, but the overall assessment contains about $58 worth of assessment that's dedicated to sidewalks.
So that would drop it from 350 to 292.
Correct.
Correct? Just wanted to check the arithmetic.
That's the number that our fiscal team came up with as well.
I guess on the paving program, we've talked about the fact some of the paving has begun or has been going on. Have we been collecting money in the last couple of years or to continue the paving program? Can we hit the pause button on that?
You could hit the pause button right now, but then no more paving would get done after the phase that we're in.
So the phase we're in has been paid for with previous funds?
It's funded out of the assessment that exists.
Okay. I agree with you. I mean, your question, the question from the chairman was good. The fact that, it really would have been good probably to have that curve in the presentation tonight, just to have it available for the audience. But really what happens, folks, is that when that surface course oxidizes and gets down, it's not just a resurfacing job after that. If it gets too bad, the road will fail, and you'll be reconstructing the road, which is a heck of a lot more expensive than resurfacing. When he talked about the sweet spot, that's what he's talking about. Basically, you're saying we're at the sweet spot right now.
We're at the sweet spot. And again, if we last paved in 2003, it's 2025, so we're over the 20 years, but we're definitely getting to where we're going to have issues.
I'm wondering one other thing. We've got a loan involved in this thing because I see the debt service and so forth. Is it possible that we could, again, you're going to be phasing this on the resurfacing. Is it possible to take and prioritize, let's call them the collector roads, the main roads in Englewood East, if they're, where most of the traffic would be this first year, and then keep a real sharp eye on the local, let's call them just the local, residential streets.
Understood.
And look at possibly a sand seal option for a year or two. Well, I guess what I'm looking for is what is the deadline on the clock? If we start paving this year, we'd have 7 years from this next fiscal year?
Correct. That's typically the term we've used for paving. We actually like it to be 6, but we went as far as 7. Jeanette, I'll defer to you.
What I'm trying to find out is, can we take some of this money? We heard a lot about drainage. Can we take possibly this assessment, back out the $58, leaves it $292, and distribute the dollars, even the loan dollars, for paving for a couple of years so you can get more crews out there possibly and work more on the drainage issues. That's all we're hearing tonight is drainage. And have we inventoried all the drainage well enough with a backlog of requests to know if you had the money that you could get more of it done?
So, Commissioners, you might remember a couple years ago when I asked for more staff and more equipment, and you all agreed to do that. One of the primary catalysts for that was to put more drainage crews up, including VACCONs. So we bought a lot of VACCONs. We still haven't completed that program because we're phasing that in as well, just because they're a very expensive. They're a $500,000 truck, and they're very costly. With that said, we cleaned out 493 pipes there last year, and we only have 57 open VACCONing requests in the unit. There's probably more drainage requests. The challenge that I'll spend the entirety of my life explaining is, especially in Englewood East, some of the areas they're mentioning, you're going to have damp swales.
Right.
And you're going to have areas, when we say 72 hours, we mean with no rain. So if it rains and then rains again, the clock starts again, and you're going to have damp swales. But there are some areas we acknowledge off Gulfstream on the curves there's some areas that we've even done drainage projects over there to try to address that, working with an engineer.
Well, what I'm trying to do is just see, throw it out as a concept, is if we go up with the assessment to let's say 292, backing out the sidewalks, can we redistribute the dollars to do some paving? We've got 7 years to get it done, and put a couple of years worth heavy duty work on drainage. Is that possible?
Sir, we can
revise the work program.
We can do anything as directed. The challenge I would argue is that $292 would be the existing work program and the paving. So if you pulled some of that $292 to do some additional drainage, you're not going to be able to complete all the paving at the rate that we've analyzed.
You would not be able to get it done in the 7 years.
We would not.
Okay.
Because you wouldn't be, you'd be spending some of the money on drainage.
So that's how it's been amortized. You figure
Yeah.
out you need the whole 7 years
Yeah.
at 292. Okay, thank you.
Well, I think, Commissioner Doherty, what you were saying, though, was to find maybe a main road
Scale
and
back.
not do the residential.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I was picking up on, to be clear. You're talking about scaling back the paving.
Yes.
And applying more money to drainage.
Like we did down, I think it was Rotunda Sands.
Understood. Yeah,
Right.
and we didn't necessarily divert to drainage, but we did spend down that fund because we had only
Right.
so much and we did the spine roads. You're 100% correct on that. I think it was,
Can I ask a point of information?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on the map, where is Phase 1? What has gotten paved? And then if we shut it down, nothing else gets paved. So what got paved?
so is Phase 1 the area in white, or is it the area, the first upper quadrant to the right there?
Carlene McDonald, Public Works for the record. Everything north of 776 was part of Phase 1.
So everything at north 776 got paved, and everything south has not been repaved?
Correct.
Okay.
That area
It's-
right there.
The program's still in process, but yes, that's what's contracted.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, so, yeah, I just wanted to, what I thought I heard was if we take the paving money, the bucket we have of paving money, redistribute some of it to work on drainage issues, only pick a few roads that are main roads and just leave the rest of the residential roads, is there enough in that assessment minus the sidewalks?
I would say the structure that we built, this portion that we're adding for paving, if we take any of that and apply it to anything else, then you're not going to be able to finish the paving. That's what we're saying the paving requires to finish the rest of the phases.
Including the residential?
Including it's
I'm
all.
talking about not doing the residential.
I'm hearing you. I just want to make sure we're saying
Yeah,
the same thing.
we're not going to do the
So-
residential.
So what you all are saying is if we scale back the paving.
Yeah.
Do additional drainage. The issue is we're collecting an assessment to do paving. Eventually, we have to do all the paving. So at some point, we're going to come back and say we need more money to finish the rest of the paving because we diverted some of that funds to drainage.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Deutsch, you're recognized, and Commissioner Truex.
Thank you. Most of us up here have been through this for a number of years. We know the process. We know the timelines. We know that we hold off and wait, and the subsurface deteriorates. It's going to probably cost us more. And believe this, the county has dealt with this inflationary cycle we've been through, like every single one of us here. And many of us, I had 2 years I've never experienced in my life, never having a house flooded. Mine was flooded twice. We had the hurricane. I've never seen anything like this before. But what a lot of you folks don't know is the county got hit that hard too, because the county, from South County to West County to Murdoch to Mid County, you see the stuff in the paper, everybody's complaining to get something done in their neighborhood because it was immense. Part of the reason we may be a little bit behind, and I'm not sure if we're 500 swales behind or not, is we've had our staff trying to do the emergency stuff to get us back on track as quickly as we possibly can, and then deal with the challenges that we have now. Situation we have, and it's close, and I'm going to make a suggestion, John, because I think there's a little bit more hope in the country now than there was a year or so ago, and that's a positive thing. We know that real estate's been going down. I'll predict it's going to level off and actually start coming up a little bit this fall. Maybe I'm too optimistic. But I'm also concerned that every one of us, including the county, we're in a tight financial bind. And the suggestion I'm going to make, I don't want you to come back and yell at us next year if we do this. What I'm going to suggest, and I'm going to ask, it's part of a question, John, if we keep the rate where it is, can we move ahead and start on the program and then look to go ahead next year and come to where we're at today with that increase so we can finish it? There's several things that I know you're looking at while I'm saying this. Do we fit in that time frame that we can start and finish it in time? Will we be able to get it done without it deteriorating anymore? And the thing that every one of us shares, because we feel it as much as you do, I don't want to have to pay much more per inch next year or per square foot to do what we have to do than we have to pay now. So that's going to be part of the problem. But if we leave, and I would propose leaving the rate where it is, if we can move ahead and start the project. But, and this we all don't know, this is, how much higher is it going to be next year? Might it be a tiny bit less? Wouldn't that be great? But none of us have a crystal ball. And one of the things that this board, since I've been on it, we've tried to do, believe it or not, we try to plan for the future. We try the best we can to look down the road. And yeah, I agree that I think some of the sidewalks aren't needed and necessary, and then we put one in. I do notice that people walk on them. But, you know, I would like to see the rate stay where it is, John, and answer some of those things. Can we get this done, and could we do it?
So I want to
Thank
answer,
you, Mr.
I want to
Chair.
answer your specific questions, Commissioner Deutsch. You said, could we leave the rate the way it is, which is currently 190, and start on the next and see where we land next year? No. The 190 is paying for the phase one that's currently underway, and we can't start the new paving because we won't have any, we can't start a program that we don't have the money to fund. It has to
But
be.
we'll be getting that money in beyond what we have now, because you haven't spent that yet.
But the issue, in addition to this, is I'm also being asked at the same time to increase my drainage work out there, which will even eat into that 190 rate even more. So to answer your question, there's no way we could start paving the other phases with the rate that we are now. We can't.
Even with, and I thought we bought some of the materials for the drainage, we just have to install it.
No, we're just talking, the equipment that we bought
The
for
culverts.
the equipment we bought for the drainage is countywide, and we have bought some of it, and we can definitely do some additional drainage work out there. And again, literally almost this entirety of time, we've hardly done any drainage work specifically in West County, because again, those crews were primarily doing sand removal on Don Pedro and the barrier.
John, let me try and rephrase this so I can better understand it, because I really didn't grasp this. Are you saying that if we don't vote for the increase, we're going to put ourselves in a position where it's going to deteriorate more and cost us more next year? Is that what you're saying, actually? It sounds that way, but you haven't said it.
So I will be super clear. I can't fathom that next year asphalt's going to be cheaper, and I can't fathom that the roads aren't going to deteriorate a little bit more. I can't give you an exact amount. Maybe we'd get lucky, only the cost of the contracts go up or asphalt goes up, and we just have to deal with that, and the roads necessarily aren't getting any worse. But you'll be at 24 years or 24 getting up there. I'm going to say it's going to cost you significantly more if you wait, if you defer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Commissioner Truex, you're recognized, sir, then Commissioner Constance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple points of information. The gentleman that came up and said that the Big W law firm hasn't been paying into the unit, that's incorrect, and if you're still here, I'm happy to show you how to look that up. But for the last 4 years, they paid $1,425. 2 years previous to that, it was $825 before it was raised, and prior to that, it was $450 for several years. So I just wanted everybody to understand they do pay into the unit. The other thing that was brought up was how these massive tax increases happen when you buy property here. There's a thing called Save Our Homes in Florida, where it holds your homestead where you can't be raised by more than 3% every year. However, when you sell that home to somebody else, it resets at the current rate. And if your realtors aren't telling you that, I apologize, but that's a real problem. That's a material fact that you should be very aware of how that works. And so hopefully, if you have neighbors or potential neighbors coming into the area, if you can help them understand that. I know I've gotten several phone calls, very upset with this board for raising their taxes, and it's nothing that we do. It's nothing we control, quite frankly. But that's why a lot of people like to stay here and stay in their homes, because they don't have any more than a 3% increase. And then I was going to get into the questions on that Commissioner Deutsch just got into, but that's already been answered. So thank you, sir.
Commissioner Constance, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and to add on to what Commissioner Truex said, because I was going to address the reassessment issue, you know, it's probably malpractice on the part of those realtors for not disclosing that. And there's actually a tool on the property appraiser site that says, hey, if you want to know how much you'll be paying in taxes in Charlotte County, enter the address, enter the amount that you're going to be paying for the home, and we'll tell you what your taxes are going to be. So yeah, it's kind of a bait and switch, and it kind of sucks that people are doing that. John, somebody was asking about the material safety data sheet for the asphalt.
Yeah, I actually have seen that, sir. We can certainly get any information like that, and I'm haven't looked. It could maybe be posted somewhere. I don't know, but we can definitely get.
But that should be available.
Sure. Yeah. Anything the county does has to have those sheets.
Okay. Go ahead. That's all.
Okay, Commissioner Doherty, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, trying to think about another option here. John, if we kept it at 3, by the way, I have a list of all the MSBU rates for all street drainage units, and I was trying to get an idea, because you folks have been at a very low level, believe it or not, for a very long time. How do they compare right now? And I just went through this and just looked at Burnt Store Village, 350. Where I live in Deep Creek, 305. Harbor Heights, maximum rate, 408, $408.80. Harbor Heights. Peace River Shores, 334. What I'm trying to get to is to have a paving program in today's day and age. You're going to be paying, I think I said this last night too, or one of our recent meetings, it's going to be $300 to $400 per unit. That's just the way it is. Unless you have an extremely small district with very few lots, then the price seems to go up. And we suffered those discussions last night with waterway units, trying to dredge things. So what I was thinking, John, if the 58 units for sidewalks is pulled out and put into drainage, where we're back to 350 though, how does that work for you?
We could definitely do the paving and do drainage. We just stopped doing sidewalks.
I mean, you're at the sweet spot with resurfacing right now.
100%.
You've convinced us. Folks, we've seen this year after year with charts. I apologize that you didn't see that curve as to what happens when you go past that sweet spot and your road starts to get destroyed. Then the cost is astronomical. So I guess where I am right now, I'm just trying to get a handle, John, will that be a significant boost to get drainage, more drainage going in Englewood East?
100%. So to respond specifically to your question, if we left the rate at the current max rate proposed of $350, pulled the $58 out of the sidewalk and applied that to drainage, we could do all the paving and increase our drainage program significantly.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to move approval of that, of the resolution as drafted with the understanding that it will eliminate sidewalks, any money for sidewalks, and all that money, the $58 per ERU, would go to drainage. That's my motion.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I couldn't hear the motion. Could you restate it for me?
Yeah, there was a motion to keep the proposed rate at 350,
right, okay,
but allocate the money that would have been for sidewalks to go to drainage.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for discussion. I'd like to jump in right now then. So what I'm hearing is, I think people want a quality road. What I'm also hearing is now's not the time to pay for it because of the financial situation everybody's in right now with the hurricane insurance and all the other escalating costs that are going up. I think they're looking for some level of relief. My problem is that we could defer the paving program and save everybody a lot of money. We can just say, hey, we're going to keep it just at the current rate, finish up phase 1 and stop. That would make a lot of people happy. What I'm worried about is next year and the year after when it actually has to get done. So we do have the authority to just leave it at 190 and just say, hey, let's let everybody recover, catch their breath. The problem is this isn't going to go away, folks. At some point it will come back, and it may cost not hundreds of thousands, but millions more when it does come time to repave. I moved into my house in 1999. I had one repaving since I've been there. It'll probably last 20 years. I mean, some of the same comments I heard tonight happened in my neighborhood. It was kind of thick in areas, but then the punch out happened. People came in, put some sod down and some fill and fixed the transitional areas. So I get all that, I lived it and went through it. So, that's kind of where I'm at. Do we just take a break, keep the rate the same, and just have to revisit this in future years? That's what I'm hearing. But it needs to be crystal clear to the people that there's a big risk involved if we were to do that.
So just to reiterate this, we have a program that I think we're going to discuss later, that it's basically a $2.1 million paving program, not necessarily a big paving program. They deferred 3 to 4 years, and it was $2.9 million. So extrapolate that over the size program here, the increased cost that it could involve, it's significant.
So the 190 rate, the current rate, that does cover phase one. So we'll be fiscally sound there.
Phase one and some of our work programs.
Will it cover any drainage?
Yeah, we do drainage out of that 190 for sure.
How about, we talked about a main road or doing some spine roads, I think is what Commissioner Doherty was referencing earlier. Obviously, it's kind of hard on the fly right now to pick out roads, but are there roads within the unit that would probably have a higher priority over other roads? Because
Sure.
they probably all didn't deteriorate at the same rate.
No, for sure. Commissioner Doherty and I have had this conversation a lot. You can see the roads in there that have the wide right-of-way, and they're also typically gas tax roads, but they also pay the assessment out there. Those would probably be the roads that we'd prioritize.
Yeah, because I know there's efficiency of scale, so sometimes we're probably paving over parts of the roads that really need it and some that have a little bit of life left in them. So there's a chance there are roads that maybe have 5 years worth of life left in them.
I would say this, Commissioner, I can't say that there's not a road that has 5 years of life. There very well could be.
Yeah.
But I'm saying once you hit that 20 to 22, 23 year mark, you ain't getting another 5 without significant damage. You got a year or two, tops, and it's going to be major problems to resurface.
Okay, so 190 fiscally soundly pays for phase one, so we meet that obligation. And there's also money in there for drainage work in the 190.
Yes, and
okay.
The team wanted me to say this, and I didn't want to get too off the rails because I'm not the fiscal guy, and I'm glad I see Mr. Arthur coming up here. There is a sunset to some of this too. So and they mentioned it, we do that. In fact, one of the criticisms we get is that we do sunset these programs, and it's like the rate goes down, and it's like, now you're whacking me again. That falls back into that you only have so much time that you can take the loan out for this particular asset, which asphalt's 20 years, but you have to be doing the work within 7. But that's the rub. If we kept it the same and just did a little bit all the time, it'd be great, but that's not how the MSBUs are set up.
But the 190 will, as long as it keeps getting assessed annually, it will cover the money for phase one.
100%.
Yeah, and that goes out 20 years.
I'm not sure he can answer.
Because there's not going to be a time where there's completely zero assessment. There's always got to be money in the kitty to build up for future projects.
Yeah, it's 15. What I would want to
Name
make
for the record.
Yeah, come closer and name for the record, sir.
Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. I would just want to also point out to you, obviously we can't create a scenario on the fly here for you.
I understand.
But if they do reprioritize the paving program, then we can run scenarios. So keep in mind that tonight, whatever action you take, you can't go up from whatever whatever you take tonight. So I just wanted to remind that.
So, I'm not want to put words in Rick's mouth, but what I think he was, I'm sorry, I don't want to put words in Rick's mouth, but what I think he was alluding to is if you went with this proposed rate or a reduced rate pulling the sidewalk out, let's go with this scenario so I can just be succinct. If you went down to 190 or 292 and eliminated the sidewalks, you'd be able to do the existing work program and all the new paving. If you kept that rate and voted on that tonight, we would have time by September to come back and bring you like, hey, things that we could do to possibly tweak this. I can't. None of us.
You mean the 292?
Yes, where we could possibly lower that and do this extension thing that you're talking about, like try to defer a year or two and pick some roads and see what kind of drainage programs you could do that, but you can't go up once.
So 292, and then you come back before the final, and then we can look at those options that we're talking about tonight. I had Commissioner Constance in the queue. Jeanette, did you?
You can do that, but I think John was saying.
Name for the record.
Jeanette Knowlton, County Attorney, you can do that, but I think John was saying keep it at the 350.
I was simply saying earlier
I guess
on that they had talked for sure that we were going to drop the sidewalk, so if you drop the side, but then there was discussion about deferring the sidewalk money, or putting the sidewalk money towards the drainage.
Nobody wants 350. That's what I'm hearing. Commissioner Constance, you recognize, sir.
Yes, sir. And, here's the other issue that you're not, I don't think people are understanding or addressing. So what you're seeing up there is the entire unit. Everybody in the entire unit all along has been paying for paving, but we're only paving up north of 776, and if we keep it at 190, everybody who's paid below 776 won't get paving, but they paid for it. That's a problem.
Yeah, that's true,
It's a
too.
big problem. So it's a unit, and the whole unit has to be, once we start on that, it's got to go forward. Commissioner Truix, you had a comment?
No, were you in the queue, sir? Yeah. Oh, okay. Were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Truex, you recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Chris, that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because the whole unit's been paying into it, and we got to keep it moving to be able to do this. The thing that I wanted to look at was, and I'm not set on exactly how this motion is put together at this point, but I want to have the conversation because I want to know what the timeline, the cost of money is an important factor when you have projects of this magnitude. But I'd like to know what the cost of money looks like if we can extend this out, and what that reduction in rate might be to the property owners. Extending it out, it's going to cost more overall, but it will cost less per year potentially, is my point.
So what's the current amortization on this? I think is what he's asking.
That would be a Rick question. That's not a John question.
Well,
I'm not a cost of money guy. I can't.
No.
Well, here comes our money guy.
Do we have a look going out from 15 to 20 at all?
So, Rick Arthur again. It's already at 15. That rate is built on 15, and
Right.
we cannot go longer than that.
Oh, you can't go
because
longer.
of the timeline.
Because of the way it's set in
yeah,
the books,
and
it should
we
be
have to
15
yeah.
years?
So that's our max amortization for paving.
Well, it was an idea. I didn't say it was a good one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so Commissioner Doherty, recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, and I guess, again, to reiterate what was just said, and John said it very clearly, is that 350, if we just approve tentatively 350 tonight, I'll probably be very comfortable going down to the 292. But what I'm saying is I'd rather stay at 350 tonight, set that, and then allow staff to work on all these different options on financing, backing out the sidewalks for sure, what that's going to be, and then whatever we may be able to do if we kept it at 350, what additional drainage work are we going to get done? Because really, that's the real need out in this district right now. People want more drainage work done. But, I think we need to give them time. That's all I'm saying. So the 350 so the people understand we don't have to stay at the 350. We can bring it down. I think it's September 5th is the meeting, Rick? September 4th. It's logical, I think. That's what I'm trying to say.
You had another comment, sir?
No, I was just saying it's September 4th.
Commissioner Truex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, when we look at the drainage program currently and the funding that we collect for that right now, do we have the crews, if we ramped it up, do we have the crews to throw out there to make it go faster?
I feel that we do, because A, you've given us some additional staff. We've got some additional VACCONs that can go through areas and sweep stuff. The other thing is, currently, we're not dealing with, that crews have all been pulled off their recovery efforts and now going back into regular work programs. So I would think that we could ramp it up. But to your very specific point, if we go with the suggestion that Commissioner Doherty made, we can bring back to you exactly what we can do by September 4th and say, this is what we can do. We can do this much paving and we can do this much drainage work.
And that's really what I want to see, and I want to see where the dollars take us to see if we can bring that down and what our results are. So some options at, the 292, the options at 320, whatever we can do to take a look at this, I think gives the public an opportunity to analyze what really can get done, what really is important to them, and where we can save costs where possible.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you.
Did you, when you did the math for the sidewalk, you said you did that in advance of the meeting. So did you iron that out with fiscal, that reduction in that 292 is going to work?
To be clear, Commissioner, I don't ever do any math for finances. It's strictly fiscal that did it, and they definitely did it and confirmed it.
Okay, so we did confirm
It's
that the
$58.
sidewalk allocation was $58.
Correct.
I mean, so here's what I'm hearing. 292 will finish the paving for Phase 2 and includes drainage work.
No, 292 will finish all the paving.
Yeah, all the paving, and there's drainage money.
There
in
is drainage work in there as part of the regular work program. We probably wouldn't be ramping up, though. It would just be the existing
Yeah.
drainage program.
So, I mean, I'm comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with the 350 tonight. I'm satisfied that we're not going to do the sidewalk. 292 will make us fiscally whole to get the paving project completely done, so people who had paid, they're going to get their paving, and you've got drainage money in there. So, I mean, I won't be supporting the current motion on the table, which is 350, and so that's where I'm at. Commissioner Deutsch, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I'd move to amend the motion to make it the 292.
You seconded the motion? I did. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
No,
Well,
you have to go,
Yeah, I'm
for
sorry.
amending a motion, you got to go to the maker.
Yes, you are the motion maker for the 350. You'd have to, if you wanted, you...
No,
or-
he could just make the amendment.
Okay, so we can vote on the amendment.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm moving to amend the 350 to 292.
Okay, I'll second that. So we have a motion and a second to amend the motion to 292. Is there any further discussion?
Can you be specific about, that's the amount, but what's, and then doing what?
Yeah, the 292 is to finish the Phase 2 paving, all of it.
More than Phase 2, it's the rest of the phases.
It's the rest of it, to finish all the paving,
How
and...
many phases are there?
What's that?
How many phases?
There's
3.
Yeah, to finish all phases of paving. And there'll be also included in that is money for drainage work. And bridges.
It's 4 phases.
Commissioners, there's 2 phases left that would finish all the drainage, that would finish all the paving, and we would still have money within the normal work program to do some drainage. I can't tell you that we could ramp it up like we talked about.
That's okay. There's money for drainage. That is the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing no further discussion, is there any opposition to the motion? Okay,
I'm opposed to the motion tonight, probably be okay with it on September 4th.
Okay. So it passes 4-1 with Commissioner Doherty in opposition. Okay. So...
Now, hang on. Now, you amended his motion.
Yeah, that's the amended motion.
Right.
Now we have to go back and have a motion for the 292. Okay. I can't make a motion.
No, sir. You've amended.
No, that's good, Joe.
That's
Yeah,
amended.
the
That's
motion
amended
is
the
now amended. Yeah, so the
Now
motion on the
motion
table.
sits on the table
Yeah,
to
the
be
motion.
voted on.
Yeah, the motion on the table is now for $292 for the Englewood East non-urban street and drainage
Thought that
unit.
covered it.
Is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? Hearing none, that...
I'm opposed.
You're opposed?
Yes, sir.
I am too.
Okay. Is there any opposition to the motion? We have 2 in opposition, Commissioner Doherty and Commissioner Constance. That passes 3-2. Okay. Okay, so that takes care of that item. Next, we're going to go to Gardens of Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit.
One more for Gardens of Gulf Cove and one more for South Gulf Cove, make the maintenance one.
This one, okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioners, moving on to the Gardens of Gulf Cove. I'll try to make sure I'm close. The MSBU Advisory Board would like to increase their rate by $265 for an increase to costs associated with paving and pipelining. The current rate is $350, the max rate is $350, and the proposed rate is $615. I'll add on to this that in 2020, the Advisory Board was presented with 6 scenarios for the paving program and pipelining. They selected a 15-year loan to increase their rate beginning FY20 to build reserves for 5 years to begin paving in FY25 at an estimated cost of $2.1 million. The Advisory Board would like to increase their rate FY26 to $615 to accommodate the increase in costs associated with paving $2.9 million and pipelining. Pipelining costs from 2019 to 2025 year-to-date totals were $1,785,345. The rate increase will be evaluated in FY29 after substantial pipelining has been completed and the final costs are known. I want to just add some additional information here of why these pipes are so expensive in the Gardens of Gulf Cove. The Gardens of Gulf Cove is primarily a curbing gutter community, so there's an extensive underground pipe network, and there's giant pipes that go from pond to pond. We found one pipe out there last year that nobody even knew existed, and I think it was just under $1 million to line that one pipe. So it's very expensive work, and we're doing everything we can to get this unit caught up because these pipes have started to fail, and we're trying to stay out in front of them. This is the work program. The principal work activities including recurring maintenance of sidewalks, pipelining, drainage maintenance, pipe cleaning, repair, replacement of asphalt, maintenance, right-of-way safety mowing, and traffic sign maintenance. And the graph here shows that the 87% of their budget would go to paving, and then it lays out the other contract work that we would do. That concludes what I have, and I'll answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Okay, we have no questions for staff. We're going to open up the public input portion of the public hearing. I have my cards here, and first on the list is Jim Newkirk, followed by Bob Razor.
Hello.
Yeah, can,
Vice Chairman of the MSBU.
Oh, you just turned it off, I think.
I think you hit the button, turn
yeah,
it
is it
off.
green?
I didn't turn it off.
Oh, there it is. There you
It's
go.
on. Okay.
We got you.
Sorry again. Yeah, Jim Newkirk, I'm Vice Chairman of the MSB unit. The MSB unit did approve or recommend the 615 value, but we did put a comment down there because when we tried to get the information about the budget, they kept on saying, well, we have new software. We were given the information at the meeting where we told we had to approve it in order to get it done in time. So after that, I had actually looked through this budget with the details, and I don't believe that the rate needs to go to 615. I saw two significant issues in there, and I had sent this email you're seeing, I had actually sent it to our coordinator to forward to the accounting department to ask these questions. I'm hoping you guys can follow through. One question was, right now, we spend no more than $70,000 a year on other operational expenses, sometimes only $20,000. They've got it up to about $140,000 every year. So that's suddenly packing this budget like $70,000 more than we need. The other one, the reserve funding, is excessive. If you look at the reserve funding that they put together, it's very large, more than we need. And so I did some calculations. I'm good at that. I spread the spreadsheet back. I actually gave it to the coordinator to give to the accounting department, and I've heard nothing back on their comments trying to say, why is these two numbers so high? It could make a big difference going from like 615 to maybe a little under 500, because our reserves end up to be like $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 on this place for no reason. And I think there's two reasons for that, okay? So what I did is I gave you that spreadsheet so you can see that. I had to ask the accounting department to get back to us. I just heard nothing. And hopefully you can get an answer from the accounting department about actually how they put the budget. And is there too much excess in that account? Okay, too much reserve money. They made a comment once earlier was, well, in the future, if we don't need it, we'll always give it back to you. But usually that doesn't happen, okay? The other comment I will make, and this goes back to the engineering department, is that when we put together the paving project, they came back and said, we have gutters. So you just can't pave on top of it. We have concrete gutters in the whole place. We have storm drains. It's a very great system. And I didn't really get any answer back how they're going to deal with that, whether they actually include grinding in the budget or what. I'm worried about, is there the money there, and how are they going to deal with that? I never got an answer back from engineering. Twice they had promised to come to our meetings, and then they kept on saying, oh, other commitments, we couldn't make it. So accounting department gave us no time to be able to review these questions with them. They literally gave it to the meeting we had to approve it on, and the engineering department didn't respond. The other thing I had given to you was a thing about the fact that the Gardens Association, he had mentioned as most of this budget right now is for paving. The reality is the paving budget is $3 million, and by the time we're done fixing our storm drains from last money to now, we're going to spend almost $3 million on that. So we spent a lot of money upgrading our system. to the point where we do have good storm drains. We have retention ponds, we have a whole great stormwater system, okay? When Ian hit, the water got up to 8 feet high. I know this was at my house is 8 foot 6 inches, and it was almost to my floor. And one of the questions we have, or I have, is that we put all this money into storm drains, $3 million, to get the water to go to our retention ponds. But when Ian and hurricanes hit, the water got so high, all the retention system, these weirs they have, are designed to let it flow over the top so it can drain out to the river, okay? And right now, when we go down, all that water goes to a county storm drain, or ditch, next to 776. It's called the Early Waterway. I was over there a couple weeks ago. The thing is totally overgrown with trees. And we sent the question over to the engineering about that, and they says, oh, that's the problem, we never ever see that get filled. Well, the answer is, when Ian hits and the water's 8 feet high in our property, it's got to all go down that drain to get out of there. And those trees, just like we're spending $3 million to clear our pipes right now, that's just like having clogged pipes. So I really think this is not an MSB unit, but we're doing all this money to make sure we get good drainage. We have one big roadblock at the end. And by the way, that same drainage pipe, when you went to the prior system, that's a big waterway that goes behind that does a lot of that East Inglewood also.
Thank you for your comments,
so
sir.
They can't get to work. Okay.
Yeah, that's your 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. Bob Reiser?
Thank you.
If you can pull that microphone down to your mouth, there you go.
Thank you for the opportunity, appreciate it. I've been in the gardens about 18 years, and the assessment that you want to hit us with, why is it so high? That's my question I'm putting to you guys. Why did you hit us so high with this assessment? It went from $350 to $619? That's ridiculous. How do you expect us to come up with that kind of money, man? Everybody in there is old and retired. You know, they don't have that kind of money. Why is the assessment so high? So that's my question to you. So I'd like an answer on that if I could get one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Donna Sullivan, followed by Martha Vanderbilt. Donna Sullivan? Okay. Martha Vanderbilt? For the record, Martha wrote on her card, no increase. Gary Olson. Gary Olson? Okay. Louis Almonte. Louis Almonte. This has got two names on it. Scott and Doreen Sickles. We'll go with Scott Sickles first, then Doreen. We'll do one at a time. You each have 5 minutes. Oh, I think the mic just went off. Yeah, we'll help you out there. I think there's a button there. There you go.
Hi, I'm Scott Sickles, and I live on Martha Street in Gulf Cove, Gardens of Gulf Cove. I'm new to this. I moved down here in 2018 and moved into the gardens on 2023. I see a lot of problems over there with flooding. I see a lot of problems the streets seem to be fine, but when it comes to our drainage, it's bad. I've got an area this much of my house in a flood zone, and I have to pay high insurance rates because of that. I'm a veteran. I'm a disabled veteran, 100%. I get a fixed income. My wife's looking to retire because of health reasons. We can't afford these things. They were never said these were coming. Nobody did anything to make me aware. As far as this sits the way it is, if you worked more on drainage than on paving, because our roads don't seem to be that bad there, I would probably back it a lot more. But right now, the way it sits, I have to deny. I can't back it. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Doreen Sickles.
Hi, I'd like to thank you all for being here tonight and doing what you do. I know it's hard to sit up there and listen to all that we have to say, but I do feel that the funds in the past may not have been configured correctly with what proposition or bid came up from the other side who is doing the work. We shouldn't be running out of funds and all of a sudden throw our hands up in the air and say, oh my gosh, we need to bill these people a lot more as an assessment. For us to have to pay that, it's not possible for some of us. And I'm serious. We're close to having to file bankruptcy because our insurance went up, homeowners, our flood insurance went up. We just bought our home 2 years ago. Not even 2 years ago we've been here. We see a lot of people around us, their houses are not even fixed yet. They can't afford this. So I see the proposed rates. Englewood has $350 going up from $190. We, in the Gardens of Gulf Cove, have $350 going up to $615. Placida has only $235.15, and they're going up to $535, less than what we have to pay. I understand from what I see in the paperwork in the agenda, the Gardens of Gulf Cove has a lot less homes in our subdivision. So I understand why it's so much higher. However, Coliseum is our main road in our subdivision. It leads to a school in the back of our park. That is a public road in my eyes. We should not have to pay for that road to keep getting fixed when other people are using it from around us also. It's not just the Gardens of Gulf Cove using that road. And that's the only road that I've seen that needs to be repaved, that needs to be fixed. We have to keep patching it all the time. There's holes that keep coming up, and you guys got to keep patching that. So I understand that that road does need to be fixed, but as employees and working people and Social Security people are on with fixed incomes, we don't get but 1% interest or 1% raise in a year, maybe 3% raise. How can we as people afford $300 some more than what we're already paying per year? It's unfathomable. We can't do that to people. Could we do a smaller increase possibly per year? Possibly come up with a plan that we can do small things at a time each year, certain projects per year to do just a smaller raise at that time. And that would help out the people, I think, much more. Otherwise, I think we're going to lose a lot of people in the parks, in the subdivision. And then what are they going to do to afford what they've got to do within our subdivision to make up for those people that are gone because they can't afford their homes? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Thank you. Shannon Crank, followed by Colleen Carver.
I am Shannon Crank. I'm here with my baby. I've been here for 4 hours now, so obviously this is worth my time. I will say I do feel my demographic is obviously pretty underrepresented tonight. We are a young family in the Gardens of Gulf Cove, and recently I did have to leave my job because daycare would have been more expensive than staying home with him. When I bought my house in 2018 on my own, not high income at age 23, it was very livable. Cost of living was fine around here. It's gone up exponentially, and if it wasn't for the fact that my husband does make a decent living, I don't think we'd be making it. So while I have been very fortunate, I know that, I hear a lot of why are there no young families in this area? This is why. It's because the cost of living is so high. So I do have to go because he's getting a little fussy, but I did just want to speak out against this increase. Thank you.
Thank you for staying around, ma'am. Thank you. Have a good evening. Colleen Carver. That was my last speaking card on Gardens of Gulf Cove Street and Drainage. Anybody wishing to speak that did not fill out a card, please do so.
Hi, my name is Colleen Carver, and I live on Thorman Road in the Gardens of Gulf Cove. When the drainage issue first came up for me was when I bought my house, and a week later, we had a huge storm. And now I'm lakefront property, and I got really, really upset. So I went to the office, and Jack said, I can't do anything about it. I'm not living here. You have to be a resident to speak up you have to go to the MSBU. And I'm like, what does that mean? The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So I went and I applied, and I was approved by the board. I don't have a background in anything except security, to be honest with you. I was in security at a power plant, nuclear power plant, for 26 years. Now I know that I have to speak up. So I started to complain, and I was the squeaky wheel. And we did get approved by the board to have a survey done of our drainage system because we had so many flooding areas. And when the survey came back, this is way back in the beginning, survey came back and said, we have more cracked pipes than we have working pipes, more collapsed pipes than we have working pipes, which means that's why our roads are all flooded. Even coming into the gardens, you had a big flood. Coming down down Thorman, it was a lake. So once the survey was done, we got approval to get the pipes done. And you guys gave us a lot of money, or we had to get a loan for that. I stuck around in the MSBU for the next 3 years, and the work was getting done. And I never had a flood again. But I'm in the section that is in the 70s, the old homes. The homes, of course, were built in 70s and 80s and 90s and 2000s. But I believe the roads were all done. And I had people saying, my road is fine. So I'm going now from drainage to with the road situation because I could see on our budget what was going to happen. We were going to run right into this issue. We don't have enough money. The people who live there don't have enough money. So I did get out of the business of the MSBU because of health issues. But I see exactly what I feared was going to happen is now happening. And our people can't afford it. So I'm hoping that there's something you could do about it. As far as the roads go, everybody says, my road's fine. I'm again the one that says, my road's not fine. It's one of the first roads you hit when you come in. And since Coliseum is used so often and everybody knows it, they go in, they make a left-hand turn, and they go down Thorman. So now there's 2 roads that are being used a lot. In the 70s, I have the cracks, have the black marks, have the gravel coming through, and I know what my road needs to be done. But you just go a few blocks up, and the roads are like new. They haven't had the traffic. They haven't had the school buses. They haven't had the people who alternate their route so that they don't have to deal with the school buses. So I'm just saying, what I feared was going to happen is happening right now, and the people can't afford it. So we got to find some way to not do the roads that don't need to be done. Do the roads, Mine doesn't need to be done, I'll tell you right now. But I see the rest of the development has very good road. It doesn't have a lot of traffic on it. So I'm praying that you guys have some kind of solution, because this should have been, I saw it, and I'm not trained in anything. So somebody in the budgeting department and on your panel, somebody should have seen the same thing I saw with absolutely no background. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am.
You're welcome.
This is the last call for the Gardens of Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit. I see people filling cards. Is that for this, for the next one? Okay. And for the record, we had mailed 982 notices, and the response we got back at the commission office was 0 in favor and 6 opposed. I want to make sure I got that for the record. Did I miss you, ma'am?
Yeah, I don't have a card.
Okay, go state your name for the record.
My name is Trish Cooper. I live in the Gardens Gulf Cove, and I live on Coliseum. Our street is really not that bad. It's got some holes in it. It's fixed. School buses go up and down. Trucks go up and down. It's a main street. They don't just go into Gulf Cove. They're going through and on up to Wilmington. So, you know, and we started out with $350. Oh, they want this amount of money. It's unbelievable. And when I came down here, I've been down here 53 years in Inglewood. And my taxes, my mother and my sister lived in Charlotte. Their taxes was $7 a year. A year. Mine was $29. I was pissed, you know. And now I've owned that house for 48 years, the same house. Taxes went up to $1,800. And I finally sold it, and that's when I moved into the Gulf Cove where my husband had a house, and we've had that for 25 years. And it's just really hard. I mean, we gave up our flood insurance, and because we couldn't afford it. And then this year, we gave up our house insurance. And now you want this. I don't know what you expect from people. We're both on Social Security, so we can't do anything more. So that's all I got to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Last call on Gardens of Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. We have somebody. That's okay, just state your name for the record, ma'am. Yeah. They'll have you fill out a card over there when you're done.
Okay. My name is Wanda Williamson. I live in the Gardens now for 10 years. I live alone because my husband passed. And when I got this bill, it just tore me up because we were guaranteed it would never go over $350 for 20 years. Back when we started this like 5 years ago, the $350. Now it's $615. There's just no way we can afford that. I mean, I know we need work on the drainage better because my road, I have little cracks, but I don't have anything that, you know, is very drivable. It doesn't cause any problems. But the drainage, like we had 4 inches of rain 2 nights ago, and the road collected the water, and it was starting to come up the driveway when it stopped. But I know that they pulled all those things out a few years ago, the lining or whatever they call it, and it got better, but it's still, and it drains within a couple hours. But with Hurricane Ian, my house got destroyed. I own my house now, but I couldn't get homeowners insurance because they wanted $8 grand for just homeowners, and they didn't, and the other insurance company only paid half of what they should have paid. So I'm having to take my Social Security and try to fix things a little at the time. And when my flood insurance money ran out, I could only do what I had, and I had to do everything as cheap as I could. But then and our dues went up with the homeowners. So, I mean, it's just like there's no money left. I had to finance most of my stuff, and I have to pay those bills. And so it's just please don't go up. The 350, I think, is plenty. Because I know we have more years on that 350, so, and I'm used to paying that. It's just I can't afford that. And then whenever, because my house flooded, they didn't charge me the homeowner's taxes. But now that I got it where it's livable, I know that I'll have to pay that too. So it's just, I don't know how to do all that. And it's only one income, and it's Social Security, so you can imagine it's not much. So that's it. I just don't think it's right.
Thank you for your comments, man. I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, thank you for being here tonight.
Sorry for crying.
That's okay. That's okay. We appreciate your comments. Thank you for being here. Anybody wishing to speak on this item? We have another gentleman. Do we have cards? Just come forward, state your name for the record, and we'll have you fill out a card when you're done speaking.
My name is Richard Liebel. I have maybe 36 years living in the Gardens. I do not believe the roads need any repairs except possibly on Coliseum, which still has one street as you come in from the highway of 776. Had to be repaired several times during the last 10, 12 years. At one time, the hole was so bad in the highway, I had called about it, and so did the gentleman who had the home there. And finally, I went and bought concrete and filled it. Put a board across so nobody would get stuck in the concrete. And that was there for maybe 3 years. Finally, the county did come out, dug it up, repaved it. The paving of that whole street was done, and now the same street is the only one that I know of that has to be redone. I don't know whether it's a matter of the type of asphalt they were using or it's a sub-track there in that street. But right now we got 2 holes. They're almost too big to avoid, and they're very deep. I went to the gentleman that I spoke to the last time. He says, I called, then nobody's coming out. I don't want to have to go get some more concrete. So I hope sooner or later that's taken care of. That's my item as far as the roads go. The second one is the drain pipes. I believe, I could be a little off 1 or 2 years, but I think it was 10 years ago, we had the drain pipes resurfaced or they put all new lining, relined, that's what it was. And since they did that, we have not seen the heavy flooding that we had prior to that. And I know because my daughter lived on the corner whereby it was probably a good 2 feet deep. And at one time, I took my John boat and I went out to the gas station in the John boat. It was 17 inches of water in 2 days. Now, all of that has been taken, seemed to care since the relining of the drain pipes. So there's 2 big items. I don't believe we have that much of a problem with the drainage. And as far as the streets go, I think they can be left alone, except for maybe an inspection of some that may need repair. And that one block, as you come in, is the only block I'm aware of. And like I said, in 37 years now, the county's been doing a pretty damn good job. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. I have another card, Frank Scheiber.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak. I have a issue with Gardens of Golf Cove. We've been hit with 3 hurricanes in 3 years. There's still houses in the entrance of the old section that are not built back from Hurricane Ian. These people are on fixed income. They trying to pay their bills. Insurances went up. Now we're in a flood zone where I live, so we have to have flood insurance. You know, you're looking at taxes, flood insurance, homeowners insurance. I mean, you're $9,000, $10,000 here a year. These people don't have that kind of money. We don't. The roads, as far as the paving, Coliseum is a problem. Coliseum is the main road that comes through Gardens of Golf Cove by McDonald's and goes over to the school by Wilmington. And everybody cuts through that road so they don't have to go down to Wilmington by Home Depot. And there's potholes all in that road, and they've been patching them for years. I'm sure Public Works knows that. And that is a main road. That needs to be fixed. Another issue I have is I live right next to the school, Myakka Elementary School. And about 4 years ago, a driver went through the side of the fence because there's a canal there, which is a runoff area, swale, which is county-owned. And there's a 45-degree angle on the fence. And I had called Colleen from Public Works about getting that fence repaired. Long story short, it took me a long time. They said, well, it wasn't our property, it was the school. They redid the school, okay? They did not put this 45-degree fence up, and you got young children coming from that school, walking home, going down to that pond and that lake, and if they get bit by alligators, you guys might have a problem. Okay, I don't know if you guys are aware of that, but that's fence. Instead of fixing 50 feet of fence, they took it down. And you got children that are going down there to the canal because they're suspicious, and I'd hate to see someone get hurt. I would like that fence put back up, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, sir. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. State your name for the record. You'll have 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll get you, when you're done.
My name's Kevin Brisker. I've been in the Garden Golf Cove for 7 years. I live on the back street. I'm off Coliseum. I'm down on one of the side streets. And my road dead ends. Sailor's Way is behind me. There's a channel there. During Ian, that all got flooded. My yard, my pool and all my yard is flooded. White caps on flashing on my front drive and the back end of the house. My question was, my neighbor, who just spoke a little bit ago, that channel runs down in and feeds into the Myakka. All that drainage on that end of the street feeds down into that channel. That channel has been blocked, I don't know how long, but he's called county, come out, fix it, clean the drainage out so it gets through. That might have been the issue the other guy was talking about. It comes down into that, it feeds into the Myakka. That has not been cleaned out to my knowledge yet. Guys used to take kayaks to go through there. You can't even get through there now. So that definitely needs to be cleaned out. As far as the roads being paved, my road doesn't need paved. Whatever drainage they fixed on my road, when we got the rains the other day, they got high, they drained right out. So as far as paving, doesn't need paved on my road. Coliseum needs to be paved. And is this 615 rate, is that going to be every year? Or is it just a one-time deal?
Yeah, we'll answer those questions after comment.
But that's the question I got. Okay. Because I think it's way too high. I don't know why it has to be almost double. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. You will have 5 minutes. State your name for the record. Last call. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, Gardens of Gulf Cove, street and drainage, please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anybody else rising, so I move to close public input for this public hearing.
Second.
We have motion second to close public input. Is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? That passes unanimously. Public input is closed. Mr. Elias, you are recognized, sir.
Again, Commissioners, for the record, John Elias, Public Works Director. This one's much more manageable list. I can kind of go through each one of these. The original gentleman, Jim, indicated that he wasn't sure how we were going to how the engineering team was going to address the curb and gutter. It's very common what we have to do in curb and gutters. We mill down. There's sometimes you can do one layer over it, but once you start getting that, you have to mill down to make the surface of the curb and gutter. So that's how we address that. I won't regale the extensive drainage stuff that we did there, but I do want to point out a very specific scenario that we're dealing with the Gardens of Gulf Cove. And I will go down through some of the other lists. They did start saving for paving in 21 or 20, somewhere in there, so they've already got 4 some years into it, maybe 5. We have to address something within the next couple years, and the money that they had started to save, we had to significantly invest in these pipes that were failing, which they indicated, and that's why some of that money was eaten up. So we did do a survey of the pipe. We do estimate, unless we find other pipes, and it's not uncommon that we do, but we would be able to reduce to $493 in 3 years. We'd be looking to pull that pipelining work off there, so the number would come down to $493 in 3 years, and then 12 years after that, we would lower the rate again because we'd have paid off the paving. Keeping in mind, though, you'd probably be right around the time that you'd be looking at paving again. I can't stress this enough, and I'll try to detail this, and I think for future public hearings, I had taken Commissioner Deutsch out several years ago, and we were going down roads, and he's like, this road's fine, and I was able to show him. I think it's probably some sort of film we can do or some public outreach. But to stress this, the road may look fine, but to Commissioner Doherty's point, if it's oxidized past a certain point, it's now getting into a catastrophic failure, and if you've already got potholes, we're way past that. The road is failed, period. The road is failed. If you've got potholes on the road, you're past the friction course that we're talking about, you've got base issues and the road's failed. The other situation that I can't stress enough with folks, I love to hear the stories where the water staged up 8 feet, didn't necessarily go in their house and was able to get out. There's no drainage system anywhere in the world that's set up to deal with a hurricane or just some of the summer storms that we get here. We had a pretty significant one today that we were monitoring because certain areas we knew were getting whacked. They are correct that the majority of their drainage system eventually flows out into a water system that's parallel to 776, and it is in kind of a no man's land. It's public waters, but it's not navigable. And the trees that they're talking about blocking it are mangroves. So it's not necessarily, it wouldn't be a thing that we address, but we can certainly try to work with the state or figure out who can address that. But they are correct. To my knowledge, it's never been, that ditch has never been dug out. But I would also say, I'm sure that there is some restriction of with those mangroves, but the system is working effectively. So just to reiterate the other point that I made, they've already started saving, so we're kind of at a point where we have to do something with a couple years, and the money that they had started to save, we had to significantly invest in these pipes that were failing, which they indicated, and that's why some of that money was eaten up. So we did do a survey of the pipe. We do estimate, unless we find other pipes, and it's not uncommon that we do, but we would be able to reduce to $493 in 3 years. We'd be looking to pull that pipelining work off there, so that the number would come down to $493 in 3 years, and then 12 years after that, we would lower the rate again because we'd have paid off the paving. Keeping in mind, though, you'd probably be right around the time you'd be looking at paving again. I can't stress this enough, and I'll try to detail this. And I think for future public hearings, I had taken Commissioner Deutsch out several years ago, and we were going down roads, and he's like, "This road's fine," and I was able to show him. I think it's probably some sort of film we can do or some public outreach. But to stress this, the road may look fine, but to Commissioner Doherty's point, if it's oxidized past a certain point, it's now getting into a catastrophic failure. And if you've already got potholes, we're way past that. The road is failed, period. The road is failed. If you've got potholes on the road, you're past the surf friction course that we're talking about. You've got base issues and the road's failed. The other situation that I can't stress enough with folks, I love to hear the stories where the water staged up 8 feet, didn't necessarily go in their house and was able to get out. There's no drainage system anywhere in the world that's set up to deal with a hurricane or just some of the summer storms that we get here. We had a pretty significant one today that we were monitoring because certain areas we knew were getting whacked. They are correct that the majority of their drainage system eventually flows out into a water system that's parallel to 776, and it is in kind of a no man's land. It's public waters, but it's not navigable. And the trees that they're talking about blocking it are mangroves. So it's not necessarily, wouldn't be a thing that we address, but we can certainly try to work with the state or figure out who can address that. But they are correct. To my knowledge, it's never, that ditch has never been dug out. But I would also say, I'm sure that there is some restriction with those mangroves, but the system is working effectively. So just to reiterate the other point that I made, they've already started saving, so we're kind of at a point where we have to do something with this, so I'll leave it at that.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Deutsch, you recognize.
Yeah, that was an interesting trip. You didn't mention the 3-foot-high trees we saw growing up in the middle of some of those roads. I want to reflect back on some of the comments that the MSBU chair made and some of the figures. Could you comment on that? Because I assume you saw what he gave us to take a look at.
Yeah, he gave us a copy too.
Yes. So I'm just saying, it seems that he thinks that we can move ahead and get this done at roughly $100 increase, not $265 increase. And again, listening to the residents, and we've talked about this earlier, so no sense going back to it, if there's a possibility that we could get closer to his figure and make this happen, I know I'd feel a lot more comfortable with it. Would you comment on that for us, please?
Sure. So the first thing I would say is not all the time our engineering teams can go to all the MSBU meetings, so I apologize for that, but I hope I addressed his question here tonight. The other thing is we only meet so many times a year with the MSBUs, and the fiscal team crunches numbers and we try to present scenarios. So a lot of times we get a question like that and we don't have time because there's literally the budget timeline that we've laid out. But to your point, for sure, there's required reserves that we have to keep, which we do that. And for sure, we build in extra into our budgets. So if we run into something like a massive pipe that fails, we have some cushion to work. So there's a potential that we could maybe reduce it, but I would argue that you're reducing the scope of your work program, and the pipe lining has to get done, and I would argue that the paving has to get done. And I would not say that, without just having looked at his thing to analyze it, I would not be comfortable saying that we could reduce it by $100.
Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. Just want to reiterate also what John mentioned earlier with his crews. I know that the gentleman mentioned about maybe some expenses were coming in way under budget, and a lot of that is what's billed out to the MSBU by his work crews. And to his point, they've been busy sifting sand. And I mean, as you all have mentioned a couple times tonight too, over the last 3 years, just the workload that they've been doing. The good news is, although those dollars are budgeted, they're not spent, they go right into the ending balance, which helps actually offset the need to increase this rate. So I know it was a substantial increase, but had his crew been doing their normal workload, it may have needed to be even higher.
You done, sir? You still have the floor.
Well, I was pondering this, and I'm trying to look for a way to make this happen and make it less of a financial impact this year. And I keep thinking and looking at the numbers, and you say we couldn't do it for 100. Could we do it for 150? The 265 seems like a lot of money to me. Well, obviously, it's more than one and a quarter or 150. And I don't know.
So the
You know what we need with reserves, obviously, better than we do.
technically fiscal does. I let them handle all the money stuff. So to your point, Commissioner, I think an analogy that I could give that may not be apt, but it may be, is the folks that have said like, wow, this is a huge increase. It's an increase because we're providing an entirely new service, which is resurfacing the roads, or in this case, resurfacing the roads and lining pipes. And again, just using an analogy, I pay a guy, if I cut my own lawn, there's an expense that I have to buy the mower and do the gas. If I suddenly pay someone to cut my lawn, that's a new expense, and that's an exponential increase in what I'm spending. But using my lawn as an example, I pay $400, $500, $600 a year just to have my lawn cut. This assessment is doing all the work in the right-of-way to include all the drainage pipes, all the think of just what it takes to have a paving crew show up anywhere to do any work, and we're paving all the roads and doing all the drainage pipes in there. But to respond specifically to your precise question, Commissioner Deutsch, I couldn't tell you from this dais what we could reduce, but if we left this rate as an example, I could certainly come back and sharpen the pencil and come in, but I would be hesitant to say that we could do that tonight. I feel like I'd be taking a risk and then not being able to do something we need to do.
But what you are saying, and I think we made this clear, that whatever rate we set tonight is the highest it could go, and it's possible that it could come down. And and frankly, I'm just concerned that, with everything else every one of us is dealing with, that seems $265 seems like a lot of money to me. A lot more than a buck and a quarter, for example.
Certainly, and I 100% understand and empathize.
By the way, let your grass grow another 4 or 5 days every month before you cut it. You'll save a few bucks. It works for me.
That guy will charge me more. To your point, sir, the one issue that I think Commissioner Doherty brought up earlier is a lot of times what drives these costs is you have a smaller MSBU and you have the amount of roads that you have in there. That's really what drives it. It's a simple math issue. So if they had a lot more ERUs in the unit, that rate would be lower. But given what they have and given the type of paving that we have to do in there, because again, we're probably milling next to the curb and gutter, it's just the cost of doing business.
Are you done, sir?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Commissioner Truex, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so I want to thank the chairman for being here and bringing this information forward, because it made me look at this in more specific fashion. What are the required reserves for this fund?
Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. Per the board's reserve policy, it's 10% contingency, 10% cash carry forward. So when we do our scenarios, right, we try to make sure that no year, that's our low point, right? Okay. So we try to make sure we don't go
So to work with real numbers, I took his 453 times the 990.1 and came up with 448, 515.30. That reduces a year imbalance to 280, 489.30. My specific question is that enough to carry to the next year to meet the requirements and have enough money in the next, because we don't see after 27, we don't see. So I don't know what the work program may look like going out. So I don't know if we reduce that to what he suggested, which I would have no problem doing, but I don't know if I'm meeting my requirements and can meet the work program moving forward.
We might have that. That was at the 493. Is that what you were asking about?
That was at the 453.
453?
Yeah.
Give me just a moment.
While Rick's getting that, I will also add that, again, we could go, so hypothetically, and again, we appreciate the compliments that we also received tonight about some of the drainage work we're doing. I can't stress enough, the pipes lining up, those are going between houses where you could have a situation where a house is involved. We have to do that, but we could drastically reduce the rest of the work program and not do anything. I'm sure there's a savings we could find there, but I don't know what it would be unless we ran that analysis.
Right, and we're at $250 a year for pipelining. till what year, do you know? I know I see through 27, but I don't know beyond.
We're estimating 3 years we'll have that program wrapped up.
Okay, so does that include current fiscal year?
I think they had indicated that in 2030, we could reduce the rate to 492.
In 2030?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's another,
Hang on, let me just double check.
so like 5 years. It's another $1 million per quarter. Me.
Okay. So luckily Pam has our cash flows for this scenario. So 3 years at the 615, that keeps us in fiscal year 26 at 18.4% budgeted for reserve. So very close to our 10 and 10 policy.
In 2026?
Yes. And then if you go down to the 453 after the third year, that would keep us at 19.5%. That would be the low point in fiscal year 2031. So again, I mean, I think that's reasonable, very close to the policy.
No, there's no 4. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, Commissioner, I just confirmed that the year that rate would go down is 29 for the pipes. So we could go down, for disregarding anything he just said, if we kept the work program, it would be reduced to 492 and 29.
Okay, so that might even further reduce it down at that point.
Yes.
Thank you.
There's nobody in the queue. I have a question for you regarding the policy. That was an internal policy of the 10 and 10, or is that a statutory policy?
We are required to have a reserve policy per our charter, and we review it with you annually in March, and that is included in that reserve policy.
Yeah, so it's an internal policy.
It's a board policy.
Yes. That's Jeanette Nolan for the record. So, do we have flexibility with that as the board at this point?
Absolutely. Yep.
Okay, what would it look like if we had a 10% contingency fund instead of 20?
Oh, well, we have 10 and 10, so 10 contingency, 10 cash carry forward. You mean 10 over, like 5
10, 10, so not to 5.
Okay. I mean, I can't, I'd have to run it.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, these are options that
Yeah.
we can come back with that may knock some more money off it. You still have a reserve, there's some money there, it's not completely zeroed out, but at least it would be an option
Yes.
that we could look
Yeah,
at.
of course.
Okay.
We just go, whatever the policy is, then that's what we use whenever we run scenarios, so we're just making sure we're safe.
Yeah, no, I understand.
But if you direct us to go 5 and 5, we could absolutely rerun these scenarios.
Well, we just need options. I mean, it's extraordinary times here. I mean, things just aren't normal the way they used to be.
Commissioner, I'm having my team put together a rough idea of order of magnitude. If we went forward with the paving and the pipelining, I'm having my team try to put together briefly a rough order of magnitude. If we cut the entire work program, maybe do an occasional sign if somebody knocked the sign down, but just did the paving and the pipelining that I'm saying is critical to be done, and I'll try to give you a number here.
On the paving side of it, you've already determined, like we had a discussion for the last one, the roads are in the same condition.
These were done in 2004, and again, if they're saying that there's potholes, the roads, that's an issue.
Yeah. And they've already been paying into the unit for paving.
That's the other element to this.
Okay. Right. You running some numbers, Rick? Okay. Anybody else who has any comments while we're running some numbers?
I have a question.
Commissioner Constance, you recognize.
So how much has been has any paving been done yet? And how much has been collected for paving?
Let me come back to what you asked. There's been no roads paved, and they've been saving since 21. But
So what's your balance now?
Some of that savings we had to put towards an emergency pipeline.
Gotcha. Which you can do because it's streets and drainage, so it's the whole.
Correct.
It's part of what you. Correct. So here's a question. Obviously, based upon testimony from the citizens that came in, plus your assessment of their testimony, that big potholes means there's been failure of the road. Coliseum's in bad shape. It's a it's a pretty used road. So the question is, what would it cost to reconstruct just Coliseum so that it's got a base and it's well paved and it's usable?
So I can get you that number, but then the challenge is the MSBU, they've been collecting money to do this project for 4 or 5 years, so we have to pave in 2 years the unit. We can't just pave Coliseum. See what I'm saying?
You saying you're gonna have too much money left over?
No, I'm saying that
You have to deliver the benefit to the unit. You've been collecting for this program for 5 years, within generally 6.
And so my assertion to you is we will be delivering a paving benefit, since that's a heavily used road within the unit as opposed to paving all those other roads. If it's something that's determined, I mean, the good news is there's a board. We could go back to the MSBU advisory committee and speak to them about doing that, because while you say that for roads, then I'm thinking about the drainage system. Well, we're collecting money for drainage of the entire unit, yet we're not putting drainage, we're not fixing the drainage in front of every single person's house. We're fixing main collector drains that affect the drainage. So if we're applying that philosophy to the drains, why can't we do that in some units for the roads?
I can make the discussion for the drainage. For sure, those pipes that we're doing affect the entire unit.
Okay. What are the main collector roads within the unit?
Coliseum.
Okay. I yield back.
I don't.
Yeah, what I think I'm hearing is that the paving has not commenced.
Correct.
Okay, so the paving is not commenced, so the main spine road is a benefit to the entire unit, because they're all gonna get on that road at some point. So if the scope is narrowed for the paving to just the one main road, and we continue with the drainage or repiping, I mean, there's a savings there.
Sure.
I mean, because if everybody's paying into the unit, they're all gonna, it's a collector road.
I will also, so I think, I don't want to speak to the rationale of what you're proposing. I would let Jeanette speak to that. The other thing that my team did pull together, if we take our entire work program, aside from the lining and the paving, we have $147,000 that we have budgeted for labor for us. We could say reduce that $140,000, just have $7,000 for emergency stuff, signs and stuff like that. That may offset this, but I couldn't give you an amount of how much it would offset it.
Commissioner Truex, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, in looking at this, there are areas where we can cut based upon the reserve amounts with the current alternate scenario of 615 for, it's only showing 2, but it would be 3 years and then 493 in perpetuity on out. The amount of reserves they fluctuate from 31.6 down and then hover in the 19, 20, 22, 24, 27 in 2036. So there's some adjustments that can be happening along the way. What we don't know that far out is the work program, right? What else may come up? But what we do know is based upon the current need and what we're seeing, that there's some ability to maybe even drop the rate down the road again. But I mean, that's going to take some time, I think, for fiscal to take a look at, because I think we could look at going to, and maybe 15% I'm more comfortable with than 10 for reserves, but that gives us some play within this budget that we could shoot towards to maybe reduce this. So the initial hit maybe not quite as high, and then there's another drop, but they won't look as dramatic as the 615 to the 493. I just think that there's maybe another avenue, and I know it creates a lot of extra work, and we wouldn't be able to come to a number tonight, but I think it's an option we should look at for September 4th. Thank you.
Ms. Knowlton, you recognize.
I would feel more comfortable using your reserves and doing the work program than just doing Coliseum, because you're not delivering the benefit to everybody who's been paying in for 5 years. Not everybody uses Coliseum. It may be the main collector road, but you've been assessing for this work program to pave the unit.
Commissioner? If I
Yes,
could,
sir.
There was one other thing.
Name for the record.
Sorry, John, Elias, Public Works Director. I meant to also mention that the fence the gentleman he kind of described the scenario very well. There's no record of us ever installing the fence. It was basically on school property, and I understand that he wanted us to replace the fence, but the reality is we don't fence off canals throughout the county, so that's why there's been no action taken.
Was that a school fence?
It was a school fence.
So it's probably a school board issue.
Yeah,
They got to replace their fence.
They didn't want to replace it either.
So I had that on my list of things to ask. There was also a question about the drainage into that main drainage that goes into the Mayaca and the trees.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
Yeah, I know you did, but you said it was, what kind of?
Mangroves.
Mangroves. So if that's in a ditch, I believe we're allowed to maintain those and trim those and cut those back if it's in a ditch and it's been impacted.
So typically, what we've been allowed to do is if it's blocking a line of sight where a traffic accident could occur, you could certainly make the argument, you can do some trimming, for sure, but it's a non-navigable waterway, which is one thing. We could do some trimming if it was navigable, but it's not. And how much it's actually impacting the drainage is probably it'd be a whole process. And I honestly think it would probably be a state thing, because it's in the state right away.
Oh, that's a state issue?
Most likely.
On that one ditch? Okay, all right. Well, that makes sense then. Okay, any other discussion on this, gentlemen? We have any more questions? Commissioner Doherty, recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. John, can you confirm any other roads other than Coliseum that might connect to 776 4th Gardens of Gulf Cove? I don't think there are. I think
Getting to the mic, sir.
Thorman, I think it would be the only other one I'm thinking of, and I can't remember if it connects to 776, but that would be the only two main roads. Thorman.
Then I guess the logic would be that everyone in the Gardens of Gulf Cove to get out on 770, to get home or leave, would have to go out on one of those two roads.
That would be correct.
That would make sense then, that at least that if we kind of directed staff to look at the cost of paving that, although everyone has been paying in, I agree, that we have to make sure everyone has received the benefit, but they would definitely receive a benefit, period. So it's a matter of, that would substantially cut back on basically on your paving. Although, quite honestly, I think we have to look at, when you get 2 years, you said we got left on the, to get there were 3 years.
3 years for the pipeline, sir. And
Again,
again,
I'd love to be able to throw out some arbitrary reduction, but that's what's nervous tonight, to do that, just like that was with the previous one. just
So,
arbitrarily reduce.
my team's been sharpening their pencils. If we reduce from 615 to 591, so it's $24, but over those 3 years, that would, and then the 493 still in 29, we hit the 5 and 5. We hit the 5 and 5 in fiscal year 31. We're still on that target.
And that takes.
But, I'm sorry, Commissioner Doherty said before.
And that takes care of the paving.
That was just for the adjustment for the reserves.
Right, so that does allow us to get the resurfacing done.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
believe that.
With minimal,
The only thing
minimal
they
reserves.
changed was the reserves. They
That's all
only
you-
changed their reserves.
Right, that's all you just.
Yeah.
I think that's a good place, gentlemen, to be tonight. I'll make a motion if we do that. You want to read it?
No, I'm
I
sorry.
don't know the numbers.
Yeah, it was 591. I wrote down the number, 591. Is there a second?
That's it, that's the motion, is to go to the 591 as the cap tonight?
Cap tonight, and then we were directing staff to come back with options for
Further
our
lower.
final, for a further reduction.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion tonight to lower it to 591. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Deutsch, you recognize, sir.
I'll support that tonight, but I want to see more of a reduction. That's not enough for me. So.
So I think what we've been hearing is we need to do more, and I really want to look into the paving on those spine roads, because if there's only 2 roads in and out, everybody does get a benefit. They've got to get on that road at some point.
I 100% understand what you're saying. I would defer to Jeanette on the rationale behind that. But the other point I want to make, Commissioner, that doesn't mean the other roads aren't gonna have to be paved.
Well, they might at some point.
No, they'll definitely need to be resurfaced.
Well, we'll have to address that. I mean, we're one day at a time.
Understood.
I mean, at this point.
And Commissioner, one of the things I would also mention that we can put together as part of this package that we're bringing back to you, we'll look at just resurfacing the 2 roads. We'll look at these reserve things, and we'll also look at greatly reducing our work program, because that we could possibly, that would be $140,000 that we have allocated for work program. That as long as we left $5,000 to $10,000 in there for emergency stuff, that would be, we could offset this as well.
So I'm going to put the county attorney on the spot. If there are 2 roads, and they're the only 2 roads in and out of there, that wouldn't meet the requirements of the MSBU?
That's not what it was originally assessed for, but
Because they've already.
Name for the record, sir.
Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. My concern, because we haven't obviously gone out for the work to start yet, but they've been prepaying for that program.
For paving?
Yeah, so, right, but for the original full amount, so I didn't know. That's, again, I don't know what legal.
But people were paying for paving, and this is paving. That's where I'm going with it. Okay. Commissioner Doherty, recognize, sir.
Yeah, in addition though, that even though that money was supposed to go all to paving, we had to direct some of it to drainage.
Correct. An emergency issue.
So we have modified the work program anyway.
Yeah.
So we need to clean it up, but I mean, bottom line is, changes have been made. The program's been edited, so we need to really get our arms around all that and get it right.
Okay, I don't want to miss anybody. I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to be recognized. Okay, so we have a motion, a second, to move the new rate to $591. Is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion?
I'm opposed.
I am too. That passes 3-2 with Commissioner Siseo and Constance in opposition. And this will come back, ladies and gentlemen, so anybody interested in this, it will be coming back to the board. What date is that will be coming back?
September 4th is our first budget public hearing.
Okay, so September 4th, so stay tuned.
And just for the record, I'm not in favor of keeping it here, but we can go down. And I want to make sure that we keep working to go down. I don't want to put us in a bind to not be able to do the work that has to be done. So I just want to make sure it's clear. My goal is to get this down more, if at all possible, through any legal means. We have to be careful of how we do things with MSBUs. It's very restrictive. I think we meet it, but I'm not the attorney, so.
No, look, I'll tell you one of the reasons I was in opposition. I don't want to speak for Commissioner Constance. I wanted the folks to know that this board, and I know why you voted. It was a responsible thing to do to move this forward so we can have another discussion. So I get that. But my vote was to let staff know, we've got work to do, and we need to bring back options in September. That was why I voted the way I did. Yes, Commissioner Doherty, recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to reinforce that. That's exactly where I am too. I mean, we all want to see it reduced even more if we can.
Yeah, we just didn't have time tonight to come up with those additional options, and I understand that. I mean, you're not miracle workers. We had a lot of public input. Actually, I got a lot of good ideas from the folks, especially on that road and some of the other things, so I appreciate that public input. Commissioner Constance, you're
Yes,
recognized,
thank you,
sir.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, no, and I appreciate the work Mr. Elias is doing, and also Mr. Arthur. You have a lot of work to do over the next few weeks. September 4th is going to be a very long budget meeting. These 4 or 5 units are not the only ones that are going to be brought back with questions. We have all of those dredging ones that we talked about. So it's going to be a very, very long budget meeting on September 4th. So, get ready. We're going to have a lot of questions, but hopefully you'll be very prepared. And, I really would appreciate, I think, because we're not meeting formally, but maybe have some sort of a package together where you guys can individually talk to each one of us prior to the September 4th to answer our questions. Then we'll have all those programs to roll out, and it'll save your time and our time at the meeting, but then, of course, the public will be asking questions and we'll be answering them as well. Thank you.
Commissioner Doherty, recognize, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would even offer to, have a special meeting. I mean, I'm going to be in town all of August. We normally aren't. We normally go to
I'm
another
here.
place, but if in fact there's a need for administration to have a special meeting a couple of weeks before September 4th, I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, this may take some work than just showing up at that meeting. We may have to, refine these options before we get to the meeting. I mean, we've got to have something solid next time.
September 4th, we really have to make a decision.
Yes.
We have a meeting ahead of that.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I agree. There's a lot of moving parts here, and I don't want to do it at the public hearing. I want to know that we have a normal board meeting, work on it, then when we come back, it's clean, so the public can see the options and what we did. That's what I'm looking at. I think that's what you're saying.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Any other comments on this item?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, you recognize.
Yeah, for that suggestion, though, we're not going to give a date. You guys will let us know when you're ready, and then we'll have to quickly pivot to find a date. So, Hector, if you can make sure you keep everybody in the loop, we'll try to get you some dates that you can land on for all 5 of us, and then make it work. Thank you.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for that. And we've completed that item, and there's some people exiting. I want to thank everybody for being here that spoke on that item. We are now going to move to the Placida area street and drainage, and I'm getting some additional cards. Okay, this is done. Put them on the bottom, yeah. Those came in last. Okay, Mr. Arthur, you're going to present on this.
Yeah, well, before I hand it off to John, I just want to give you an update. We found an error on our scenario that we presented at the May annual MSBU workshop. So we just want to give you an update on that and be as transparent as possible. There was a formula error in our scenario that double counted the debt service in this scenario. So the rate.
Commissioner Truex.
No, I'm sorry, I'm on Placida.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're
I'm sorry, I thought we moved on.
Yeah, we're on Placida.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is in regards to Placida. Yeah, sorry. So we went back to correct that, but then also we had additional conversations with Public Works in June, and the estimates for the pipelining significantly increased as well. So it went from an estimate of 60,000 to over 400,000. So actually the 535 rate that we brought in May is still the rate that's needed to meet the reserve targets, okay? But it does drop off. It didn't quite meet the total cost of the debt service being doubled in that formula. So it's only through fiscal year 30 now instead of 32 that we would need that rate at 535. So
what year was that?
Fiscal year 30 as opposed to fiscal year 32. Okay. So it did allow us to shorten the length of that increase, but because of the additional costs associated with the estimated pipelining work, the 535 rate was still needed. But I just again wanted to be totally transparent. We did provide this information to the advisory board, and I'll probably let John speak to this, I don't think they've had an opportunity to get together and have a quorum to review this. So, is that correct? Do we have any feedback from the advisory board?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Can I ask a numbers question before Mr. Arthur walks away?
Yes.
So you said that even though with the reduction for the debt service and the increase for the additional work, the numbers are the same, but you said you're shortening in 2 years. What if we kept it till 32? Couldn't we drop the assessment to 500 or lower it from 535 and just keep it till 2032?
Well, sometimes with these, I'd have to go talk with Pam and her team and look at the cash flow. You know, when we're building up reserves, we were trying to hit it on, within the program. So it's like a 1 year target that we're aiming for. So I think they ran that and they came back that they could still hit the targets with the 535 and just shorten it by 2 years. But I'll go confirm with them.
Okay,
now.
thank you.
Yeah.
I understand, thank you.
Thank you. For the record, Johnny Elias, Public Works Director. As always, I have fiscal do the fiscal talk because that's their area of expertise, not mine. So I believe, sorry if I just shined somebody a laser in their eye. I believe this one's going to be more straight to the point. This is the Placida area street and drainage, the MSBU advisory board, and they do have a board. It voted 3-0. There was one member absent, all for this assessment increase. Would like to increase their rate by $299.85 for planned sidewalks in FY26. The current rate is $235.15 and the max rate is $235.33. This would make the proposed rate of $535, which would also be the max. The principal work program activities include maintenance of sidewalks, pipelining, drainage maintenance, pipe cleaning, repair, replacement of asphalt, all the normal stuff, maintenance of right-of-way, safety mowing, and sidewalk and traffic sign maintenance. Going on to the next slide, this details what their budget, how it's broken out, with 59% being allocated to sidewalks. And with that said, that concludes what I have. I'll try to answer any questions you might have.
Any comments for staff? Okay, we're going to open this up for the public input portion of the public hearing. I have my cards here. First on the list is Mary Ann, I can't read the last name. Walsack? Okay. Sorry about that. You still write in cursive. Nobody writes cursive. My kids don't even know how to write cursive.
I know.
It's a disaster.
Thank you very much for allowing us to speak. Can you hear me?
Yeah, put it right to your mouth.
Right to my mouth?
Yeah,
okay. All right. I have a few questions, and I don't expect answers right now. But in this, everything that I've heard going on, it sounds like this is gloom and doom. Like there isn't more money that's going to be coming in from someplace other than my pocket. I don't know how correct these are, these figures that I'm going to throw out. I Googled. And in 2021, Charlotte County issued 4,830 permits. In 2022, 5,676 permits. In 2023, 4,429 permits. And in 2024, 4,585 permits. In March of this year, in 1 month, 3,345 permits. Between 2023 and February 2025, there were 10,994 new housing units. I know that we've had, right off of Placido Road, Island Lakes at Cocoa Bay, a development. Palm Lake, off of Winchester, another big development. So to me, I see a lot of this as revenue for the county by people paying taxes. In the community that I live in Windward, in Placido, and 70% of the people that live there, of the 438 homes, are snowbirds. So there's only 30% of us, myself included, that lives here all year round. We have walkers, we have bicyclists, we have people that walk their dogs, and they're very happy walking on the street because our community is only 438 homes. Where there are sidewalks, it's right on Cape Hayes Drive. They're also on Placido Road. And by the way, I don't want to discredit anybody, but some of the, shall I call it, concrete contractors, the fiasco that they did right on Placido Road and Cape Hayes Drive, where they did something that indicated you were turning into Cape Hayes Drive, but half the time you'd be hitting this, whatever this was, that they had to take apart. So that's more of our taxpayer money that went out the window. The other question I have is, which I don't expect an answer today, is the pipelining. What pipelining are we talking about? I do know that we had severe flooding, as everyone else has had. So that is a subject needs to be addressed. But definitely, we don't need sidewalks. Some of the cul-de-sacs, I don't know if, oh, is my time up? Some of the cul-de-sacs, I don't even think if you got a sidewalk there, right now we're having enough trouble getting the trucks and cars not to hit whatever we have planted in the middle of the cul-de-sacs. So having more sidewalks in our area is not a benefit to us. So the 1,300,000 and, what is it here? $1,389,315 is better used someplace else. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments, ma'am. William Carlson, followed by, can't read that, Richard Carpenter. I'm sorry.
I'd like to thank all of you very much. It's obvious by what's happened in the last 2 or 3 issues that you've dealt with that you're listening to us, and that's, I think, is one of the most important things that you can do, is you're hearing what we're saying. I don't want to reiterate what everybody said about fixed incomes, et cetera, et cetera. I happen to serve on the board. I'm the president of our POA, representing, as Mary Ann said, 438 residents. We have no sidewalks in our neighborhood. There is no need whatsoever on Gasparilla Pines Road to have a sidewalk. It's truly a sidewalk to nowhere. Absolutely a sidewalk to nowhere. Now, I was born and raised in California, and I have seen where good government and bad government starts and stops. And it starts and stops right here at the local level. And I'm very appreciative of all you folks listening to everything we had to say. Again, I have, as you mentioned, you've gotten responses. Well, I have over 100 emails here from residents that live in our community, and that's a pretty good turnout for 400 homes when you consider that 50% at least, more like 70 or 80% of the folks that live in our neighborhood are not permanent residents. They're only here for 6 months a year. We have a lot of Canadians that live in our neighborhood. God help them. Our neighborhood values are dropping because of all the things that are happening. We need to consider this, and I see that you folks are considering it, and I want to thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Richard Carpenter. Richard Carpenter. Followed by Victoria Bentley.
I guess the main thing I have to say is pretty much what everybody else has been saying all evening. I don't think the sidewalks are a major issue right now. We've all gone through. I just got my permits 2 weeks ago. I was fighting the 50-50 rule, and then the permit reviewer was fighting with the engineer that drew up some blueprints for my house. He's been doing blueprints for 25 years, and the permit reviewer was holding up the permit on a technicality. Okay, that's here or there. I got my permits, but we're all going through major financial issues. My homeowner's insurance went from $4,000 a year to $12,000 last year. That actual facts. Plus, you had the flood insurance on top of that. Yeah, thank God I had the flood insurance. We had 4 feet of water in my house. But the sidewalk issue, I don't think it's not. We don't need it right now. I mean, I can understand. I actually understand the sidewalk on Avenue of Americas, because that links a residential neighborhood with the pool and some other areas. That sidewalk probably will get used. They did a crappy job on it, in my opinion. I worked for Better Roads. I did Charlotte County Annual. I did 775. I did the sidewalk grade from the old Egg and I restaurant down to the Catholic Church. I personally did the grade on that and followed the inspectors as each section was poured and done. You know, I understand sidewalks. They did a crappy job on some of those. But at this point, there's some areas that need a sidewalk, maybe through a neighborhood, but the entire neighborhoods don't need the sidewalks like they're proposing. That's a major part of our budget for that area. You know, the street paving, like I said, I've done Charlotte County annual. You know, worked for Better Roads Paving Company for almost 10 years. So I've done paving all over Charlotte County, Sarasota County, Lake Placid, all over the state. And a lot of the roads, they pre-paved our road. It didn't need to be done. There's very little traffic on that road. You know, the biggest truck traffic is the garbage trucks once a week. But you know, I understand what they're saying about, you know, the crystallizing the asphalt and breaking down. That has a lot to do with traffic. It's not just the age of the road. You know, there's a lot of roads in the area that, you know, are in excellent condition, surface-wise. There's other roads that aren't as old. They're getting torn up and they're destroyed because of the amount of traffic. You know, that's really about all I'd say. My biggest complaint is sidewalks. But I got one thing completely off topic, but I would like maybe somebody to consider in the other meetings. I have neighbors, and I know of at least probably 20 people that immediately after the hurricane had a contractor who would come around, make them promises, and he's done the work. Come to find out after the fact, he pulled no permits on those houses. He was subbing all the work out, cash payments, and now these people, they're just now getting their permits. They're scared to death to turn the guy in because they don't want the ramifications coming back on them. These are mostly older people. And I know what the work costs and all of this stuff, and he took it for a ride. His first name is Tobias. I don't know what his last name is. But I know at least 20 houses that he did in the Placida area. And he's not a licensed contractor. He didn't pull permits on it. And the homeowners are scared half to death because they're afraid they're going to be penalized if they come forward with it. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Victoria Bentley? Victoria Bentley? Let the record show she wrote no sidewalks on her card. You guys better start working on numbers with no sidewalks. We better have numbers when we're done. Eve Ferner.
I have some handouts I'd like to send up. My name is Eva Ferner, and I'm here tonight to speak both as a resident in this district and as a representative of Lemon Bay Conservancy. So the Conservancy owns the Lemon Creek Wildflower Preserve that's on Gasparilla Pines Boulevard. And we are not in favor of the sidewalks along that road. It's a dead-end road. We know are people that walk out there, but there are people that walk on all our roads. So also, the cost of $1.4 million for a sidewalk just seems completely excessive to us. I also want to bring up an issue which I'm sure can't be addressed just in the next 30 days or by September, which is the way that the ERUs are established in this district, and that's the information that I asked to be passed out. According to your paperwork that we saw tonight, there are currently 2,079 ERUs in the district. And in reviewing the district information, there are at least 799 units, actual real residential units in this district that do not pay into this MSBU. And there's another 442 units that pay less than 11% of an ERU. Meanwhile, our Conservancy is asked to pay 24 ERUs for a preserved property that has no residential units. And if this rate increase were to go through, would be paying over $12,000 a year for very few trips into and out of this preserve by people that come to visit us. Your own county park at the end of Gasparilla Pines is asked to pay 20 ERUs into this district, while we have again more than 1,000 units that are paying little or nothing into this. Now, some of the logic I've heard on this is that they're on private roads, so they shouldn't pay, and I agree maybe they shouldn't pay for the paving, but there are also units that face Cedar Road, which is not, it flows through this MSBU, but it's not maintained by this MSBU. Those ERUs are expected to pay. So the entire ERU structure that's in place for this MSBU is very faulty and very unfair. So I would ask you, before you even consider any increases to this MSBU, that you really ask staff to review that. And then the third thing that I would like to bring up is just a point, is when I read the ordinances that created this MSBU, it says it's for streets and for drainage and for beautification. And I fail to see how sidewalks fall into any of those three categories. Thanks.
Okay, thanks for joining us, ma'am. David Morabito? I got it. And I haven't eaten since 3:30. I had to have a snack. I haven't eaten since 3:30. I can barely see anymore. We got Rita Vandermolen in the queue.
Okay. I came here tonight to let you know first off that I am opposed to any of the tax increases that you are presenting. But I'm not going to bore you with what's already been rehashed and brought up many, many times. I think you got the point of what we're talking about here. But I do have a question, because I don't quite understand. In what we talked about, what needs to be done, that's something that obviously all the counties have to do. And when they're talking about roads, they're talking about bridges, talking about piping, drainage, all the stuff that we talked about tonight. All the counties have to do that, okay? And I guess my question is, as I look at the tax rates, I'm going to give you some statistics. When you look at Collier County, for average home of $100,000, okay, the tax rate in Collier County for that home would be $3,315. Sarasota County, same house, $300,000, you're looking at $4,092 tax rate. Hillsborough County, $4,718. Lee County, $4,791. Charlotte County, $5,086. Okay. Now, that to me, I don't quite understand, because we're ranked out of 67 counties in the state of Florida. We're ranked 23rd in the tax rate, being that number one is the highest tax, and number 67 being the lowest tax. Collier County is ranked 65th. There's only 2 counties that basically have a higher tax rate than Collier County. We're at 23rd, so I think that's up the chain pretty good. Now, what you're hearing tonight from most of these people, I'm going to support what they're saying by average household income, median household income. When you look at Collier County, you're looking at average household income, $86,173. Sarasota, $80,633. Hillsborough County, $75,011. Lee County, $73,099. Charlotte County, $66,154 median household income. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that in the county that has the lowest median income, all of these counties that I just represented on the west coast of Florida, We have the lowest median income, but yet we have the highest tax rate. My question to you is, why? That I don't understand. And I'm hoping that, again, maybe he can give us some reasoning why that makes sense to me. Because, I want to be able to understand if this is a legitimate situation due to, extenuating circumstances that I don't know. That makes it more palatable for me to basically say, okay, fine, I understand. But just on what I'm giving you, it's just not making any sense to me, and that's what I would like, that to be explained. Are we doing something wrong? Are we contacting these other counties and saying, hey, how much are you paying for your roads? How much are you paying for the stuff that we have to buy? Is that why there's a difference? I don't know. I'm asking you guys to turn around and find that out. And when you give a presentation for what we're going to be needing to have to pay going forward, I think it'd be very beneficial for you guys to explain the reason why we have to pay, over what some of these other counties are doing. That's basically all I got to say, and it was perfect timing.
Perfect time, sir. Thank you for your comments. Rita Vandermolen? Rita Vandermolen. Last call. Okay. Christine Vandermolen. Christine Vandermolen. Okay. Baran Turcano. Baran Turcano. There's nothing written on the card. Gerard Gallant.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners. My name is Gerard Gallant. I'm a full-time resident of Windward off Cape Hayes. Thank you for enduring close to 5 hours here. As a point of reference, I'm a CPA. A lot of time doing value for money audits of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of projects. I'd like to specifically talk about, I don't think it's unheard of or that you must have been asleep if you didn't hear, a sidewalk to nowhere. Early in my career, I audited a bridge to nowhere, a $250 million bridge to nowhere. A lot of people's heads rolled. This is a sidewalk to nowhere, Gasparilla Pines Boulevard. Did a little bit of homework, knew nothing about what MSUs were, because I'm a full-time resident only in the last 2 years. Did a little bit of homework, learned a little bit about the process, and Mrs. Moneypenny, I think is how you say her name, was kindful to educate me. What I'd like to say, I heard earlier in the previous MSBU discussions about benefit to all MSBU members. I'd like you to consider this, and my direct ask is remove the $1.5 million out of the sidewalk. In fact, I believe the $110,000 in design cost should never have been spent. 38% of the ERUs are in Gasparilla Pines, 38%. 62% are outside that. So if you follow the same principle that this board discussed at length about people wanting the same amount of benefit, the sidewalk benefits maybe 38%. I'm going to postulate significantly less than 38% because it is the sidewalk to nowhere. Two of the main reasons for the sidewalk coming in the Public Works Capital Improvements Plan were safety and growth. Safety and growth. And I'd like to shout out to Mr. Ilias, by the way. He's been very incredible to answer my personal questions over the last couple of years, so thank you for that. Safety and growth. How do you address safety in a sidewalk? You look for accidents. You look for history where there's issues. Sidewalks carry pedestrians. So I did what any smart homeowner should do. I filed a public records request with our great sheriff. And over the last 5 years, another important point. How many accidents were there on Gasparilla Pines Boulevard? 0. From May 20th, May 14th, 2020 to May 14th, 2025, there were 0 accidents on Gasparilla Pines Boulevard. There was 1 wreck at the corner of Gasparilla Pines and Placido Road involving a pedestrian. And that was a lady charged with reckless driving, careless driving, where she turned into the wrong lane. That pedestrian was in the crosswalk. I don't believe that is a traffic signal intersection. I believe that is a stop sign only. Perhaps that's something public works should look at. That was one single accident which a sidewalk would not have helped. I will postulate to you that the sidewalk to nowhere, there's nothing related to safety in this sidewalk. There is no safety issues. And as others have said, the Windward subdivision, we don't have sidewalks, we walk all the time. Secondly, it talked about growth. If you look at the Charlotte County GIS maps, I'm fairly confident there's not much area to grow in that area. It's built out along that Gasparilla Pines. And in fact, the lady from the Conservancy, which is the vast majority of property that fronts that, is a no housing, no growth area. So the 2 main reasons on the capital improvement budget, safety and growth, I think you'll agree with me, don't exist. There's no safety issues, and there certainly is no growth that could happen along that area due to its nature and its build-out. Fourth thing I would like to add, and in completion, I asked for the traffic studies. How many cars are on this road? How many people go along this road? No traffic studies were completed that were able to be provided to me. I did my own informal traffic study. 4:30, 8:30, midday, several days a week. Sat there, drove up and down the street. 3 times a week, I encountered 2 cars. 2 cars. So not only do we not have pedestrians, and by the way, not one pedestrian, not only do we not have pedestrians, we don't have cars. Now, yes, it is down season, it's hot, it's humid, no one's outside. I'm going to summarize by saying, I'd ask you to please remove the $1.5 million out of this budget for the sidewalk to nowhere. Please keep the funding level at the existing level and not increase it at all.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I'm too tired to use the gavel right now. I know, I had a couple. You know, I feel bad eating because it said no food and water for the folks, and I've literally been looking at this food for 4 hours, not eating. 5 hours. Does anybody want to? I got some Rice Krispie treats if you're hungry. Okay, let's get back to the cards. You can have one. I can't pronounce his first name. I think the last name is Dohan or Bohan. First name Cheadle. Okay. David Collins. David Collins. Okay. Marilyn Foreign. Marilyn. Frank Davis. Frank Davis. Bill Riley. Bill Riley. Okay. It's not on Fox anymore. Philip Gangini. I butchered that, didn't I? Gangino. Wow, it was close. Not really.
Just like you. Am I on?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I only want to speak to, thank you for your service, by the way. I just want to speak to this, what the gentleman spoke to about this sidewalk to nowhere. I live in Sandville Haven, and we're right opposite where the center is there. And in the course of a given day, I might see 3 dogs. I know them all by name. We shake hands, you know. And actually cars, I see, the amount of cars I see on Audubon Avenue, I can count on both hands, that's it, an entire day, okay? Now, I was looking at the rates. When we got this letter, me and my wife were discussing how we were gonna pay for the additional medication she needs these days. It happens, right? Life happens. And I had literally just said to her, don't worry, we'll just do what we have to do. That's what everybody does. And then I opened that letter, and I was like, wow, they want to jack up this rate from $235 to $535. Now, there's no sidewalks in San Diego, none. Matter of fact, there's none in Pine Haven, up the road from us, but they're private. More than half the residents, I think there's 82 residences in San Diego, might be 70. Most of them are snowbirds. I think maybe 30% of people stay there. On my street, there's about 15 houses, and 4 of those are full-time, including myself. There aren't a lot of people. There aren't a lot of dogs. We see an occasional coyote. People that walk their dogs, we have a pond. They like to walk their dog around the pond. That's what they do. To me, 235, and it's more than double, it's going to 535. For what? We do not need sidewalks. Everybody's saying the same thing. We can put a nice name on it, the sidewalk to nowhere. The fact of the matter is, when people are there and they are walking, everybody's safe. The gentleman just gave statistics on how many people get hurt walking in the street. There's nothing happening over there. It's quiet. That's why I live there, So I'm obviously opposed to the increase, and I'm asking Board of Commissioners to say no. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments. Susan Raymond.
I will, I'm opposed. I will support the previous speakers.
Okay. Let the record show Susan Raymond is in opposition to the increase, and on her card she wrote sidewalk to nowhere. Last card is Geraldine Schreibman.
Excellent.
Well, your penmanship is excellent, ma'am. It shows. A+, yeah.
Thank you. And thank you also for being here this evening and for listening to us so patiently, to the sheriff's officials who are here and everyone else from the county. I am a resident of Cape Hayes along Placido Road, and just for informational purposes, I have attended our MSBU meetings on a fairly regular basis. So I'm here today to express my appreciation to you as well as to the members of the MSBU who have given their time and their talent over the last several years. And I was very interested to hear all of the statistics for the sidewalk proposal along Gasparilla Pines. My understanding of this issue right now is that we have paid into the MSBU allocations for the last several years for the repaving of our roads, which are supposed to occur this summer 2025 in Cape Hayes. So that the vast majority of this increase is designated for the sidewalks along Gasparilla Pines Boulevard. I also know from going to these meetings that several citizens did come to the meetings, did submit petitions, and did indicate that they had some significant safety concerns for their street, particularly as it relates to school children also. So I have no background as to, again, the volume of traffic, the safety issues, the accidents that may or may not have occurred, but the perception of those citizens is that they need a sidewalk. Having said that, I wish to indicate my opposition to this MSBU increased allocation for several reasons. First and foremost, in the last 10 years that I have been living here, my MSBU allocation, the non-ad valorem, not just the MSBU, but the non-ad valorem allocation has more than doubled. It has gone from $400 and some to $850. I think that's a pretty significant increase. And then to add this amount of money to it, I think is unconscionable, to be honest. In addition to that, there's not just the increase in the assessments, there are also other issues that the citizens are facing countywide, statewide. I'm looking at FPL, which is currently proposing to the Florida Public Service Commission to increase their rates for the next 4 years, which may have up to a 22% impact on the rates that we are going to pay for our electrical service. That's a large increase. To that, and you've heard this evening from many people talking about the increases in homeowners insurance, flood insurance, on and on and on. And those are like 100% increase for some of us. So that the rising cost of insurance, utility bills, medical bills, and just the general cost of living, I think is already straining the budgets of many of the citizens in this area. And I know that some of them are senior citizens, but some of them are the younger families that we wish to continue to encourage to live here. And I think by imposing more fees on them, we make that increasingly difficult. So I basically want to just say I think this more than 100% increase is just not feasible. I would encourage you to look for alternate forms of revenue streams. I don't know, Amberjack Environmental Park, the Lemon Bay Conservancy. I don't know if there are alternate sources of grants that deal with environmental issues that might help this issue should you decide to go ahead with the construction of the sidewalks. But that's basically it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That was my last card for this item. Is there anybody else wishing to speak on this item? Okay, for the record, the Placida Area Street and Drainage Unit, 2,105 notices were mailed. We had 0 in favor, 88 in opposition. So I just had to read that into the record. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I don't see anyone else rising, so I move to close public input.
Second. A motion second. Close the public input. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, that passes. Public input is closed. Mr. Elias, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, for the record, John Elias, Public Works Director. We've been scrambling. We did learn our lesson as we go through these. We start anticipating some of the things that are going to come up. So I do want to just mention this, and I believe it was Geraldine just mentioned this. I'll own when we come to you for infrastructure stuff that I feel we need to do. Sidewalk programs aren't something we're selling unless it's a sales tax program. The reality is the community came to us, they had over 200 people sign a petition for this sidewalk, and it does connect to a major sidewalk on that road there that it goes into. So I understand that it probably goes back in a neighborhood and appears not to connect to anything, but it connects to a major sidewalk that can move people far out of their neighborhood. So just putting that out there. With that said, we could eliminate the sidewalk, but staff has put together what it would be. We do have one pipe there that's pretty expensive that we'd like to line. That would make the rate $385. Let me go back to the rate page too. Hang on one second. The pipe is on 300 Coral Creek Drive. I heard somebody ask, and I just want to make sure I have the information. So that would lower the rate from the proposed rate of $535 to $385. And to be clear, that would only be for 2 years. Then we could lower it to $235.15 back to what it is.
Because of that work.
Because of that work.
So no sidewalk is $385.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
But just for 2 years, till we get that one pipe done.
Then it goes down again.
Yep. To what the existing rate.
Did you figure out the 5% contingency money? Well, what's that number? That number was just the sidewalk number.
While he's pulling this up, I would also add that, again, if the motto, if the theme here is to really try to tighten stuff. We could potentially leave the rate the way it is and try to figure out how to get that pipe done within the existing work program, or if he's gonna push that down to zero. But that pipe is close to $400,000 just for that one pipe to be done.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, we need staff to.
So, Rick Arthur, Fiscal Services. The 385 for the 2 years keeps us the reserve at around 13.5%. So we would be within our target still.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, that's, I mean, we can't really, it's actually 11.8, so it's even a little bit lower than I thought. So that's really close to the 10 that you mentioned before, so.
Okay, so hold on 1 minute. I'm trying to get my head on a swivel here. I heard, who was first?
I thought Ken was first.
And then I heard Commissioner Deutsch. So let's go with Commissioner Doherty, Deutsch, and Truex.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just moved the resolution modifying the rate to $385 per unit maximum for the night.
That was a motion? There was a motion to reduce the rate to $385 maximum for tonight.
My understanding that the staff's going to continue to work on all these things.
Yeah, to refine the number. So there was a motion for 385 max tonight. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, a motion and second for discussion. And I have Commissioner, were you done, sir? Okay, Commissioner Deutsch, you're recognized, sir.
Yeah, I would make an amendment to leave it the way it is.
Okay, we have a motion to make an amendment to leave it the way it is.
To amend the motion.
To amend the motion to leave it at 235.15.
That's correct.
Is that what you're doing? Is there a second? Motion fails for lack of a second. Commissioner Truex, you recognize, sir?
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, understand this. We'll have to work through some details. Can somebody turn my mic down? Thank you. I have a magnetic personality, evidently. So on September 4th, we can further lower this, and the reason I would like to wait till then to do so is I'd like to have it worked out as to how we can do this before we make the decision to leave it to remain. When we get the reserves down that low, if we find that pipe has got more damage or something else with it, then we're in real trouble because we won't have enough reserves to maybe pull this thing through if we don't change the rate at all. So what I would like to see them do, if we set it at 385 now, we can always come down. We can come all the way down to 235. We might be able to hit a sweet spot at 275. I don't know. But if we could go 385 tonight, then we would be able to have the time to put the stuff together to then make a very intelligent decision about what that number lands on September 4th. I heard loud and clear from many people in public, on the phones. When I came in here tonight, you didn't see me waving back at you? I was waving back at you. And I appreciate the gentleman who brought the statistics in. I was pretty familiar, but wasn't exactly familiar, so thank you for that. But that would be my suggestion tonight, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else in the queue? Yeah, I would just say, I agree with that. I think staff needs more time to hone in. I too would love to drop it to 235, but the problem is we leave ourselves no wiggle room if we had to go to 255 to meet a reserve and to get the pipe done. It just doesn't leave us any room. I think the signal tonight is we're having a significant drop from the proposal to 385, which is what's on the table, and we can work on getting that number down and finding that sweet spot. And I agree with that. So, I mean, I want the folks to know that, you're hearing us here, you're hearing where we're going with this, and our direction is to continue to work on that number to bring it down. Another issue for September 4th, possibly to be discussed in August, as Commissioner Dory had mentioned on the previous item. So we got the no sidewalks, talk about reduction. And I just got to say something about the insurance. I heard a lot of comments, not just in this hearing, but other hearings about the insurance rates. And, government officials are pretty low on the totem pole, But I gotta tell you, these insurance companies are bloodsuckers. What they've done to the community, the rates they've charging and the renewals or lack of renewals, and then when you need them, they're nowhere to be found. You pick up the phone, you can't get anybody. I mean, at least the community can come here. You've got 5 commissioners. You can tell us what you think of us. There's a level of satisfaction in that, and we're listening. Who talks to you at the insurance companies? You know, nobody. You get put on the phone, you get that. I mean, it's just a nightmare. But, you know, I sympathize and I empathize. I think all of us on the board, who have worked with our insurance companies, I know 2 on the end here, it's been a nightmare with their insurance companies. So we hear you. We're living it too. With that said, we have motion and second to go to 385 max rate. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, a little point of privilege. I guess the gentleman in the back who wanted to talk to us about overall Charlotte County taxes relative to our neighbors. I just want to throw out some advice. Take a look at Sarasota County and take a look at Lee County, how many municipalities they have. In Charlotte, they have multiple municipalities to provide municipal services. Charlotte County has 1 municipality, it's the city of Punta Gorda. The other 90% are in the unincorporated area of Charlotte County, where we are the de facto city council and county commission. Just like the sheriff has gone on with the sheriff, but he's also the Charlotte County police chief, because we are basically providing municipal services. So that causes some of the dynamic of what you're talking about. It depends on how they did their numbers. I just wanted to clarify that. He did have a concern over the fact that we were high. I think it's apples and bananas, though, is what I'm trying to say. We're providing city-type services under a county government, and that's the primary difference. I would appreciate it. We can't get into a dialogue, sir, but I'm just sharing with you. Please do that research, and I think you'll find it might be helpful to look into that.
Yeah, that was an excellent point. Commissioner Constance, you recognize?
Yeah, and I think you also have to look into, you referenced Collier County. Collier County has a property tax base of $122 billion, and they only have, and so their one mill produces $122 million. Charlotte County has a tax base of $23 billion, so 1 mill is only $23,000. So when you have tons and tons and tons of valuable property, the millage is pretty low and everybody pays a lower amount. So it's not apples to oranges. It's not apples to apples. And then there are many examples, but if you look up in the Florida statistics, you can find all this out. But Miami-Dade is not produces a little bit more, maybe 2 or 3 times the amount of Collier, but it has 20 times the amount of people. So Collier is a bad example. Monroe is also a very high mill level, but they have very few people producing that large amount of money. So it's not the same. And I just wanted to say on the last item, I came close to voting against it, but it's going to come down. And I have faith in Mr. Elias and our financial staff. We've heard loud and clear from every single group that we've dealt with their MSBU. You're under a lot of stress from hurricane damage, from insurance rates, from all the different things that you're up against. We've seen it. The county is not operating properly right now. We have way more work to do than employees, and I got to tell you, we all value those county employees. So if you see them on the side of the road, stop and say hi and say thank you, because they picked up the county and they still have to do all their other work. So we're all under stress. We're all trying hard to make this all work. Pray we don't have an event this year or next year or the year after, and maybe we'll get back to zero. But right now, everybody's pretty stressed out on the county side, but we're hearing you. And I don't want to inflict any kind of financial pain on anybody if we can avoid doing it, and you're hearing it from my colleagues as well. So thank you for coming out, because it's important that your voices are heard and we're listening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I just wanted one more thing for the county attorney on this last item. There was an exhibit given regarding inequitable variations of the ERUs. You have a copy? I just want to make sure before our next meeting that you
I do have it, and we'll look at it.
Yeah, I want to make sure you look at it, and then we can report back in one-on-one. Okay, Thank you for that. Okay, we're going to move on to a unified presentation for South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit and South Gulf Street and Drainage Unit Phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you, folks, for coming out tonight. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to just, thank you. Thank you for those comments. Just wait 1 second, just let them clear the room. You got it, man. Some of those guys want some. Okay, we're going to move on with South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit and also South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit Phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mr. Elias, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner. For the record, John Elias, Public Works Director. So to your point, Commissioner, this is a unified presentation, but with 2 public hearings.
Yes.
So I'll start with the South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage. I will also add that South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit, like Rotunda and a couple others in West County, all of them really, all the advisory boards do amazing work, but they really took an aggressive work program several years ago to address some concerns they've had. So they put in the work to put these programs together, and it's appreciated by our staff. So the MSBU Advisory Board would like to increase their rate by $14 for an increase in costs associated with bridge repairs. The current rate is $105, the max rate is $105, the proposed rate is $119, and that's to address bridge issues. Additionally, the MSBU Advisory Board would like to increase their rate to $306 for paving in areas designated as phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. The current rate is 0, and the proposed rate is $306. And it's, I'm sorry, I didn't switch the slides. And it's spelled out there what the rate was for each of the phases. The principal work program activities include the normal substitute maintenance of sidewalks, pipelining, drainage maintenance, pipe cleaning, repair, replacement, asphalt maintenance, right-of-way, safety, mowing, and traffic sign maintenance. And the following chart indicates where the money spent as it relates to the entire unit. I also should say this because it's been come up a lot tonight, and 10, 15 years ago it wasn't a discussion. When we say pipelining, we're basically restoring the pipe. Historically, that would be an open excavation, and it used to be extraordinarily expensive to line pipes. The technology's improved as such, it's still not cheap. But when you compare all the costs and impacts with opening a road up and digging between houses, that's why we line so much of our pipes now. It's not that we line them all. If it's an open situation where we can get to it, we'll still do an open road excavation or an open cut excavation. But that's why we do so much pipe lining, and it's a very unique process that's done. So with that, I will answer any questions you have. And I think, Commissioner, you told me to remind you that this will be the public hearing just for the $14 one for the first.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Any questions for staff before we open up the public input? Okay. Anybody from the public wishing to speak, you'll have 5 minutes. I have my cards. This is for the first item, the South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit. I have Neil Rickman. You're recognized, sir.
Hello. I'd like to thank you guys for spending the time talking to us. You, I voted for. You, and you. Because you're conservatives. And I think that you're going to change things around here. I've been living here, moved from the Bronx in 2005. Don't ask.
I didn't go to Clinton.
No, I didn't go to Clinton. My dad did, though. Nevertheless, listen, I've been living here that long, 20 years, in South Gulf Cove. I've seen a lot of SHIT go on. In 2005, we had Hurricane Charlie, which hit us pretty good back then, okay? Kind of destroyed Charlotte County. And, I don't want to reiterate anything because basically a lot of senior citizens are on a fixed income. The people in South Gulf Cove are on a fixed income. Some of them, others are doing better than most. Hurricane Ian, we got banged out. It was a Category 5. Before you were elected, they made it a Category 4. So we all got the bobo. if you know what I mean. You talked about insurance, you talked about that. We're all taking it, having it hard, okay? And I mean, you know what insurance costs. You guys are complaining about it. Now listen, not for nothing, I come from the Bronx, there's a lot of corruption all over the place, okay? So I voted for the conservatives because I like what Trump's doing. And I like what my conservative peeps are doing here. Most of you I voted for. I don't know about next year because I ain't gonna be here because I'm getting chested out of here. I live in South Gulf Cove. Fucking friggin' taxes have gone up beyond recognition. I just got this letter and my taxes jumped. I always pay in November, right at the beginning. It was $3,934 in November. It's getting bumped up to $4,763. Listen, I live on $1,500 a month. Freaking Social Security, which is another Ponzi scheme. So, a lot of rackets going on, okay? And a lot of rackets going on here because $20 million was stolen in 2005 when Charlie hit. My wife was a FEMA contractor. To find out what went on, guess what? They were hiding the paperwork in the basement. She goes, they stole here. And then the new person picked it up. None of you people hear about it, so I hear about it. I know what goes around, the chicanery. Now, you guys are building what? A new county commissioner's building? Is that, what's going on there? You're building a county commissioner's building? You mentioned it earlier. Okay, how about the police department? Is that needed? You put the one in a residential area right off of, why? We got plenty of commercial districts. I don't know why you did it. Every fishing pier in this county is closed. I don't know why they ain't open. I don't know why you're not fixing them. Now, I asked the lady here about why is the impact fees going? Everyone's paying 15 G's on an impact fee. Why isn't it put into the system to pay for this shit? It ain't. She goes, it's state run because you know how the shit rolls from the federal government to the state to the local. That's how it works. End of story. I'm not going to be living here anymore because I can't afford it. I'm putting up my house for sale. Bottom line is, I'm not paying your $600 because you're assessing me twice on 2 properties. I have my home property and I have my lot next door, which has got freaking not scrub trees, what do you call them, palmettos or whatever. It's empty. Nothing's in it. Okay, that's going up to $238, and now the URE is $306, and you're charging me for both lots, so that's $612, total of $834. Okay, so that you add that because I always pay my digit up front, 1st of November. You haven't said nothing at all. I don't know why you're not talking, but nevertheless. My income is now, my taxes now are going to be $4,768. The only thing I'm bitching about right here is I don't care about your sidewalks because we got plenty to go to nowhere. And they use them, which is okay. Some of them do, but on the main roads, not anywhere else. The other thing that grinds my gears is this MSBU nonsense and all this, the way you figure out with your little pie charts. We need more. You need to listen to the civilians here. You need to listen to them. They are the ones that are paying you your salary.
Thank you,
and
sir.
that's it. You I like, by the way.
Thank you, sir.
So you guys
So,
you're not talking?
I just want to be clear on this one. The MSBU before us right now is for a $14 increase from 105 to 119 for bridge repairs. Next, I have Kevin Milley or Millay.
Let's see you beat that.
My name's Kevin Mine. I live in South Gulf Cove. Our roads are fine, the ditches are fine.
Can you go up to the mic, sir, a little bit?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. We couldn't hear you. The mic was too far away. There you go.
You don't need to raise my taxes because my roads are perfect. The drainage ditches are perfect. Lennar has destroyed our neighborhood. They come in here when they start their construction, they disrupt me. Good enough drainage facilities that we have. The roads are fine, they're crowned, they're in good shape. It's ridiculous to listen to the spin over here about the comparison that this man back here brought the statistics. It's a spin. I have some issues with the police department, and I'll take that up with the sheriff. That 40% of the budget goes to the sheriff's department. Not the rank and file, but from the administrators on up. They don't do stop and frisk. I was told that by 3 different sheriff deputies. We don't call them anymore to come to our neighborhood because they keep doing things. They threaten to arrest you for calling. So I don't understand stop and frisk. It's a good tool. Since 2020, there's been all kinds of different people moving into the area. The hurricane brought in people, and then the Home Depot in Inglewood, everything is locked up. It never used to be that way. So the neighborhood's changed. It's a safe neighborhood. But when I came in here tonight, I looked at all these people I didn't know. There's more security here than there is at the White House.
I get that. You're right.
Why?
I counted 12.
Are you all afraid?
Well,
I mean, it's ridiculous. They got better things to do than staying in here, going through up the security up there like going through the airport. For what? Yeah, it's funny. So, in 1991, I worked for a police department in one of the richest counties in the country. Instead of raising taxes, they furloughed every employee. They balanced the budget by cutting, not raising. I don't see that here. Everybody asking, give a little bit, everybody. And that's just the way it is. So maybe cut spending first before you start raising taxes. My roads are fine, my ditches are fine. The contractors come in there, temporarily they screw everything up. The building inspectors, the stuff they allow to be passed, that causes some of the drainage issues. But maybe they're understaffed, I don't know. And it always starts with spending. And that seems to be a problem for politicians. I'm just curious as to what point after you get elected do you become part of the swamp? Because they all go in here with good intentions, and then something happens. So I'll probably be leaving to go to Arizona. I love it here, like it here, but I can't afford it. I'm a disabled vet, so I'm on limited income. And that's just the way it is. And it's a beautiful place to live. I hate to leave, but you're running us out of here. Sadly. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Nell Eva? Nell? Is there a Nell Eva? Okay. Sonia Weaver. Sonia Weaver? Linda Bridget. Linda? Michael Haynes. Michael Haynes? Stan Tregan. Oh, it's for the next item? Yeah, I can do that. Yes, sir. Sonia Weaver. Got 2 cards from Sonia Weaver. She wrote on her card, for the record, she opposes. Those are the last of the cards on this item. Anybody else wishing to speak, you'll have 5 minutes. State your name for the record, then you can fill out a card when you're done.
Hi, my name's Laura McCain. I've lived in Salt Gulf Cove for about 3 years. We have owned a home since 2008 off of David Boulevard, Inglewood. The question I have, they just recently redid all 3 of the bridges, so I'm not sure what they put as a mention here, that there was bridge rehab. I mean, and secondly, as I'm thinking to myself, when you buy a car, you buy a home, you maintain it, correct? Every year you got little things you got to do to your home, paint, fix things that break. Why are we getting socked with something, whether it's the paving or whether it's the drainage, to fix things that should have been maintained all along? So what do we do 4 or 5 years down the road? Have to go through this yet again to reline some pipes? I mean, why haven't they been maintained since they were first originally installed? Maybe that would be easier for us to swallow as opposed to them coming along 3 years, 4 years, 5 years later and doing this. Because there's no guarantee, even 3 years, 2 years down the road, they're not going to keep this, whatever you're calling assessment, attached to our current taxes. So that's kind of what I have. That's it.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Anybody else? If you can fill out a card, ma'am? Yeah, to my left. Yeah, right over there. She'll take care of you. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes. State your name for the record.
Mr. Chairman, I see no one else rising to close public input.
Second. We have motion second to close the public input portion of the public hearing. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? That passes unanimously. It is closed. Now we'll have public input is closed. Mr. Elias, you recognize, sir.
I didn't feel that there's anything I can take action on as far as questions. I'll try to answer any questions.
Yeah, just wanted to, again, let folks know this was for a $14 increase for specific bridge repairs that have been identified.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do we have any questions for staff?
Mr. Constance, you recognize?
Yeah, I guess the question, so just for the audience and my interest, it was stated that there are 3 bridges. Are there more than 3 bridges, or are those the 3?
I can tell you what the work that we're doing is. I thought I could.
And while Mr. Elias is looking that up, the South Gulf Cove Street and Drainage Unit, the county mailed out 21,198 notices. There were 0 in favor, 19 opposed. I needed to read that into the record. Thank you, Mr. Elias. You are still recognized.
So the bridge issue is that we did some bridge repairs and the cost went over. We also have to do some pile jacket repair. And the original BMP on one of the bridge didn't consider water line relocation, and they added an 8-foot sidewalk to it. So that's what the cost for these bridges is.
Okay. What's the life expectancy once these repairs are done?
These bridges were built in 1974 and 1981 and 84 respectively. Just to be clear, I'm showing way more than 3 bridges in South Gulf Cove. Yeah, I'm showing 10.
Yeah. So, okay, that's what I asked.
So, but to answer your question, I believe, and again, it's late. We've been talking about fruit, and even making me hungry. Do these last 50 years? Essentially, is what we estimate.
50 years.
50 years is the life expectancy once we do the rehab.
Okay.
And again, I want to be super clear. South Gulf Cove was very aggressive in their work program and their bridge program, and they really knocked out a bunch of great work out there.
Right. And I just had another comment from the last meeting, and I think somebody in this one mentioned the police station, and I think it was also the supervisor elections office construction costs. Those were voter-approved sales tax projects. Those are not coming out of your ad valorem taxes. Those were on a list of things that the voters approved in 2020, so it's coming from sales, 1% sales tax. I just wanted to get that on the record because there was a question about that. Any more questions for staff? Do I have a motion?
I'll move the resolution, sir.
We have motion second to move the resolution. Is there any further discussion? Is there any opposition to the motion? That one passes unanimously. We are going to move on to South Gulf Cove Street Drainage Unit Phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mr. Elias, you recognize?
I think we did the presentation. I think we just opened another public hearing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to open a public hearing for this item.
This is for the paving portion.
Yes, this is for the paving portion for South Gulf Coast Street drainage units, phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. I have Neil Rickman. Did you want to speak again?
Alrighty, is this for drainage, you said?
This is paving.
Paving, alright. We don't need any paving, we just need our roads fixed. The roads have been there. I mean, some are cracked. My road had tumbleweeds on it when I moved in here in '06. The bottom line is, forget about the road paving shit. That's no good. Go around with a crew, like the other guy said, and check the roads. The problem is drainage. Serious problem with drainage. When I first moved in here, my friend, in '06, my cop friend from Ohio, his whole house had a lake. Literally, it was a lake. The drainage was horrible. Horrible. I said, Earl, why did it take you 2 years to get done? He goes, you know what goes on around here. And I know what goes on around here. So I said, all right, well, send that guy over here that did your drainage. Well, that guy was with the county drainage department, okay? I slipped him an envelope with $500 in it. I said, can you get this done? Because my road is a river. And the pipe is clogged at the end, and the pipe is clogged underneath. It's broken so all the water would flow to the end of the street, stop, and just build up, because the pipe was broken under the street. And then the pipe was broken on the canal side. So my man went through it, did it all. So now the water flows, right? Across the street now, they're starting to build houses like crazy in our neighborhood. I mean, it's outrageous. I don't even know how to get away with it. But the drainage is horrible on the other side of the road. So I call, what's his name? Jason Thomas. Okay, he works with the road crew, drainage crew. I go, Jason, can you get out here and take a look-see? He comes out. He says, yeah, he goes, the water ain't flowing on this side across the street. So I told my neighbor, I said, you're gonna have to let him put a pipe under the street. He does it. So I had a work order, okay? And this cat comes up, they did the drainage from the canal to the first street, Casey. Then they were supposed to continue and go on. What happened? They cut it off. They did what they did, the one section, and boom, they left. So I've been calling Jason Thomas and that water drainage outfit since 2022 to come back. I just had him there. He said he was gonna, I have a work order. But the work order, I don't know what's going on. I called that dude, just like pulling teeth to get a hold of him. You hear what I'm saying? It's tough. You heard everybody else say it. Okay? I don't know what they do around here. I don't know what happens to the money. I don't know what happens to the show game, whatever. You all know what's going on. And I'm leaving anyway because I'm priced out here. I'm a fixed income. I live in South Lafco, been there 20 years. Another thing that pisses me off is when they're building the houses at 9 feet and I'm at 8. Why don't they put a swell in the back of the house? So all that waters from both of them lots are flowing into my yard. So I had to spend 12 G's to put up a berm and have it routed so it goes around my property to the second lot. Second lot got nothing on it, right? I'm getting charged $306 for that. Now I'm getting charged $612 for both lots. And my lot is killed in combined. I thought it would help me because the taxes are freaking killing me, to be honest with you. I'm on a fixed income. I'm getting out of here, you know. I've had it 20 years of chicanery and it's over with. I like you. I voted for my Republican people. You gotta make change. You forget about the sidewalks. We got thousands of them going nowhere. People use them, just the main ones, not the little ones. You got me? No one uses the sidewalks, only but on the main drag. We need drainage. Like Joe, we need drainage, bro. We need drainage in that facility. And I haven't seen a bridge repaired until this year. They repaired Appleton, Keystone, and Ingraham, then they went inland and they're starting to do those, or they're done already. You know, I mean, my taxes are going up $835, dude. I can't afford it on top of the other digit I'm paying. And I always pay in November, so I get the 4% discount. Now there ain't no discount. And I don't know what happened to the $20 million that was robbed back in Charlie, but you know what? Maybe they're, and this is unheard of. You get this tax bill like 3 months before the taxes are due. And I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys sticking around.
Barbara Germana? Barbara? Is there a Barbara here? Okay. Timothy Germana? Timothy Germana. Kevin Mealy. Nell Eba. Nell Eba. Robert, looks like Gatry, the second. Robert. Sonia Weaver. Sonia Weaver. Paul Tremblay. Paul Tremblay. David Perea. David Perea. Linda Bryden. Linda Bryden. Michael Haynes. Michael Haynes. For the record, Michael wrote he opposes any increase to those taxes. And Stan. I messed up that last name before. I know you said it to me twice, but you recognize it.
Stan Putra. So I have a first question is on the ERU. So I have an empty lot there. It's considered a duplex lot. So I already have one duplex on one side, and it's a corner lot, so I can't combine two lots. And they're still charging a 2.8 ERU. So the proposal is for the pavement is $856 for a raw quarter of an acre land, plus additional $333. That's the ERU for the previous one for the bridges. That's $1,200 increase for a property that's I'm already paying $950. So that's $2,200 in taxes for a piece of property that has nothing on it. Is in Tennessee, my sister's paying that for a house, for a $400,000 house. She's paying about $2,200 in taxes. How am I supposed to hold on this for 10 years as an investment, paying $2,200 for a piece of property? Bunch of people, there's a lot of lots there. They're not going to be able to. They're going to lose them. They're going to sell them tax deed sales. The next guy is going to pick them up. He's going to resell it. The government's not going to lose any money. But there's going to be over and over. People are going to buy them. They're, oh, what? I bought this property in 2020 for $5,400. Bought it for $5,400, and now you expect me to pay $2,200 in these fees. At least if it's that empty lot, at least have it considered as a single ERU. Why is it considered 2.8? Can I put a 2.8 to 2.5 units there? Nobody's gonna let me do that. They're only gonna let me put a 2 units there. They're charging me for 2.8. It doesn't make sense one bit. I might put a single family house there. So I think a piece of property that doesn't have anything on it cannot be considered for a 2.8 ERU for a situation like this. Those properties, the taxes are already pretty high on them. So that's the biggest concern. I mean, I do have another down the street that's already has a duplex on it, and that one's just a 2 ERU. Understandable. Still wouldn't rather not have to pay the pavement fee of the $306 twice. The property tax went up from, I think it was like $4,000 in 2020 to almost $8,000 now. And on the previous property that I was talking about, the raw land in 2020, the property tax was $350. From 2020 to 2025, from $350 $2,200 is 6 times the increase. It's not possible to, it's not gonna be possible for me to hold on to that property. If I can't sell it, if I can't find a buyer to buy it off me, I'm gonna have to lose it to a tax deed. And I'm not the only one that's gonna have to do that. That's it.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item? South Gulf Cove Street Drainage Unit, phases 2, 3, 4, and 5. Please come forward. State your name for the record. You'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Linda Souza, and I have some questions about the MSUs here too. You know, on here it says that the total revenue to be collected is like the $2,968, and then I'm thinking, and I could be wrong, that there's 12,000 lots there. And so when you divide it, I think the math is a little incorrect with what I'm gonna end up owing. But like what has been previously stated by all other people about the cost of everything, you know, basically everything has gone up, just like you guys talked about. And it's getting more and more difficult. You're asking us, for me, and which is something I don't understand, my lots are all contingent with my home. But yet you're asking me to pay for 4 separate individual lots on the ESUs. So in total, you're asking me to pay an additional $1,700 on top of the taxes that I already pay. The lots are vacant. I mean, that's crazy money. Crazy money. We don't have a problem with needing our roads paved. There's drainage problems. That's the biggest issue. And I want to comment about the bridges. You know, is the bridges in that area only used by the people that live there? I don't know. Or do other people come in and boat in there and such? So I am definitely opposed to this. I think that, you know, if you started something, first of all, this should have been presented to people so that we could have been voting on this. But you can't pull a rabbit out of a hat and ask for all this money. Everybody here lives on a fixed income, whether you work or you don't work. You have a finite amount of money. You have to budget things. You have to consider those things. If you need something that you didn't budget for, you gotta pull those funds from someplace else. Taking a 15-year loan? Come on. This is crazy stuff. This is a lot of money. This is a lot of money. We need to run this county, these areas, these things that we need. We need to run it like our households. We don't work for Congress. We can't keep pulling money out of the hat. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Can you please fill out a card to my left? Yes, so we have it for the record. Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward, state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Grace Mace, and all I want to say is our roads are fine. My husband and I walk every day. Our neighbors ride bicycles. Our roads are fine. We do not need paving. That's all.
Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Anybody else wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. You'll have 5 minutes. State your name for the record. Seeing no one coming forward.
Mr. Chairman, I see no one else rising. Move to close public input.
Second. That motion is second to close public input. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? That passes unanimously. Mr. Elias, you are recognized, sir.
Commissioners, I will try to address some of the questions. The gentleman with the corner lot and an additional lot that that he's going to put a duplex on, we met with the MSBU folks, and there is a multiplier, so it's laid out in the ordinance how that's done. I could have it read, but it's front footage, and there's a multiplier based on the usage of the lot, if that makes sense.
Is the methodology correctly applied to that gentleman's piece of property?
Sorry about that, Commissioner. So residential parcels, unimproved residential parcels under Block C, other residential parcels, each parcel of property not addressed A or B above, which is zoned residential or mobile home on which more than one dwelling unit may be placed under applicable land use and zoning requirements shall be assessed that number of ERUs determined by the following formula. All front footage divided by the front footage of the standard size single-family parcel in the area equals number of ERUs. The total number of ERUs so determined for the parcel shall not be less than 1 and shall not exceed the maximum number of dwelling units allowed under the applicable land use and zoning requirements for that parcel.
So it was applied appropriately to that particular piece of property?
It sounds like it was applied appropriately to me.
Yeah, I heard a comment about somebody having multiple lots. Now, if they're killed and combined with their existing homestead, they wouldn't pay, wouldn't there be a savings in some of these MSBU fees? Huh? Well, I'm waiting for John. Yeah. Commissioner Dory, you recognize, sir.
Yeah, when you kill and combine like that with the property appraiser's office, yes, you get the parcel put together for ad valorem taxes. However, like my 3 lots in Dean Creek, I paid three ER, street drainage, stormwater, all the other MSB.
You pay for 3?
Okay. That's literally correct. I just confirmed. It's still based on front footage.
Okay, on footage, okay. I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything on that. Okay, I don't see anybody asking to be recognized. I had a question. On the sheet it says the current rate is 0.
Right. So South Gulf Cove is unique. Again, they had to aggressively address a paving program years ago when they first did it. So they set up phases, and they have an assessment on their unit that's just for paving. So that's why when they paid off the loan, it went down to 0, and now that we're resurfacing it, we have to just.
And when did the loan get paid off where it went to 0?
I'd have to get that physical.
So at one point it was $306 and went to 0?
I can get all that information down.
Well, yeah, I'm asking the question. I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Yes, I've got it right here.
So I think what he's saying is look at the max rate, because the old max rate is probably what they were paying.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying. When did the max rate expire and it went to 0? Because the current rate is 0.
I'll have to give you that information.
And can I ask another question?
Because I think if it's been 0 and people haven't seen it, now it's getting reinstated because there's a phased paving, I think is what I'm trying to get at. Commissioner Constance, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, and obviously, those are the old rates for the old costs. But the other thing is, the big white area, that's phase 1. When did that get paved and what was that cost? Because those numbers aren't reflected here. And I'm assuming that, is that correct? That phase 1 was already done?
Yes, I'm going to give you these answers.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
So we're still pulling together when that old rate went to 0, but phase 1 was paved in 2018, and it's going to be either is at zero or going to zero because they paid that as well.
Do you know what their assessment was, Mr. Lyons?
We'll look it up for sure.
I'd be curious. And Mr. Chairman, I asked that, but only knowing that it was probably assessed like, or the rate was established like more than 10 years ago.
It was $194.
Thank you.
We're still getting when the phases 2, 3, 4, and 5 went to zero. Sorry about that, Commissioners. We were scrambling to get that. So it was established in roughly 03 to 05, and it was paid off in 13. Approximately 13 is when this rate that we're talking about was paid off previously.
So are there people within the unit that we're paying nothing for paving?
No, the way we've got this structured is when we pave it, that portion pays for it until it's paid off, and then it goes to zero.
Then it goes what?
To zero.
Yeah, to zero.
Yeah.
So was there a time period where people weren't paying anything because it got paid off?
Yeah, clearly, its current rate is zero.
Yeah, okay, that's what how
Sorry.
long has it been zero?
I think we said since 2013.
Okay, so what's happened is it's been zeroed out.
Yep.
And nobody's paid anything since 2013. Now we're reinstating the paving program, and they're seeing it for the first time.
Unless they've lived there, the same thing as what
Yeah.
happened previously. Yes. Yes, to answer your question.
So somebody moved here post 213, they weren't paying anything for
And then
paving.
suddenly it's like, hey, we got to pay you.
Okay, that's where I'm going. So that's why there could be sticker shock, because for people who weren't here before 2013 and came in after, they weren't paying anything. Now that it's time for a paving program, for phase program, and now they're seeing it.
It's tracking what you're saying.
Yeah.
So to confirm, so nothing changed on what I just told you, but the phase 1 was started in 17 and was paid off in 24.
Okay, the paving that needs to be done, you went through the same exercise to determine the road and the degradation of the road and the status of the road.
Commissioners, whenever we're bringing a paving program, assume that we've done it. Now, again, could I show you a portion of a road that kind of looks good? Sure, but when we're bringing a paving program, we're not trying to preemptively do it. We're doing it because it needs it.
Right, okay. Well, I'm saying that for the benefit of the audience.
Understood. No, I understand.
So they know that
Yeah.
you went out and
Yes.
looked at the road.
Yes.
And to see, did it qualify for repaving? Is this going to get milled, or is this just a?
This should just be a resurface.
Resurface.
Yeah, there might be some milling if there was some base damage somewhere, but typically it's just resurfacing.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? No questions? Does this one have that same percentage of contingency money?
We're going to get you.
Yeah. But you know, if we could save, again, if we could have an option to save a little bit of money and still have some reserve left.
Rick Arthur Fiscal Services. Yeah, it says 17% is out on 15-year loan, 17%, and it's in the first 2 years. So, it's as we build up reserves.
17%
Yeah,
for
so
reserves.
there might be a little room, but probably not enough.
How much room is a little room?
I'll go see if they're running.
Yeah.
$6.
Well, I
I
mean,
remember the last one for phase one was in 2017 they started. So that's 195, so that's 8 years ago. So the math kind of works for the.
I'm just trying to be consistent if we offered it
Right.
to others.
Right.
That is a different approach that we've taken, so that's a new wrinkle that we'll have to work through when we do these.
Well, we're living in a time
No,
where
for
there's
sure.
lots of
I understand.
wrinkles.
No, I understand it, for sure.
So
It ain't like it used to be.
John, while we're waiting, Mr. Chair, thank you. So for the prior one with the bridges, there was vacant and occupied 14,506. This is a little trickier because it's different phases for paving, but they're all being charged a similar amount. So are you taking all those ERUs as one group, and how many is that?
So what we've done with the paving, on their tax bill, it's a specific assessment just for paving. It's like a capital maintenance thing that they did. And we broke out what each group is paying right there.
Right, but that's the max rate from the old one. The new one, they're all paying 306.
Yes.
So then you're taking, even though you're paving in 4 different phases, you're taking them all, charging them the same, and it's just a timing thing.
Yes.
So how many ERUs is that in total?
I would have to give you that.
Because I'm having a hard time finding it.
It's 9,701.40.
Jeanette for the win.
And to go down to 10, just over 10%, it would be $300.
I called it. How much was that?
300.
300?
Yeah, 300.
You did call it. While I'm writing down 300. Any other questions for staff, gentlemen? Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I will move repaving the phases 2, 3, 4, and 5 for a maximum rate of $300.
So, we have a motion and a second to lower the proposed rate from $306 to $300. Is there any further discussion? Any opposition to the motion? Okay, it passes 4-1. Commissioner Deutsch dissenting. Gentlemen, we're going to move on to comments. Mr. Flores.
No comments, sir. Thank you.
Mrs. Knowlton.
Nothing, thank you.
Start to my right, Commissioner Doherty.
All set, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner Constance.
Yeah, just real quick on that last one, there was an advisory board and they approved this, and so I felt very comfortable with that motion.
Okay, thank you, sir. Commissioner Truitt. Commissioner Doherty. I have nothing. Gentlemen, we've completed our agenda. This meeting is adjourned.